from the heart when they have done something foolish. An hour later, Julien was in the Marquis's waiting-room, looking like a subaltern, wearing out-of-date clothes, a cravat of dubious whiteness, and with something of the flunky about his whole appearance. On seeing him, the Marquis burst out laughing, and then only was Julien completely pardoned. "If that young man betrays me," thought the Marquis, "whom shall I trust? And yet when a man acts, he has to trust someone. My son and his illustrious friends of the same kidney have heart and loyalty enough for 100,000. If it came to fighting, they would perish on the steps of the throne. They know how to do everything, except that for which there is a present need. The devil, if I see one among them who could learn 4 pages by heart and go 100 leagues without being tracked down. Norbert would know how to get himself killed, like his forefathers. A raw recruit can do as much." The Marquis lapsed into a profound reverie. "As for getting himself killed," he said with a sigh, "perhaps Sorel will know how to do that as well as he." "Let's get into the carriage," said the Marquis, as though to drive away an importunate idea. "Sir," said Julien, "while they were altering the outfit for me, I memorized the first page of today's daily." The Marquis took the newspaper. Julien recited without mistaking a single word. "Good," thought the Marquis, very much the diplomat that evening. "All this time the young man hasn't noticed the streets we have taken." They walked into a large and rather gloomy drawing-room, partly panelled and partly hung with green velvet. In the middle of the room a glum lackey was finishing setting up a long dinner-table, which he then transformed into a work-table by means of a vast green cover all spotted with ink, left over from some ministry. The master of the house was an enormous man whose name was not pronounced. Julien decided that he had the physiognomy and eloquence of a man who is digesting. At a sign from the Marquis, Julien had stayed at the lower end of the table. To give himself something to do, he set to trimming quills. Out of the corner of his eye he counted 7 men in conversation, but Julien saw them only from the back. 2 of them appeared to address M. de la Mole as equals. The others seemed more or less deferential. Another notable entered without being announced. "This is strange," thought Julien. "No one is announced in this drawing-room. Is this a precaution that has been taken in my honour?" All rose to greet the newcomer. He was wearing the same extremely distinguished decorations as 3 other men who were already in the drawing-room. Everyone spoke rather low. In sizing up the newcomer, Julien was limited to whatever he might learn of him from his feature and appearance. He was short and thick-set, with a ruddy complexion and a glittering eye void of any expression other than the viciousness of a boar. Julien's attention was sharply distracted by the almost immediate arrival of an altogether different individual. He was a tall, very thin man, who wore 3 or 4 vests. His gaze was affectionate, his gestures polished. "It's the very look of the old Bishop of Besançon," thought Julien. The man obviously belonged to the church. He looked to be no more than 50 or 55. It was impossible to have a more paternal air. The young Bishop of Agde appeared. He seemed astounded when, as he reviewed those present, his eye fell on Julien. He hadn't spoken a word to him since the ceremony at Braille-le-Haut. His surprised look embarrassed and irritated Julien. "What?" the latter asked himself. "Will knowing a man always turn into a bad thing for me? All those great lords, whom I have never seen before, do not intimidate me in the least, but that young bishop's look chills me to the bone. I must say I am a very odd and unlucky fellow." An extremely dark little man came bursting in a while later, and began speaking at the door. He had a yellow complexion and a rather mad look. Upon the arrival of this merciless talker, groups formed, apparently to avoid the nuisance of having to listen to him. As they turned away from the fireplace, they drew near the lower end of the table, occupied by Julien. He felt more and more abashed, for in the end, try as he would, he could not help but overhear them, and inexperienced as he was, he fully understood the importance of the matters being discussed, with no attempt at concealment, and how much the eminent persons whom he had so conspicuously before his eyes must count on their being kept secret. Already, though as slowly as possible, Julien had trimmed some 20 quills. That resource would soon fail him. To no avail, he sought an order in Monsieur de la Mole's eyes. The Marquis had forgotten him. "What I'm doing is ridiculous," Julien said to himself as he trimmed his quills. "But such mediocre-looking men, entrusted by others or by themselves with such important affairs, are likely to be very touchy. My unfortunate way of looking at people has something inquisitive and not very respectful about it, which would no doubt nettle them. If I definitely look down, I will seem to be gathering in their words." His embarrassment was very great. He was hearing strange things. Chapter 22. The Discussion. "The Republic. For every man today who is willing to sacrifice all for the good of the nation, there are thousands, millions, who are concerned about nothing but their pleasures, their vanity. In Paris a man is esteemed for his carriage, not for his virtue." Napoleon, Memoria. The footman rushed in, saying, "His Excellence, the Duke of—" "Shut up, you fool," said the Duke as he came in. He said this so well, so majestically, that in spite of himself Julien thought that to know how to show his temper to a lackey must be this great man's sole accomplishment. Julien looked up, then lowered his eyes at once. He had so well guessed the importance of the new arrival that he feared his glance might be an indiscretion. The Duke was a man of 50, dressed like a dandy, who walked on springs. He had a narrow head with a big nose and a curved face, all thrust forward. It would have been difficult to look nobler or more insignificant. His arrival determined the opening of the meeting. Julien was suddenly interrupted in his physiognomical observations by Monsieur de la Mole's voice. "Allow me to introduce to you the Abbé Sorel," the Marquis was saying. "He is endowed with an astonishing memory. It was only an hour ago that I told him about the mission with which he may be honoured, and to give a proof of his memory, he has learned the first page of the Daily by heart." "Ah, the news from abroad about that poor N," said the master of the house. He took up the paper eagerly, and giving him a look that was comical in its attempt to seem important, said to Julien, "Speak, sir." There was a deep silence. All eyes were fixed on Julien. He recited so well that at the end of 20 lines the Duke said, "That will do." The little man with the look of a boor sat down. He was the chairman, since, scarcely in his place, he pointed out a card table to Julien, and made him a sign to bring it over. Julien sat down at it with everything he needed for writing. He counted 12 persons seated around the green baize. "Monsieur Sorel," said the Duke, "retire to the next room. You will be sent for." The master of the house assumed a very anxious air and muttered to his neighbour. "The shutters aren't closed. It's no use looking through the window," he shouted stupidly to Julien. "Here I am up to my neck in what is a conspiracy at the very least," thought the latter. "Luckily it is not the kind that leads to the Place de Grève. Even if there were some danger, I owe that much and more to the Marquis. It would be a blessing if I were given a chance to make up for all the sorrow my follies may one day cause him." All the while he was thinking about his follies and his bad luck. He kept looking over the place, so as never to forget it. Only then did it occur to him that he had not heard the Marquis tell the cabman the name of the street, and the Marquis had ordered a hackney, something he never did. Julien was left to his reflections for a long while. He was in a drawing-room hung with a red velvet with white gold braids. On the console there was a big ivory crucifix, and on the mantelpiece the book Du Pape by Monsieur de Maistre, gilt-edged and magnificently bound. Julien opened it so as not to appear to be listening. From time to time they spoke very loudly in the next room. Finally the door opened. He was called in. "Consider, gentlemen," the chairman was saying, "that from now on we will be speaking in the Duke of Blank's presence. This gentleman," he said, pointing to Julien, "is a young Levite who is devoted to our holy cause, and who will be able to repeat with ease, thanks to his astonishing memory, even our most inconsequential talk. That gentleman has the floor," he said, indicating the paternal-looking individual who wore 3 or 4 vests. Julien thought it would be more natural to refer to him as the gentleman with the vests. He took some paper and wrote a great deal. Here the author wanted to insert a page of dots. "That would be in bad taste," said the editor, "and in a piece of writing as frivolous as this, bad taste is death." "Politics," replied the author, are a millstone around the neck of literature and will sink it in less than 6 months. Politics in the midst of imaginary concerns is like a pistol shot in the middle of a concert. The noise is ear-splitting without being energetic. It does not harmonize with the sound of any instrument. The politics here will mortally offend one half of the readers and bore the other, who will have found them far more convincing and energetic in the morning paper. "If your characters don't talk politics," the editor rejoined, "they are not Frenchmen of 1830, and your book is not the mirror you claim it to be." Julien's minutes were 26 pages long. Here is a pale extract of them, for it was necessary, as usual, to delete the absurdities, the excess of which would have seemed odious or unrealistic to the reader. For instance, the Police Gazette. The man in the vests with the fatherly look, he might have been a bishop, smiled often, and his eyes, surrounded by baggy lids, would assume an odd brilliance and a less irresolute expression than usual. This worthy, who had been asked to speak first before the Duke— but what Duke? Julien asked himself. Apparently to set forth the various views and act as Solicitor General, seemed to Julien to lapse into the uncertainty and inconclusiveness for which those magistrates are so often blamed. During the course of the exposition, the Duke even went so far as to reproach him for this. After several moral and indulgently philosophical observations, the man in the vest said, "Noble England, led by a great man, the immortal Pitt, spent 40 billion francs to thwart the revolution. If this assembly will permit me, I shall broach a gloomy idea with a certain frankness. England never really understood that with a man like Bonaparte, especially since there was only a collection of good intentions to oppose him, nothing could be decisive but an attempt on his person." "Ah, still singing the praises of murder," said the master of the house with a worried look. "Spare us your sentimental homilies," shouted the chairman ill-humouredly. His boar's eye shone with a fierce lustre. "Continue," he said to the man in the vests. The chairman's cheeks and forehead had turned crimson. "Today, noble England," the speaker went on, "is crushed. For every Englishman, before he can buy his bread, is obliged to pay the interest on the 40 billion francs that were used against the Jacobins. She no longer has a Pitt." "She has the Duke of Wellington," said a military man, assuming a most important air. "Silence, if you please, gentlemen," shouted the chairman. "If we start arguing again, it will have been useless to call him Monsieur Sorel." "We all know that the gentleman has many ideas," said the Duke with a nettled air, and looking at the interrupter, formerly one of Napoleon's generals. Julien could see that this remark was an allusion to something personal and most offensive. Everybody smiled. The turncoat general seemed beside himself with rage. "Pitt is no more, gentlemen," the speaker went on, with the discouraged look of a man who has given up hope of making his audience listen to reason. "Even if there were a new Pitt in England, you can't hoodwink a nation twice in the same way." "That's why a victorious general of Bonaparte could never come to power again," shouted the military heckler. This time neither the chairman nor the Duke dared to flare up, though Julien thought he saw in their eyes that they were itching to do so. They looked down, and the Duke was satisfied to sigh loudly enough to be heard by all. But the speaker had grown short-tempered. "Someone is in a hurry to see me finish," he said heatedly, and altogether putting aside that smiling politeness and carefully guarded language that Julien had taken for the expression of his character. "Someone is in a hurry to see me finish. Someone has not taken the least account of the effort I have been making not to offend anybody's ears, however long they may be. Very well, gentlemen, I will be brief. And I will put it to you in plain language. England hasn't a sou to spare for the good cause. If Pitt himself came back, for all his genius, he couldn't manage to hoax the small English landowners again, for they know that the short campaign of Waterloo alone cost them 1 billion francs. Since you want plain speaking," added the speaker, growing more and more excited, "I say to you, help yourselves, for England hasn't a guinea for your cause, and if England doesn't pay, Austria, Russia, Prussia, who have courage but no money, cannot mount more than 1 or 2 campaigns against France. One may hope that the young soldiers rallied by Jacobinism will be beaten in the first campaign, in the second, perhaps, but in the third, even at the risk of sounding like a revolutionary to you who know me, I say, In the third, you will have to face the soldiers of 1794, who were not the regimented peasants of 1792. Here the interruption came from 3 or 4 points at once. "Sir," said the chairman to Julien, "go into the next room and make a fair copy of the opening minutes you have taken down." Julien left the room to his great regret. The speaker had just begun to deal with various probabilities that were the subject of his usual meditations. "They are afraid I will laugh at them," he thought. When he was called back, Monsieur de la Mole was saying with a seriousness that to Julien, who knew him, seemed very funny. "Yes, gentlemen, it is about this unfortunate nation in particular that one might ask, shall it be a god, a table, or a bowl?" "It shall be a god," cried the fabulist. "It is to you, gentlemen, that his reply, so noble and so profound, seems to belong. Act on your own initiative, and noble France will reappear almost as our ancestors made her, and as our eyes still saw her before the death of Louis XVI. England, her noble lords at least, loathes vile Jacobinism as much as we do. Without English gold, Austria, Russia, and Prussia cannot fight more than 2 or 3 battles. Will that be enough to bring about a happy occupation, like the one Monsieur de Richelieu wanted so stupidly in 1817? I think not." Here there was an interruption, but smothered by everyone's "shh." Again it came from the old imperial general, who wanted a blue sash and was trying to make himself conspicuous among the drafters of the secret note. "I think not," resumed Monsieur de la Mole, after the tumult. He insisted on the "I" with an insolence that delighted Julien. "Well played," he said to himself, all the while making his pen fly nearly as fast as the Marquis's speech. "With a well-turned phrase, Monsieur de la Mole has wiped out that turncoat's 20 campaigns." "It is not to foreign nations alone," continued the Marquis in the most restrained tone, "that we may be obliged for another military occupation. All those young people who write inflammatory articles for the Globe will furnish you 3,000 or 4,000 young captains, among whom may be found another Kléber, a Hoche, a Jourdain, a Pichegru, but not so well-intentioned." "We didn't have the sense to glorify him," said the chairman. "We ought to have kept his legend alive." "In short, there must be 2 parties in France," Monsieur de la Mole went on. "2 parties, not in name only, but 2 distinct, sharply divided parties. Let us be clear about who is to be crushed. On the one hand, journalists, voters, public opinion, in a word, youth and all who admire it. While youth is being deafened by the sound of its own idle talk, we have the certain advantage of consuming the state budget." Here another interruption. "You, sir," said Monsieur de la Mole to the heckler with wonderful arrogance and ease, "you do not consume, if the word offends you. You devour 40,000 francs, put down to the state budget, and the 80,000 you receive from the civil list. Very well, sir, since you force me to do it, I will go ahead and take you as an example. Like your noble ancestors who followed St. Louis on the Crusades, you ought, for those 120,000 francs, to have at least a regiment to show us, or a company. What am I saying? Half a company, were it only 50 men, but ready to fight and devoted to the good cause, in life as in death. You have nothing but lackeys, of whom in the event of a revolution you yourself would be afraid. The throne, the altar, and aristocracy may perish tomorrow, gentlemen, so long as you have not created a force of 500 devoted men in each department. I mean devoted not merely with all the bravery of the French, but with Spanish steadfastness as well. Half of that troop should be made up of our own children, of our nephews, in short, of true gentlemen. Each of them should have at his side not a chattering petit bourgeois ready to don the tricoloured cockade, if 1815 should repeat itself, but a good, simple, frank peasant like Catalino. Our gentleman will indoctrinate him. He should be his foster brother, if possible. Let each of us sacrifice 1/5 of his income to form this devoted little troop of 500 men in every department. Then you may count on a foreign occupation. The foreign soldier will never advance even so far as Dijon, until he is sure of finding 500 friendly soldiers in each department. Foreign kings will not listen to you unless you can tell them that 20,000 gentlemen are ready to take up arms and open the gates of France to them. That is a hard service, you say. Gentlemen, it is the price of our heads. Between the liberty of the press and our life as gentlemen, there is a war to the death. Turn manufacturer, peasant, or take up your gun. Be timid if you will, but don't be stupid. Open your eyes. In the words of the Jacobin song, I say to you, form your battalions. Then some noble Gustavus Adolphus will appear, who, moved by the imminent danger to the monarchical principle, will dash 300 leagues away from his own country, and do for you what Gustav did for the Protestant princes. Do you mean to go on talking without acting? In 50 years there will be nothing but presidents of republics in Europe, and not one king. And with those 4 letters, K-I-N-G, priest and gentleman will vanish. I foresee nothing but candidates paying court to mud-bespattered majorities. It is pointless for you to say that at this moment France hasn't a single general of any standing, known to and loved by all, that the army has been organized solely in the interest of throne and altar, that all the veteran troops have been dismissed from it, whereas every Prussian and Austrian regiment can count 50 non-commissioned officers who have been under fire. 200,000 young men in the lower middle class are in love with the idea of war. "Enough of these unpleasant truths," said a grave dignitary in a pompous voice, a man who must have been high up in the ecclesiastical hierarchy, for Monsieur de la Mole smiled pleasantly instead of getting angry, which seemed significant to Julien. "Enough of these unpleasant truths. Now let us summarize, gentlemen. The man who stands in need of having a gangrenous leg cut off would be ill-advised to tell his surgeon that diseased leg is quite healthy. If you will pardon the expression, gentlemen, the noble Duke of Blank is our surgeon." "There at last, the cat is out of the bag," said Julien to himself. "It is toward Blank that I shall gallop tonight." Chapter 23. The Clergy, Forests, Liberty. The first law of every creature is self-preservation, that is, survival. You sow hemlock and expect to see grain ripen. Machiavelli. The grave worthy spoke on. One could see that he knew what he was talking about. With a gentle and temperate eloquence that pleased Julien no end, he set forth the following great truths. 1. England hasn't a guinea for our cause. Economy and Hume are all the fashion there. Not even the saints will give us money, and Mr. Brougham would laugh at us. 2. It is impossible to get more than 2 campaigns from the kings of Europe without English gold, and 2 campaigns against the petty bourgeoisie will not suffice. 3. The necessity of forming an armed party in France, without which the monarchies of Europe will not risk even 2 campaigns. The 4th point, which I will make so bold as to propose to you as obvious, is this: the impossibility of forming an armed party in France without the clergy. I say this to you boldly, gentlemen, because I am going to prove it. We must give everything to the clergy, for, busy day and night with its affairs and guided by men of great ability, domiciled far from political storms, 300 leagues beyond your frontier. "Ah, Rome, Rome!" cried the master of the house. "Yes, sir, Rome," replied the cardinal proudly. "Regardless of the witticisms more or less clever that were in fashion when you were young, I say straight out that in 1830 only the clergy led by Rome can reach the masses. 50,000 priests will repeat the same words on a day designated by their leaders, and the people, who after all supply the soldiers, will be more deeply touched by the voice of its priests than by all the light verse in the world." This personal allusion provoked a murmur. "The clergy's intelligence is superior to yours," the cardinal went on, raising his voice. "Every step you have taken toward realizing that essential condition An armed party in France has been taken by us." Here facts were brought to bear. "Who sent 80,000 rifles into Vendée?" etc., etc. "So long as the clergy is not in possession of its forests, it has nothing. At the first sign of war, the Minister of Finance writes to his agents that no one has any money except the clergy. At heart, France is not devout. She loves war. Whoever gives her one will be doubly popular, for to wage war is to starve the Jesuits, as the common people put it. To wage a war is to deliver those monsters of pride, the French, from the threat of foreign intervention." The cardinal was listened to favourably. "Monsieur de Nerval," he said, "must quit the government. His name irritates the public uselessly." On that remark, everyone rose and spoke at once. "They're going to send me out again," thought Julien, but even the cautious president had forgotten Julien's presence and existence. Every eye was searching for a man whom Julien recognized. It was Monsieur de Nerval, the Prime Minister, whom he had glimpsed at the Duc de Retz's ball. The disorder was at its height, as the newspapers say when they talk about the chamber. By the end of a good quarter of an hour, things had quieted down a bit. Then Monsieur de Nerval rose to his feet, and assuming the tone of an apostle, "I would not swear to you under oath," he said in a queer voice, "that the ministry means nothing to me. It has been made clear to me, gentlemen, that my name swells the ranks of the Jacobins by turning a great many moderates against us. I should therefore resign voluntarily, but the ways of the Lord are visible to a small number. And," he added, looking at the cardinal, "I have a mission. Heaven has told me, either you shall bear your head to the scaffold, or re-establish the monarchy in France, and reduce the chambers to what the Parliament was under Louis XV. And that, gentlemen, I will do." He left off speaking, sat down, and there was a long silence. "There's a good actor," thought Julien. He always made a mistake in this instance as well of imputing too much wit to men. Stirred by the debates of such a lively evening, and above all by the sincerity of the discussion, Monsieur de Nerval at that moment believed in his mission. For all his courage, the man had no sense. Midnight struck during the silence that followed upon the ringing declaration, "That I will do." To Julien's ear, the sound of the clock had something stately and baleful about it. He was deeply affected. The discussion resumed in a short while with growing energy, and above all with incredible ingenuousness. "These people will have me poisoned," thought Julien at certain times. "How can they say such things in front of a plebeian?" 2 o'clock was striking, and they were still talking. The master of the house had fallen asleep long ago. Monsieur de la Mole was obliged to ring for fresh candles. Monsieur de Nerval, the minister, had left at 1:45, but not without having studied Julien's face often in a mirror close by him. His departure seemed to have set everyone at ease. While the candles were being changed, "God knows what that man is going to tell the king," whispered the man in vests to his neighbour. "He could make us look ridiculous and spoil our future. You must admit that he has an extraordinary sense of his own importance, even cheek to show his face here. He used to come to this house before he got the ministry, but a portfolio changes everything, overrides all a man's other interests. He should have sensed that." The minister had no more than left when Napoleon's general closed his eyes. Next he spoke of his health, his wounds, consulted his watch, and went away. "I'll bet," said the man in vests, "that the general is running after the minister. He's going to make excuses for being here, and will claim that he's leading us on." When the servants, half asleep, had finished changing the candles, "Let us now take counsel," said the chairman. "Let us have done with trying to convince one another. Let us turn our thoughts to the contents of the note which will be in the hands of our friends abroad within 48 hours. There has been talk about ministers. Now that Monsieur de Nerval has left us, we can say it. What do we care about ministers? We will tell them what to do." The cardinal showed his approval with a sly smile. "Nothing is easier, it seems to me, than to sum up our position. said the young Bishop of Agde, with the concentrated and restrained zeal of the most exalted fanaticism. Until then he had kept silent. His eyes, which Julien had been observing, at first gentle and calm, were ablaze after the first hour of discussion. Now his heart brimmed over like lava from Vesuvius. "From 1806 to 1814, England made but one mistake," he said. "That was not to act directly and personally against Napoleon. Once that man had created dukes and chamberlains, once he had restored the throne, the mission God had entrusted to him was over. He was good for nothing but to be sacrificed. The Holy Scriptures teach us in more than one place how to put an end to tyrants." Here there were several citations in Latin. "Today, sirs, it is not one man who must be sacrificed. It is Paris. All France copies Paris. What use is it to arm your 500 men to a department, a risky undertaking with which you will never have done? What use to drag France into an affair that concerns only Paris? Paris alone, with its newspapers and drawing-rooms, has done the harm. May the new Babylon perish. We must settle this difference between the altar and Paris once and for all. Such a catastrophe is essential even to the worldly interests of the throne. Why did Paris under Napoleon not dare to breathe? Ask the artillery at Saint-Roch." It wasn't until 3 in the morning that Julien left with Monsieur de la Mole. The Marquis was ashamed and tired. For the first time when he spoke to Julien there was a note of entreaty in his voice. He asked him on his word never to reveal the overzealousness, that was his expression, to which chance had made him a witness. "Don't mention it to our friend abroad, unless he insists a good deal in order to find out who our young hotheads are. What do they care if the state is overthrown? They will be cardinals and will fly to Rome. The rest of us will be slaughtered in our chateaux by the peasants." The secret note, which the Marquis drafted from the 26 pages of minutes recorded by Julien, was not ready until 5:15. "I'm dead tired," said the Marquis, "and it shows in this note, which is not very clear toward the end. I am more dissatisfied with it than anything I have ever done in my life. Come, my friend," he added, "go rest for a few hours, and lest someone kidnap you, I'm going to lock you in your room." The next day the Marquis drove Julien to an isolated chateau a good distance from Paris. There they were greeted by strange hosts, whom Julien judged to be priests. Someone handed him a passport that bore a fictitious name, but stated the real destination of his trip, which he had always pretended not to know. He climbed alone into a calash. The Marquis wasn't in the least worried about his memory. Julien had recited the secret note to him several times, but he was very much afraid that he might be intercepted. "Above all, try to look like a fop who is travelling to kill time," he said to him in a friendly way as they left the drawing-room. "There may have been more than one false brother at last night's meeting." The trip was swift and cheerless. Julien was hardly out of the Marquis's sight when he had put the secret note and mission out of his mind and was mulling over Mathilde's scorn. In a village a few leagues beyond Metz, the postmaster came out to tell him that there were no more horses. It was 10 o'clock at night. Julien, deeply annoyed, called for supper. He set to strolling in front of the door and eventually, without being noticed, slipped into the stable-yard. He saw no horses. "All the same, there was something peculiar about that man," Julien said to himself. "He kept studying me with his big, coarse eyes." As you can see, he was beginning not to believe exactly everything he was told. He was thinking of slipping away after supper. So as to learn more about the region, he left his room and went down to warm himself at the kitchen fire. What was his joy when he found Il Signor Geronimo, the singer, there. Settled in an armchair that he had moved close to the fire, the Neapolitan was groaning loudly and doing more talking by himself than the 20 German peasants together who stood around him gaping. "These people are ruining me," he cried to Julien. "I have promised to sing tomorrow in Mainz. Several sovereign princes have come running to hear me. Let's get a breath of air," he added with a significant look. When they had gone 100 paces down the road and out of hearing, he said to Julien, "Do you know what's going on? That postmaster's a crook. While I was out walking, I gave a little scamp 20 sous, and he told me all about him. There are more than a dozen horses in a stable at the other end of the village. They are trying to delay some courier."
"Really?"
said Julien, looking innocent. Discovering the ruse was only half of it. They still had to get away. That is what Geronimo and his friend couldn't bring off. "Let's wait until dawn," said the singer eventually. "They are suspicious of us. Perhaps they have designs on you or on me. Who knows? Tomorrow morning we will order a good breakfast. While they are fixing it, we'll go for a walk. We'll make our escape. We'll rent horses and go on to the next post."
"And your baggage?" said Julien, thinking that perhaps Geronimo himself might have been sent to stop him. There was nothing for it but to have supper and go to bed. Julien was still in his first sleep when he woke with a start at the sound of two men talking in his room and not bothering much to keep their voices down. He recognized the postmaster armed with a bull's-eye lantern. His light was aimed at the trunk of the calash which Julien had carried up to his room. A man at the postmaster's side was rummaging calmly in the open trunk. Julien couldn't make out anything of him but his coat sleeves, which were black and very tight. "That's a cassock," he told himself, and reached quietly for the little pistols he had slipped under his pillow.
"No need to worry about waking him up, Father," the postmaster was saying. "The bottle of wine they were served is the one you fixed yourself."
"I don't see any sign of papers," replied the priest. "Lots of linen, perfumes, pomades, trifles. He's a modern young man bent on his pleasures. The agent is more likely to be the other one, who puts on an Italian accent." The men drew closer to Julien in order to search the pockets of his travelling clothes. He was very much tempted to kill them for thieves. He wouldn't have to worry about the consequences. He had a good mind to do it. "I would be a downright fool," he thought. "I would jeopardize my mission." His clothes searched.
"This is no diplomat," said the priest.
He moved away, and it was lucky for him. "If he touches me in bed, woe to him," Julien was saying to himself. "He might very well come over and stab me, and that's one thing I won't tolerate." The priest turned his head. Julien half opened his eyes. What was his astonishment? It was the Abbé Castanede. As a matter of fact, although the two men made an effort to speak rather softly, it had seemed to Julien from the first that he recognized one of the voices. He was seized by an inordinate desire to rid the world of its most cowardly knave. "But my mission," he said to himself. The priest and his acolyte went out. A quarter of an hour later, Julien pretended to waken. He called out and woke up the whole house. "I've been poisoned," he shouted. "I'm suffering horribly." He needed a pretext to go and help Geronimo. He found him half asphyxiated by the laudanum contained in the wine. Wary of some prank of this sort, Julien had supped on the chocolate he had brought with him from Paris. He couldn't contrive to rouse Geronimo enough to persuade him to leave. "They could give me the whole kingdom of Naples this minute," the singer kept saying, "and I would not give up the voluptuous pleasure of sleep." "But the 7 sovereign princes—"
"They can wait."
Julien started out alone, and without further incident reached the vicinity of the great man. He wasted a whole morning soliciting an audience. Luckily, around 4 o'clock, the Duke wanted some fresh air. Julien saw him come out on foot. He was quick to approach him and ask for alms. Standing 6 feet away from the great man, he pulled out the Marquis de la Mole's watch and showed it off affectedly. "Follow me at a distance," the notable said, without looking at him. A quarter of a league from there, the Duke turned abruptly into a little café-house. In a bedroom of this lowest-class inn, Julien had the honour of reciting his 4 pages to the Duke. When he had finished, he was told, "Begin again and go slower." The prince took notes. "Make your way on foot to the next posting-house," he told Julien. "Leave your baggage and your calash here. Get to Strasbourg as best you can, and on the 22nd of the month," it was now the 10th, "be in this same coffee-house at noon. Don't leave for another half hour. Silence." Such were the only words Julien was to hear. They were enough to fill him with the greatest admiration. "This is the way," he told himself. "Important matters are handled. What would this great statesman say if he had heard those wild chatterboxes 3 days ago? Julien spent 2 days getting to Strasbourg. He thought he would have nothing to do once he got there. He made a wide detour. If that devil of an Abbé Castanede recognized me, he's not the kind to lose track of me easily. And how he would enjoy making a fool of me and ruining my mission. The Abbé Castanede, the Congregation's chief of police for the whole northern frontier, had fortunately not recognized him, and it never once occurred to the Jesuits of Strasbourg, though very zealous, to keep an eye on Julien, who, with his cross and blue frock coat, looked like any young officer who was very much preoccupied with his own person. Chapter 24. Strasbourg. Infatuation. You have all of love's energy, all its capacity to know suffering. Only its enchanting pleasures, its sweet delights, are beyond your sphere. I could not say as I watched her sleeping, "She is mine alone, with her angelic beauty and sweet frailties. There she is, delivered into my power, such as heaven in its mercy made her to enchant the heart of a man." Schiller. All he could find in his tormented soul was Mathilde, mistress absolute of his happiness, as of his imagination. He needed all of his native energy to keep from sinking into despair. To put his mind to anything not connected with Mademoiselle de la Mole was beyond his power. Ambition, small successes that gratified his vanity, were once enough to distract him from the feelings Madame de Rênal inspired in him. Mathilde had absorbed his whole life. He found her everywhere in his future. Wherever he looked in that future, Julien saw failure. The fellow we knew in Verrières, so presumptuous, so arrogant, had fallen into a fit of ridiculous modesty. 3 days ago he could have killed the Abbé Castanede with pleasure. Yet, in Strasbourg, if a child had picked a quarrel with him, he would have said the child was in the right. As he thought over the rivals, the enemies he had run across in his lifetime, he found in every case that he, Julien, had been wrong. This was so because that powerful imagination, which had once been ceaselessly occupied with painting a future of brilliant successes for him, was now his implacable enemy. The absolute solitude of a traveller's life increased the power of his gloomy imagination. What a treasure a friend would have been! But, Julien asked himself, is there one heart that beats for me? Even if I had a friend, am I not honour-bound to eternal silence? He was riding sadly around the outskirts of Kehl. It is a market town on the banks of the Rhine, immortalized by de Saix and Gouvion-Saint-Cyr. A German peasant was showing him the little streams, the roads, the islets in the Rhine which the courage of those great generals has made famous. Guiding his horse with his left hand, Julien held unfolded in his right the superb map that embellishes the memoirs of Field Marshal Saint-Cyr. A gay shout caused him to look up. It was Prince Korasoff, that London friend who, several months ago, had initiated him into the fundamentals of high-class foppery. Faithful to that great art, Korasoff, having arrived the day before in Strasbourg, an hour ago in Kehl, and who had never in his life read a line about the siege of 1796, proceeded to tell Julien all about it. The German peasant stared at him in amazement, for he knew enough French to make out the enormous blunders the prince was committing. Julien's thoughts were 1,000 leagues removed from the peasant's. He kept gazing in astonishment at this handsome young man. He admired the graceful way he rode his horse. "A happy nature," he said to himself. "How well his pants fit, how elegantly his hair is cut. Alas, if I had looked like that, perhaps after having loved me for 3 days, she wouldn't have taken a dislike to me." When the prince had finished his siege of Kehl, he said to Julien, "You have the face of a Trappist. You are overdoing the rule of gravity which I explained to you in London. A gloomy air is not in good form. It's the bored look you want. If you are sad, it can only mean that you are lacking something. Something didn't work out for you. It is to show oneself inferior. If you are bored, on the contrary, it is because whatever has tried in vain to please you is in itself inferior. You can see then, my dear friend, how seriously you are mistaken." Julien threw an écu to the peasant, who was listening to them open-mouthed.
"Well done," said the prince. "A graceful gesture, a noble disdain. Very good." And he started off at a gallop. Julien followed him, filled with stupid admiration. Ah, if I were like that, she wouldn't have preferred Croissanois to me. The more his reason was offended by the prince's absurd ways, the more he despised himself for not admiring them, and reckoned himself unfortunate not to possess them. That is the way to be, he told himself. Self-disgust can go no further. The prince, finding him decidedly woebegone, said as they were riding back to Strasbourg, "See here, my friend, you are poor company. Have you lost all your money, or could you be in love with some little actress?" The Russians copy French ways, but always 50 years behind the times. At present they are up to the reign of Louis XV. This bantering about love brought tears to Julien's eyes. Why not consult this very likable man? He asked himself suddenly. "Well, yes, my dear friend," he said to the prince. "You see me here in Strasbourg, deeply enamoured and even cast off. A charming woman who lives in a nearby town has dropped me after 3 days of passion, and the change is killing me." He described to the prince, under assumed names, Mathilde's character and behaviour. "Stop there," said Korosoff. "To give you confidence in your doctor, I am putting an end to your confidences. This young woman's husband enjoys an enormous fortune, or what is more likely, she herself belongs to the highest nobility in the region. She has to have something to be proud about." Julien nodded. He hadn't the heart to speak. "Very well," said the prince. "Here are 3 rather bitter pills for you to take without delay. 1. Once a day you are to go and call on Madame... What do you call her? Madame de Dubois." "What a name," said the prince, bursting out laughing. "Ah, pardon me, for you it is sublime. To see Madame de Dubois daily is essential, but above all, do not go and let her see you looking cold and out of sorts. Remember the golden rule of the age, be the contrary of what is expected. Be exactly as you were a week before she honored you with her favors." "Ah, I was at peace then," cried Julien despairingly. "I thought I was taking pity on her." "The moth gets burned by the candle," continued the prince, a comparison old as the hills. 1, you are to see her every day. 2, you must court some woman in her circle, but without making any show of passion. Do you understand? I will be frank to say that your role is a difficult one. You will be playing a part in a comedy, but if anyone guesses that you are acting, you are done for." "She is so clever and I am not. I'm done for," said Julien mournfully. "No, only you are more in love than I thought. Madame de Dubois is very much wrapped up in herself, like all women upon whom heaven has bestowed either too much nobility or too much money. She is always looking at herself instead of you. Consequently, she doesn't know you. During those 2 or 3 fits of love she permitted herself in your favor, by a great effort of the imagination she saw you as the hero of her dreams, and not as you really are. But what the devil, all of this is elementary, my dear Sorel. You are a downright schoolboy. By Jove, let's go into the shop. Look at that charming black cravat. I'd say it was made by John Anderson on Burlington Street. Do me the pleasure of buying it, and of throwing away that wretched black rope you have around your neck." "Now then," said the prince, coming out of the best haberdashery in Strasbourg, "what kind of company does Madame de Dubois keep?" "Good God, what a name! Don't be offended, my dear Sorel, it's just too much for me." "To whom shall you make love?" "To an exemplary prude, the daughter of an immensely rich stocking merchant. She has the most beautiful eyes in the world, which I find ever so attractive. She no doubt enjoys the highest social position in the region, but in the midst of all her grandeur she blushes to the point of getting flustered if anyone so much as mentions trade or the shop. Unfortunately, her father was one of the best-known tradesmen in Strasbourg." "So, if someone is talking about industry," said the prince, laughing, "you can be sure
then that your beauty will be thinking about herself and taking no account of you, that the ridiculous side of her nature is divine and most helpful. It will keep you from ever losing your head the least bit when you are in the presence of those beautiful eyes. Success is certain." Julien had in mind the Field Marshal de Fervac's widow, who came to the Hôtel de la Mole a good deal. She was a beautiful foreigner who had married the Field Marshal a year before his death. She seemed to have no other aim in life than to make everyone forget that she was the daughter of a tradesman, and in order to be someone in Paris, she had set herself at the head of the ranks of virtue. Julien sincerely admired the prince. What wouldn't he have given to have his absurd ways? The conversation between the two friends was endless. Korasoff was overjoyed. Never had a Frenchman listened to him for such a long time. "So," the delighted prince told himself, "at last I have found a way to make myself heard, by giving lessons to my masters." "It's understood, then," he repeated to Julien for the 10th time. "Not a hint of passion when you are talking to the young beauty, the Strasbourg stocking dealer's daughter, in Madame de Dubois' presence. On the contrary, burning passion when you write. To read a well-written love letter is the supreme pleasure for a prude. It's a moment's respite. She is not playing a part in a comedy. She dares listen to her heart. Therefore, 2 letters a day." "Never, never," said Julien, discouraged. "I'd rather be ground up in a mortar than put 3 sentences together. I'm a corpse, my dear friend. Hope nothing further of me. Leave me to die by the side of the road." "Who's talking about putting sentences together? In my dressing-case I have 6 volumes of love letters in manuscript. There are some for every type of woman. I have some for the most highly virtuous. Didn't Kaliski make love at Richmond Terrace? You know it, 3 leagues out of London. To the prettiest Quakeress in all England." Julien felt less miserable when he left his friend at 2 o'clock in the morning. The next day the prince sent for a copyist, and 2 days later Julien had 53 carefully numbered love letters, all intended for the most sublimely and most cruelly virtuous. "If there aren't 54, said the prince, "it's because Kaliski was sent packing. But what does it matter to you if you are ill-used by the stocking dealer's daughter, since all you want is to work on Madame de Dubois' feelings?" Every day they went horseback riding. The prince was crazy about Julien. Not knowing how to show him his sudden affection, he ended by offering him the hand of one of his cousins, a rich heiress in Moscow. "And once married," he added, "my influence and that cross you have there will make you colonel in 2 years. "But this cross wasn't given by Napoleon. Far from it." "What does that matter?" said the prince. "Didn't he invent it? It's still the most important one in Europe, by a long shot." Julien was on the point of accepting, but his duty kept calling him back to the great man. On taking leave of Korasoff, he promised to write. He received an answer to the secret note he had brought and sped toward Paris. But he had been alone scarcely 2 days in a row, when the thought of leaving France and Mathilde seemed to him a punishment worse than death. "I won't marry the millions Korasoff is offering me," he told himself, "but I will follow his advice. After all, the art of seduction is his speciality. He's had nothing else on his mind for the last 15 years, since he's 30 now. You can't say he lacks wit. He's subtle and cunning. But enthusiasm and poetry are impossible in that kind of nature. He's a pander, all the more reason why he should know what he's doing. It has to be done. I'm going to court Madame de Fervac. She may bore me a little, perhaps, but I will gaze into those beautiful eyes which are so like those that have loved me best in the world. She's a foreigner. That means a new character to observe. I'm crazy. I'm going to ruin myself. I must follow my friend's advice and not listen to myself." Chapter 25. The Ministry of Virtue. "But if I indulge in that pleasure with so much caution and circumspection, it will no longer be a pleasure for me." Lope de Vega.
He had no more than returned to Paris when, upon leaving the study of the Marquis de la Mole, who seemed most disconcerted by the dispatches presented to him, our hero rushed off to see Count Altamira. To the distinction of being under a death sentence, that handsome foreigner joined a good deal of gravity and had the good luck to be religious. These two merits, and, more than anything else, the Count's illustrious name, were quite acceptable to Madame de Fervaques, who saw a great deal of him. Julien confessed to him solemnly that he was smitten with her. Her virtue is of the purest and loftiest kind, albeit a bit Jesuitical and high-flown. There are days when I understand every word she uses, but I can't make out a whole sentence. She often gives me the impression that I don't know French as well as they say I do. There's an acquaintance that will cause your name to be bandied about. It will give you weight in society. But let's go and pay a visit to Bustos, said Count Altamira, who was a stickler for method. He once courted the field marshal's widow. Don Diego Bustos had the matter explained to him at great length, without saying a word, like a lawyer in his office. He had a big, monkish face, a black moustache, matchless gravity, and was, moreover, a good carbonaro. "I understand," he said to Julien eventually. "Has the widow had any lovers, or hasn't she? And consequently, can you have any hope of succeeding? That is the question, which is to say that I, for my part, have failed. Since I got over being offended, I have reached the following conclusions. She is often out of temper, and as you will see shortly, she is quite vindictive. In her, I do not find the choleric temperament, which is that of genius, and casts as it were a gloss of passion over all its actions. On the contrary, it is to the phlegmatic and calm temperament of the Dutch that she owes her rare beauty and fresh complexion." Julien was growing impatient with the Spaniard's slowness and imperturbable phlegm. From time to time, in spite of himself, a few monosyllables escaped him. "Do you want to hear what I have to say?" Don Diego Bustos asked him gravely. "Excuse my furrier francese, I am all ears," said Julien. "The widow de Fervaques is consequently much addicted to hating. She persecutes people she has never seen mercilessly. Lawyers and poor devils of writers who have made up songs like Collet, you know, J'ai la maraude, Deme Marot, etc." Julien was obliged to sit through a whole recitation. The Spaniard was delighted to sing in French. No one ever heard out that divine song more impatiently. When it was ended, "The widow," said Don Diego Bustos, "had the author of this one sacked. Un jour l'amant au cabaret." Julien dreaded lest he sing this song, too. Bustos was satisfied to analyze it. It was really blasphemous and quite indecent. "When the widow flew into a temper over that song," said Don Diego, "I pointed out that a woman of her rank ought not to read all the trash that is printed. Whatever progress piety and gravity may be making in France, there will always be a literature of the tavern. When Madame de Fervaques had the author's job at 1,800 francs taken away from him, a poor devil on half pension, I told her, 'Take care, you have attacked that rhymester with your weapons. He may well answer you with his rhymes. He will make up a song about virtue. The gilded drawing-rooms will be on your side, but people who like to laugh will repeat his epigrams.' Do you know, sir, what the widow said to me? 'For the Lord's sake, all Paris might see me walk to martyrdom. That would be a novel sight in France. The people would learn to respect equality. It would be the happiest day of my life.' Never were her eyes more beautiful."
"And they are magnificent," cried Julien.
"I can see you're in love. So," continued Don Diego Bustos solemnly, "she hasn't the choleric disposition which runs to vengeance. If she enjoys doing harm to others, therefore, it is because she is unhappy herself. I suspect some inner woe. Could this be the prude who has tired of her game?" The Spaniard gazed at him in silence for a good minute. "That's the whole question," he added gravely, "and therein you may find some grounds for hope. I give it a good deal of thought during the 2 years I offered myself as her very humble servant. Your whole future, you who are in love, sir, hinges on that great problem. Is this a prude who is weary of her trade and ill-natured because she is unhappy? Or else, said Altamira, finally coming out of his deep silence, could it be, as I have told you 20 times, purely and simply a case of French vanity? It is her father's memory, the well-known cloth merchant, that is the source of unhappiness for this naturally cold and gloomy character. Only one thing could make her happy, that is to live in Toledo and be tormented every day by a confessor who would show her hell gaping wide." As Julien was taking his leave, "Altamira tells me that you are one of us," said Don Diego still more gravely. "One day you will help us to win back our liberty. So I mean to help you in this little diversion. It would be a good thing if you knew the widow's style. Here are 4 letters in her hand." "I'm going to copy them," cried Julien, "and bring them back to you." "And you will never breathe a word about what we have said?" "Never, on my honor," cried Julien. "May God help you, then," added the Spaniard. And he accompanied Julien and Altamira in silence as far as the staircase. This scene cheered up our hero somewhat. He was on the verge of smiling. "Here is the devout Altamira," he said to himself, "helping me in an adulterous scheme." Throughout all of Don Diego Bustos's solemn conversation, Julien had been attentive to the hours struck by the Hôtel d'Allegri's clock. Dinner time was nearing, so he was going to see Mathilde again. He went home and dressed with great care. "First blunder," he told himself as he went down the stairs. "The prince's prescription must be followed to the letter." He went back to his room and put on the plainest kind of travelling suit. "Now," he said to himself, "we must concentrate on our looks." It was only 5:30, and dinner was at 6. He took a notion to go down to the drawing-room, which he found empty. At the sight of the blue sofa, he fell to his knees and kissed the spot where Mathilde rested her arm. He shed tears, his cheeks were burning. "I must wear out this stupid sensibility," he told himself angrily. "It will give me away." He picked up a newspaper for appearance's sake, and went 3 or 4 times from the drawing-room into the garden. Trembling, and only when he was well hidden by a huge oak, did Julien dare to look up at Mademoiselle de la Mole's window. It was hermetically sealed. He was on the point of fainting, and stood leaning against the oak for a long while. Then, with faltering steps, he went to have a look at the gardener's ladder. The link he had once forced, under circumstances, alas, so different, had not been repaired. Carried away by a mad impulse, Julien pressed it to his lips. After having wandered for a long while between drawing-room and garden, Julien felt horribly tired. This was an initial success that pleased him greatly. "My eyes will look dull and not give me away." Gradually the guests arrived in the drawing-room. Never once did the door open without throwing Julien's heart into a state of deadly commotion. They sat down to table. Eventually Mademoiselle de la Mole appeared, still faithful to her habit of making people wait. She blushed a great deal when she saw Julien. She hadn't been informed of his arrival. Following Prince Korosov's recommendation, Julien looked at her hands. They were trembling. More troubled himself by this discovery than words can say, he was rather glad to seem merely tired. Monsieur de la Mole sang his praises. The Marquise addressed him an instant later to inquire about his tired look. Julien kept telling himself every minute, "I mustn't stare at Mademoiselle de la Mole, but I shouldn't avoid her eyes either. I should appear to be as I really was a week before things went wrong." He had reason to be satisfied with his success, and stayed on in the drawing-room. Attentive for the first time to the mistress of the house, he made every effort to make the men in her circle talk and keep the conversation alive. His courtesy was rewarded. Around 8 o'clock, Madame de Fervaques was announced. Julien stole away and soon reappeared, dressed with the greatest care. Madame de la Mole was infinitely grateful to him for this mark of respect, and tried to show how pleased she was by telling Madame de Fervaques about his trip. Julien situated himself close to the window in such a way that Mathilde should not catch sight of his eyes. Seated thus, and following all the rules of the art, he treated Madame de Fervaques as an object of the most dumbfounded admiration. The first of the 53 letters of which the Prince Korasoff had made him a gift opened with a tirade about that very sentiment. The widow announced that she was going to the opera bouffe. Julien rushed to it. He found the Chevalier de Beauvoisis there, who took him into the gentleman of the Privy Chamber's box, right next to that of Madame de Fervaques. Julien gazed at her constantly. "It is essential," he told himself as he returned to the house, "that I keep a diary of this siege, otherwise I will forget my attacks." He forced himself to write 2 or 3 pages on this boring subject, and while doing so, marvellous to say, almost succeeded in not thinking about Mademoiselle de la Mole. Mathilde had all but forgotten him during his trip. "After all, he is nothing but a common fellow," she kept thinking. "His name will always remind me of the greatest stain on my life. I must return in good faith to conventional notions about modesty and honour. A woman has everything to lose if she forgets them." She let it be known that she was at last willing to allow the arrangement with the Marquis de Croisenoir, ready for such a long time, to be concluded. He was wild with joy. He would have been astonished indeed if anyone had told him that resignation was at the base of Mathilde's change of heart, which had made him so proud. Mademoiselle de la Mole's ideas changed completely when she saw Julien. "In truth, that man is my husband," she kept telling herself. "If I am to return in good faith to common notions about chastity, it is obviously he whom I should marry." She expected importunate advances, woe-begone looks on Julien's part. She was preparing her answer, for he would no doubt on rising from the dinner-table try to say a few words to her. Far from that, he remained staunchly behind in the drawing-room. Not even his eyes turned toward the garden. God knows what it cost him. "It's better to have this out right away," thought Mademoiselle de la Mole. She went into the garden alone. Julien did not appear. Mathilde happened to walk close by the French windows. She saw him very busily engaged in describing to Madame de Fervaques the ruined old castles that crown the sloping banks of the Rhine, and give them such character. He was beginning to handle the kind of sentimental and picturesque language that passes for wit in certain drawing-rooms pretty well. Prince Korasoff would have been proud of him had he been in Paris. That evening went exactly as he had predicted. He would have approved the line of conduct Julien held to in the days following. As the result of an intrigue among the members of the inner sanctum of the government, several blue sashes were to be distributed. Madame de Fervaques was insistent that her great-uncle be made a Knight of the Order. The Marquis de la Mole was making the same claim for his father-in-law. They joined forces, and the widow came almost daily to the Hôtel de la Mole. It was from her Julien learned that the Marquis was about to become a minister. He had offered the Camarilla a most ingenious plan for wrecking the Charter, without any repercussions, in 3 years' time. Julien might hope for a diocese if Monsieur de la Mole got a ministry, but to his eyes all of those momentous concerns were as if covered with a veil. His imagination was no longer capable of perceiving them, except vaguely and, so to speak, in the distance. The terrible wretchedness that was making an obsessed man of him showed him all of life's concerns in the light of his relationship with Mademoiselle de la Mole. He calculated that after 5 or 6 years of careful attention, he would succeed in making her love him again. This very cool head had fallen, as we can see, into a state of total irrationality. Of all the qualities that had distinguished him before, nothing remained but a little firmness. Faithful to the letter about observing the line of conduct laid down by Prince Korasoff, he would post himself close to Madame de Fervaques' armchair every evening, but he couldn't find a word to say. The demands he made upon himself to appear cured in Mathilde's sight used up all his strength of his soul. He sat in the widow's presence like a creature barely alive. Even his eyes, as in cases of extreme physical suffering, had lost all their fire. Since Madame de la Mole's way of seeing things was never more than a pale copy of the views of a husband who might well make her duchess, for several days she had been praising Julien's talent to the skies. Chapter 26. Platonic Love. There also was, of course, in Adeline that calm patrician polish in the address which ne'er can pass the equinoctial line of anything which nature would express. Just as a mandarin finds nothing fine, at least this manner suffers not to guess that anything he views can greatly please. Don Juan, Canto 13, stanza 34. "This whole family's way of looking at things is a bit mad," the widow said to herself. "They're crazy about their young abbé, and he doesn't know how to do anything but listen. True, he has fine eyes." Julien, for his part, found the widow's comportment a nearly perfect example of that patrician calm which is instinct with an exact politeness and, even more, the impossibility of any strong emotion. Any impulsive movement, a lack of self-possession, would have scandalized Madame de Fervaques almost as much as a want of majesty in one's attitude toward one's inferiors. To her, the least show of sensibility seemed a kind of mental intoxication, for which one ought to blush, and very prejudicial to everything a woman of high rank owes to herself. Her great delight was to talk about the King's Last Hunt, her favourite book, the Memoirs du Duc de Saint-Simon, especially the genealogical part. Julien knew which spot in the drawing-room, according to the disposition of the lights, best suited Madame de Fervaques' type of beauty. He was always there early, but always took great care to turn his chair in such a way as not to catch sight of Mathilde. Astonished at his constancy in hiding from her, she left the blue sofa one evening and came to work at a little table next to the widow's armchair. Julien saw her fairly close up, from under Madame de Fervaques' hat. Those eyes upon which his fate depended frightened him at first at such close range, then jolted him out of his usual listlessness. He talked, and very well. He was addressing the widow, but his sole aim was to work on Mathilde's feelings. He became so excited that at a certain point Madame de Fervaques could no longer understand what he was saying. This was all to the good. If it had occurred to Julien to add a few phrases from German mysticity, or high religiosity, or Jesuitism, the widow would have ranked him then and there among the superior men called upon to regenerate the age. "Since he has the bad taste," Mademoiselle de la Mole said to herself, "to talk to Madame de Fervaques for such a long time, and so fervently, I will not listen to him any more." She kept her word for the rest of the evening, though it was not easy. At midnight, when she took the candlestick from her mother to accompany her to her bedroom, Madame de la Mole stopped on the staircase to deliver a long eulogy of Julien. In the end, Mathilde was thoroughly irritated. She couldn't sleep. One thought calmed her. "A fellow I despise can still pass for a man of great worth in the widow's estimation." As for Julien, he had acted. He was less miserable. His gaze happened to fall on the Russia leather portfolio wherein Prince Korasoff had enclosed the 53 love letters, of which he had made him a present. Julien saw a note at the bottom of the first. "Letter number 1 is to be sent a week after the first meeting." "I'm late," cried Julien. "It's a long time since I started seeing Madame de Fervaques." Immediately he set about transcribing this first love letter. It was a homily filled with stock phrases about virtue, and a deadly bore. Julien had the good luck to fall asleep over the second page. Several hours later, the broad sun caught him sound asleep at his table. One of the most painful moments in his life was that during which, every morning upon awakening, he informed himself of his wretchedness. That day he was almost laughing by the time he finished copying his letter. "Is it possible," he asked himself, "that there really was a young man who wrote like that?" He counted several sentences that ran to 9 lines. At the bottom of the original he saw a penciled note. "These letters are to be delivered personally, on horseback, black ruff, blue frock coat. One should hand the letter to the porter with a contrite air, deep melancholy in one's gaze. If one happens to see a chambermaid, one wipes one's eyes furtively. Say a few words to the chambermaid." This was all carried out to the letter.
What I am doing is bold indeed, thought Julien as he left the Hôtel de Fervaques. But so much the worse for Korosoff, daring to write to such a famous prude. I will be treated to the utmost contempt, and nothing could amuse me more. That is, after all, the only comedy to which I can still respond. Yes, to cover that hateful creature I call me with ridicule would be amusing. If I followed my own inclination, I would commit some crime just to take my mind off things. For a month, the happiest moments in Julien's life had been those during which he put his horse back in the stable. Korosoff had expressly forbidden him, under any pretext whatsoever, to look at the mistress who had forsaken him. But the hoof-beat of the horse she knew so well, Julien's way of knocking on the stable door with his crop to call a groom, would sometimes attract Mathilde behind her window curtain. The muslin was so thin that Julien could see through it. By looking in a certain way from under the brim of his hat, he could catch a glimpse of Mathilde's figure without seeing her eyes. "It follows," he said to himself, "that she can't see mine, and that is not the same thing as looking at her." That evening, Madame de Fervaques behaved toward him exactly as if she had not received the mystical and religious philosophical dissertation that in the morning he had handed her porter so melancholically. The evening before, chance had revealed to Julien the means of being eloquent, so he again situated himself in such a way as to see Mathilde's eyes. She, on the other hand, a minute after the widow's arrival, left the blue sofa, that is, deserted her circle. Monsieur de Croisenois appeared to be dismayed at this latest caprice. His visible anguish took the sting out of Julien's own suffering. This unforeseen event made Julien talk like an angel, and, as self-conceit will slip even into hearts that serve as a temple for the most august virtue, the widow said to herself, as she climbed back into her carriage, "Madame de la Mole is right. That young priest is distinguished. During the first few days my presence must have made him shy. To tell the truth, the people one meets in that house are decidedly frivolous. I see nothing there but virtues helped along by old age, and that once stood very much in need of time's chilling hand. That young man must have seen the difference. He writes well, but I greatly fear that the request he makes in his letter for me to enlighten him with my counsel may be, after all, prompted by a feeling of which he is unaware. Yet, how many conversions have begun in the same way? What makes me hopeful about this one is the difference between his style and that of other young men whose letters I have had occasion to see. It is impossible not to recognize that there is unction, deep seriousness, and a great deal of conviction in this young Levite's prose. He must have Massillon's gentle virtue." Chapter 27. The best positions in the church. Service, ability, worth, nonsense. Join a clique. Télémaque. Thus, for the first time, the idea of a diocese was associated with Julien in the mind of a woman who, sooner or later, was to distribute the finest positions in the Church of France. This advantage would scarcely have interested Julien. At that moment his thoughts could not have risen to anything beyond his present misery. Everything added to it. For example, the sight of his bedroom had become unbearable. At night, when he returned to it with his candlestick, every piece of furniture, every small ornament, seemed to take on a voice for the purpose of informing him acidly of some new detail of his misfortune. "Today I've been sentenced to hard labor," he told himself as he entered his room, with a sprightliness he had not felt for a long time. "Let's hope the second letter will be as boring as the first." It was, even more so. What he was copying seemed so ridiculous that he was soon transcribing it line by line, without a thought to the sense of it. "It is even more turgid than the documents for the Treaty of Munster that my professor of diplomacy had me copy in London." It was only then that he remembered Madame de Fervaques' letters, the originals of which he had forgotten to return to the grave Spaniard, Don Diego Bustos. He got them out. They were really almost as amphigoric as those of the young Russian lord. Their vagueness was total. The intention was to say everything and nothing. "This is the Aeolian harp of style," thought Julien, "amidst all these lofty thoughts about non-being, death, the infinite, etc. I see nothing genuine except a disgusting fear of ridicule." The above monologue, which we have abridged,
occurred daily for 2 weeks in a row, falling asleep while copying a sort of commentary on Revelations, delivering his letter the next day with a melancholy look, putting the horse back in the stable in hopes of catching sight of Mathilde's dress, working, putting in an appearance at the opera in the evening whenever Madame de Fervaques didn't come to the Hôtel de la Mole. Such were the monotonous events of Julien's life. It was more interesting when Madame de Fervaques came to see the Marquise. Then he could catch a glimpse of Mathilde's eyes from under the brim of the widow's hat, and he would wax eloquent. His quaint and sentimental periods were beginning to take a turn that was both more striking and more elegant. He realized full well that what he was saying must seem absurd to Mathilde, but he was trying to impress her with elegant diction. The more what I say is false, the more I ought to please her, Julien thought, and then with really abominable cheek he overdid certain aspects of nature. He very soon became aware that if he was not to appear common in the widow's eyes, he must above all refrain from simple and reasonable ideas. He went on in this vein, or cut short his amplifications, according to whether he read success or indifference in the eyes of the two great ladies whom it was essential to please. On the whole, his life was less horrible now than when his days had been spent in idleness. "Well," he said to himself one night, "here I am transcribing the 15th of these abominable dissertations. The first 14 have been faithfully delivered to the widow's Swiss guard. I shall have the honour of filling all the pigeonholes in her desk, and yet she treats me exactly as if I were not writing. What is her object? Could it be that my perseverance bores her as much as it does me? I must say that Russian Korosov's friend, who was in love with the beautiful Richmond Quakeress, was a devil of a fellow in his day. He's as tiresome as they come." Like all ordinary mortals whom chance has placed in full view of a great general's manoeuvres, Julien understood nothing of the attack executed by the young Russian against the stern English girl's heart. The first 40 letters were designed merely to win pardon for making so bold as to write. It was necessary first to have that sweet person, who was perhaps infinitely bored, contract the habit of receiving letters which were a little less insipid, perhaps, than her daily life. One morning Julien was handed a letter. He recognized Madame de Fervaques' coat of arms, and broke the seal with an eagerness that would have seemed quite impossible for him a few days earlier. It was simply an invitation to dinner. Julien hurried to look at Prince Korosov's instructions. Unfortunately, the young Russian had tried to imitate Dora's light touch, where he should have been simple and intelligible. Julien could not guess what pose he was to assume at the widow's dinner. The drawing-room was of the greatest magnificence, gilded like the gallery of Diana in the Tuileries, with pictures painted in oil in the panelling. There were light spots in those paintings. Later, Julien was informed that the mistress of the house thought the subjects indecent, and had had the pictures corrected. This moral century, he thought. In the drawing-room, he noticed 3 of the notables who had been at the drafting of the secret note. One of them, the Lord Bishop of Blank, the widow's uncle, had all the church positions at his disposal, and so everyone said he couldn't say no to his niece. "What a big step I have taken," Julien said to himself with a melancholy smile, "and how little it means to me. Here I am dining with the famous Bishop of Blank." The dinner was mediocre, and the conversation trying. "It's the dinner table of a bad novel," thought Julien. "Here, all the greatest questions to which men have turned their thoughts are boldly attacked, and after you have listened for 3 minutes, you wonder which will win out, the speaker's bombast or his disgusting ignorance." The reader has no doubt forgotten that little man of letters named Tombeau, the academician's nephew and a future professor, who, with his base slander, seemed to have been hired to poison the Hôtel de la Mole's drawing-room. From this little man, Julien had his first inkling that it might very well be that Madame de Fervaques, though not answering his letters, looked indulgently upon the sentiment that dictated them. Monsieur Tombeau's black soul was torn in two whenever he thought about Julien's success. But on the other hand, since a worthy man cannot, any more than a fool, be in 2 places at once, if Sorel becomes the sublime widow's lover, the future professor kept telling himself, she will find some advantageous position for him in the church, and I shall be rid of him at the Hôtel de la Mole. The Abbé Pirard also treated Julien to long sermons about his popularity at the Hôtel de Fervaques. There was sectarian jealousy between the austere Jansenist and the virtuous widow's Jesuitical drawing-room, where all were regenerative and monarchist. Chapter 28. Manon Lescaut. Now, once he was fully convinced of the prior's stupidity, of his asininity, he got on quite well by calling black white and white black. Lichtenberg. The Russian's instructions forbade imperatively that one ever contradict by word of mouth the lady to whom one was writing. One was not for any reason whatsoever to depart from the role of ecstatic admirer. The letters always started from that assumption. One evening at the opera, in Madame de Fervac's loge, Julien praised the ballet Manon Lescaut to the skies. His only reason for going on so was that he found it perfectly insignificant. The widow said the ballet was much inferior to the Abbé Prévost's novel. What? Thought Julien, astonished and amused. A woman of such lofty virtue can speak highly of a novel? 2 or 3 times a week Madame de Fervac made a profession of the most thorough contempt for writers who, by means of their shabby works, tried to corrupt a younger generation that was, alas, only too prone to errors of the senses. In that category of the immoral and dangerous, Manon Lescaut, pursued the widow, occupies, so they say, one of the first ranks. In it, the weaknesses and well-deserved agonies of a very criminal heart are, so they say, depicted with a truthfulness of some depth, which did not prevent your Napoleon from declaring at Sainte-Hélène that it is a novel written for lackeys. That remark roused Julien to all his old alertness. Someone has been trying to harm me in the widow's estimation. Someone must have told her about my enthusiasm for Napoleon. That information has nettled her enough to make her give in to the temptation of letting me know it. This discovery entertained him all evening and made him entertaining. As he was taking leave of the widow in the lobby of the opera, "Remember, sir," she said to him, "that one must not love Bonaparte when one loves me. One may, at the most, accept him as a necessary evil imposed by Providence. Besides, that man did not have a mind flexible enough to appreciate the masterpieces." "When one loves me," Julien repeated to himself. "That means nothing, or it means everything. Such are the secrets of language in which we poor provincials are deficient." He thought a great deal about Madame de Rênal as he copied an endless letter destined for the widow. "How does it happen," she asked him the next day with an air of indifference which he found poorly played, "that you speak to me of London and of Richmond in a letter you wrote last night, so it seems after coming out of the opera?" Julien was quite embarrassed. He had copied line for line without a thought to what he was writing, and had obviously forgotten to substitute Paris and Saint-Cloud for London and Richmond in the original. He began 2 or 3 sentences, but with no possibility of finishing them. He felt himself on the verge of giving in to a giggle. At last, while hunting for his words, he came upon this idea. "Uplifted by the most sublime of discussions about the greatest concerns of the human soul, my mind, as I wrote you, may well have wandered. I am making an impression," he told himself, "that will allow me to forego the boredom of the rest of the evening." He left the Hôtel de Fervac at a run. That night, when he had another look at the original of the letter copied the night before, he came very quickly to the fateful lines where the young Russian spoke of London and Richmond. Julien was astonished indeed to find this letter almost tender. It was the contrast between the apparent frivolity of his conversation and the sublime and almost apocalyptic depth of his letters that had distinguished him. The widow especially liked the length of his sentences. "This isn't the choppy style made fashionable by Voltaire, that immoral man." Although our hero did all in his power to banish every kind of good sense from his conversation, it still had an anti-royalist and impious colouring that did not escape Madame de Fervac. Surrounded by personages who were eminently moral, but who often didn't have one idea in an evening, the lady was deeply impressed by anything that looked like a novelty, but at the same time she thought she owed it to herself to take offence at it. She called any failure to do so keeping the imprint of a frivolous age. But such drawing-rooms are not worth the visit unless one is soliciting something. All the boredom of the dull life Julien was leading is no doubt shared by the reader. These are the wastelands of our journey.
During the time usurped from Julien's life by the Fervaques episode, Mademoiselle de la Mole had to force herself not to think about him. Her heart was a prey to the most violent conflict. Sometimes she flattered herself that she despised the gloomy young man, but for all that, his conversation captivated her. What astonished her most was his perfect falseness. He never said a word to the widow, but it was a lie, or at least an abominable disguise for his true opinion, which Mathilde knew perfectly well on almost every subject. His Machiavellianism impressed her. Such depth, she would tell herself. What a difference between him and the pompous boobies or common crooks, such as Monsieur Tombeau, who talks the same language. Nevertheless, Julien had some awful days. It was only to fulfill the most painful of duties that he appeared daily in the widow's drawing-room. His effort to play a part used up whatever strength of soul remained to him. Many times at night, as he crossed the huge courtyard of the Hôtel de Fervaques, he managed to keep from sinking into despair only by force of character and by reasoning with himself. I conquered despair in the seminary, he would tell himself, and yet what an awful prospect I had before me then. I was either making or marring my fortune, but in any case I saw myself obliged to live on intimate terms for a whole lifetime with the most despicable and disgusting company on earth. The following spring, just 11 short months afterwards, I was probably the happiest young man of my age. But all too often these fine arguments were unavailing against the terrible reality. Every day he saw Mathilde at lunch and at dinner. From the numerous letters Monsieur de la Mole dictated to him, he knew that she was on the eve of marrying Monsieur de Croisenois. That amiable young man was already showing up twice a day at the Hôtel de la Mole. The jealous eye of a forsaken lover did not miss a single move he made. When he thought he had seen Mademoiselle de la Mole treating her intended kindly, upon returning to his room, Julien could not help but gaze at his pistols lovingly. "Ah, wouldn't I be better off," he kept telling himself, "to pick the initials out of my linen and go into some lonely forest 20 leagues from Paris and put an end to this abominable life. I would be a stranger in the vicinity, my death would go unreported for 2 weeks, and who would give a thought to me after that?" This argument was quite reasonable, but the next day Mathilde's arm, glimpsed between the sleeve of her dress and her glove, was enough to plunge our young philosopher into memories which, though cruel, nevertheless bound him to life. "Very well," he would say to himself at those times, "I will follow that Russian policy to the hilt. How will it all end? As for the widow, once I have copied out those 53 letters, I won't, to be sure, write her any more. As for Mathilde, either these painful 6 weeks of shamming will not have the least effect on her anger, or they will win me a moment's reconciliation. Good God, I should die of happiness." He was powerless to finish his thought. When, after a long reverie, he managed to pick up the thread of this thought again, he would say to himself, "So I should win one day of happiness, after which her harsh treatment, founded, alas, on my inability to please her, would begin all over again, and I would have nothing to fall back on. I would be lost, ruined, forever. With the character she has, what guarantee can she give me? Alas, my want of talent explains everything. My manners must be very inelegant, my way of speaking heavy and monotonous. Good God, why am I? Chapter 29. Boredom. To sacrifice oneself to one's passions, granted, but to passions one doesn't feel. Oh, dreary 19th century. Giraudet. After reading Julien's long letters with no pleasure at first, Madame de Fervaques began to take an interest in them. But one thing distressed her. What a pity Monsieur Sorel is not a full-fledged priest. It would be possible to admit him into a kind of intimacy. What with that cross and those almost civilian clothes, a woman would be exposed to cruel questions, and what could she say? She left her thought unfinished. Some malicious lady friend might suppose, and even spread the story, that he was some little second cousin, my father's relation, some shopkeeper decorated by the National Guard. Until she met Julien, Madame de Fervaques' greatest pleasure had been to write the word Maréchal before her name. After that, a sickly parvenu vanity, which took offence at everything, fought against her initial interest. It would be so easy for me, the widow kept telling herself, to make him vicar general of some diocese near Paris.
But Monsieur Sorel with nothing after it, and Monsieur de la Mole secretary at that. It's discouraging. For the first time, this soul, which dreaded everything, was touched by an interest that had nothing to do with her pretensions to rank and social superiority. Her old doorkeeper noted that whenever he brought a letter from that handsome young man who looked so sad, the distracted and annoyed look the widow was always careful to put on when any of her household came near her was sure to vanish. The boredom inherent in a way of life whose only aim is to make an impression on the public, when at the bottom of her heart the person takes no real pleasure in that kind of success, became so intolerable since she had begun to think about Julien, that if the chambermaids were not to be ill-used all day long, it was enough if the widow had spent an hour with that unusual young man the evening before. His growing prestige was able to withstand anonymous and very adroitly composed letters. In vain, little Tombeau furnished Messieurs de Lutz, de Croissanois, de Caylus with 2 or 3 astute pieces of slander, which those gentlemen took pleasure in spreading about without concerning themselves overly much about the truth of the accusations. The widow, whose temperament was not made to bear up against such unrefined methods, would tell Mathilde about her misgivings, and was always reassured. One day, after having asked 3 times if there were any letters, Madame de Fervaques suddenly resolved to answer Julien. It was a victory for boredom. At the second letter, the widow was almost stopped by the unseemliness of writing such a commonplace address in her own hand. To Monsieur Sorel, care of the Marquis de la Mole. That evening she told Julien very coldly, "You must bring some envelopes with your address on them." "Here am I, set up as her lover and valet," thought Julien, and he bowed, amusing himself by imitating Arsène, the Marquis's old valet. The same evening he brought her some envelopes, and the next day, very early, he received a 3rd letter. He read 5 or 6 lines at the beginning and 2 or 3 near the end. There were 4 pages in a small, closely written hand. Little by little she took the pleasant habit of writing almost every day. Julien would answer with faithful copies of the Russian letters, and, such is the advantage of the high-flown style, Madame de Fervaques was not in the least surprised that there was so little connection between his replies and her letters. How her pride would have been irritated if little Tombeau, who had appointed himself the voluntary spy of Julien's proceedings, had been in a position to inform her that all those letters, unopened, were thrown haphazardly into Julien's drawer. One morning, the doorkeeper, paying no attention to the widow's coat of arms, brought one of her letters to him in the library. Mathilde ran into the man and saw the letter with the address in Julien's hand. She entered the library as the doorkeeper was leaving. The letter was still on the edge of the table. Busy writing, Julien had not put it in his drawer. "This is something I will not endure," cried Mathilde, seizing the letter. "You have forgotten me altogether, I who am your wife. Your conduct is atrocious, sir." At these words, her pride, astonished at the frightful impropriety of the step she had just taken, made her choke. She burst into tears, and before long it appeared to Julien that she couldn't breathe. Surprised, confused, Julien was hardly in a way to make out everything wonderful and lucky that this scene implied for him. He helped Mathilde to sit down. She all but abandoned herself in his arms. The first instant he noticed this impulse was one of extreme joy. In the second, he thought of Korasoff. "I may ruin everything by a single word." His arms grew stiff, so painful was the effort his policy forced him to make. "I must not even allow myself to press that lovely, supple body against my heart, or she will scorn and abuse me. What a horrible character she has!" As he cursed Mathilde's character, he loved her 100 times the more for it. It seemed to him that he held a queen in his arms. Julien's impassive coldness doubled the pangs of wounded pride that were rending Mademoiselle de la Mole's heart. She was far from having the self-control necessary to try and guess from his eyes what he felt about her at the moment. She could not bring herself to look at him. She trembled lest she meet with an expression of contempt. Sitting motionless on the library sofa, her head turned away from Julien, she was a prey to the keenest suffering that pride and love can inflict on a human heart. What an atrocious situation she had got herself into. "It was reserved for me, wretch that I am, to see my most indecent advances repulsed,
And repulsed by whom? Added her pride, wild with suffering. Repulsed by one of my father's servants. This is something I will not tolerate, she said aloud. Rising to her feet furiously, she opened the drawer of Julien's table, which was 2 paces away. She stood as if frozen with horror upon finding 8 or 10 unopened letters in it, each in every respect like the one the doorkeeper had just brought up. In all the addresses she recognized Julien's writing more or less disguised. So, she shouted beside herself, not only are you in good terms with her, you despise her as well. You, a nobody, to scorn the Field Marshal de Fervac's widow. Ah, forgive me, my dear, she added, throwing herself at his knees. Scorn me if you wish, but love me. I cannot live any longer without your love. And she fell to the floor in a dead faint. There she is at my feet, that haughty woman, Julien said to himself. Chapter 30. A Box at the Opera. As the blackest sky foretells the heaviest tempest. Don Juan, Canto 1, stanza 73. Amidst all these intense emotions, Julien was more astonished than happy. Mathilde's abuse brought home to him the wisdom of the Russian's policy. Speak little, act little. Therein lies my only salvation. He picked up Mathilde and, without a word, put her back on the sofa. Gradually, tears got the better of her. To keep herself in countenance, she took Madame de Fervac's letters in her hands. She broke the seal slowly. She gave a nervous, quite noticeable start when she recognized the widow's writing. She kept turning over the sheets of those letters without reading them. Most were 6 pages long. "At least answer me," said Mathilde at length, in the most supplicating voice, but not daring to look at Julien. "You know very well that I am proud. That misfortune is due to my position, and even to my nature, I admit. So, Madame de Fervac has stolen your heart from me. Has she made all the sacrifices for you to which this fatal love betrayed me?" A gloomy silence was Julien's only response. "By what right," he thought, "is she asking me to commit an indiscretion unworthy an honourable man?" Mathilde tried to read the letters. Tearful eyes made this impossible. She had been wretched for a month, but that haughty soul was still far from admitting her feelings to herself. Chance alone had brought about this explosion. For a moment, jealousy and love had got the best of pride. She was seated on the divan very close to Julien. He looked at her hair and her alabaster neck. For a moment he forgot everything he owed himself. He put his arm around her waist and almost clasped her to his chest. She turned her head toward him slowly. He was astonished at the great suffering in her eyes, such that he could find no trace of their usual expression. Julien felt his strength ebbing away, so mortally painful was the act of courage which he was imposing upon himself. "In a little while, those eyes will show nothing but the coldest disdain," Julien said to himself. "If I let myself be swept away by the happiness of loving her." Meanwhile, in a faint voice and in sentences that she had barely the strength to finish, she kept assuring him how sorry she was for a behavior that had been prompted by overweening pride. "I have my pride, too," Julien said to her in a barely distinct voice, and his features showed the extreme limit of physical exhaustion. Mathilde turned toward him sharply. To hear his voice was a bliss, the hope of which she had all but foregone. In that moment she remembered her haughtiness only to curse it. She would have liked to find some unusual, some incredible way of proving the extent to which she adored him and detested herself. "It is probably because of your pride," Julien went on, "that you honoured me briefly. It is certainly because of my brave firmness, which is fitting in a man, that you respect me at the moment. I could be in love with the Field Marshal's widow." Mathilde shuddered. Her eyes took on a strange expression. She was about to hear her sentence pronounced. This reaction was by no means lost on Julien. He felt his courage weakening. "Ah," he said to himself, listening to the sound of the empty words his mouth was shaping as he would to a strange noise. "If only I could cover those pale cheeks with kisses, and you not feel them." "I might be in love with the widow," he continued, and his voice kept getting feebler. "But
Certainly I have had no proof positive of her interest in me." Mathilde stared at him. He bore up under her look. He hoped at least that his expression had not betrayed him. He felt pierced with love to the heart's core. Never had he worshipped her to that point. He was nearly as much out of his head as Mathilde. If she had had enough self-possession and the heart to manipulate him, he would have fallen at her feet, forswearing all his foolish comedy. He still had enough strength to go on talking. "Ah, Korosoff," he cried inwardly, "you should be here. How I need a word of advice to guide me." During that time his voice was saying, "For want of any other sentiment, gratitude alone would be enough to make me feel an attachment for the widow. She has been kind to me. She has comforted me when I was despised. I am free, of course, not to have unlimited faith in certain appearances. Extremely flattering, no doubt, but perhaps, too, not very durable." "Ah, great God!" cried Mathilde. "Well, then, what guarantee will you give me?" replied Julien in a sharp, firm tone of voice, and seeming for an instant to drop the careful forms of diplomacy. "What guarantee? What God will assure me that the position to which you seem willing to restore me at the moment will hold for more than 2 days?" "My boundless love, and unhappiness if you no longer love me," she said to him, taking his hands and turning to face him. The violent movement she made had shifted her cape a little. Julien caught a glimpse of her lovely shoulders. Her slightly mussed hair brought back a delightful memory. He was about to give in. "A careless word," he told himself, "and that long succession of days spent in despair will begin all over again. Madame de Rênal used to find reasons for following the dictates of her heart. This girl from high society will not let her heart be moved until she has proven to herself with good reasons that it ought to be." He perceived this truth in a wink, and in the wink of an eye he also recovered his courage. He withdrew his hands, which Mathilde held clasped in her own, and with pointed respect moved a little way from her. A man's courage can do no more. Next he busied himself with gathering up all of Madame de Fervac's letters, which were scattered over the divan, and with an appearance of the utmost courtesy, cruel at such a moment, he added, "Mademoiselle de la Mole will please be so good as to allow me to consider this matter further." He left the room quickly, and she heard him closing all the doors in succession. "The monster wasn't the least bit upset," she said to herself. "But what am I saying, monster? He is wise, prudent, kind. It is I who have done more wrong than anyone could imagine." This frame of mind persisted. Mathilde was almost happy that day, for she was all love. One would have thought that her heart had never been shaken by pride, and such pride. She shuddered with horror when, that evening in the drawing-room, a footman announced Madame de Fervac. To her ear the man's voice was sinister. She couldn't bear the sight of the widow and moved away from her very shortly. Julien, anything but elated by his painful victory, dreaded that his own looks might give him away, and had not dined at the Hôtel de la Mole. His love and his happiness increased as rapidly as the moment of battle receded. He was already at the stage of blaming himself. "How could I have resisted her?" he said to himself. "What if she no longer loves me? That proud heart could change in a minute, and there's no denying that I treated her horribly." That evening he realized that he must absolutely show up in Madame de Fervac's loge at the Opéra Bouffant. She had invited him expressly. Mathilde would not fail to hear about his presence or his impolite absence. Notwithstanding the obviousness of this argument, he didn't have the strength, at the beginning of the evening, to plunge into society. By talking, he would lose half of his bliss. 10 o'clock was striking. He simply had to make an appearance. Fortunately, he found the widow's box full of women. He was relegated to a seat near the door, where he was completely hidden by hats. This position saved him from making a fool of himself. The divine accents of Caroline's despair in the Matrimonio Segreto set his tears to flowing. Madame de Fervac saw those tears. They made such a contrast with the virile steadiness of his usual expression that the great lady's soul, surfeited a long time before with everything that is most corrosive about upstart pride, was touched. What little remained to her of a womanly heart prompted her to speak. She wanted to enjoy the sound of her own voice at the moment. "Have you seen the de la Mole, ladies?" she asked him. "They're in the third tier." At that instant Julien leaned, impolitely enough, out of the box. He saw Mathilde. Her eyes were glistening with tears. "But this isn't their day for the opera," thought Julien. "Such eagerness!" Mathilde had induced her mother to go to the Opera Bouffe, despite the unsuitableness of the location of the box, which one of the household flatterers had pressed upon them. She wanted to see if Julien would spend the evening with the widow. Chapter 31. Frighten her. That, then, is the great miracle of your civilization. You have turned love into a routine affair. Barnave. Julien rushed to Madame de la Mole's box. The first thing that crossed his sight was Mathilde's tear-filled eyes. She was weeping without stint. There was no one there but inconsequential people, the lady friend who had lent the box, and some men of her acquaintance. Mathilde put her hand on Julien's. She seemed to have lost all fear of her mother. Almost choked with weeping, she said but one word to him. "Guarantees." "Let me at least keep from talking to her," thought Julien, deeply moved himself, and hiding his eyes as best he could with his hand, under the pretext that in the third tier of boxes the chandelier was blinding. "If I speak, she can no longer have any doubts about the depth of my feelings. My voice will betray me. All may yet be lost." His conflict was far more painful than in the morning. His heart had had time enough to be affected. He was afraid he might give Mathilde reason to think that she had triumphed. So, drunk with love and pleasure, he took it upon himself not to speak. That, in my opinion, is one of his finest traits. A fellow capable of such self-control may go far. Si fata si non. Mademoiselle de la Mole insisted on bringing Julien back to the house. Fortunately, it was pouring, but the Marquise made him sit facing her, spoke to him constantly, and prevented him from saying a word to her daughter. One might have thought that the Marquise was looking out for Julien's happiness. No longer afraid of ruining everything through the violence of his emotion, he gave in to it extravagantly. Dare I mention that upon returning to his room, Julien threw himself down on his knees and covered the love letters Prince Korasoff had given him with kisses? "Oh, great man, how can I ever repay you?" he shouted in his folly. Little by little, some of his composure returned. He compared himself with a general who has just half won a great battle. "My advantage is certain, immense," he told himself. "But what will tomorrow bring? All may be lost in a moment." On a passionate impulse, he opened the Memoire dictée à Sainte-Hélène by Napoleon, and for 2 long hours forced himself to read. But only his eyes read. No matter, he kept forcing himself. Throughout this odd session, his head and heart, having risen to the level of the loftiest considerations, worked on unbeknownst to him. "Her heart is very different from Madame de Rênal's," he kept telling himself. But he went no further. "Frighten her!" he shouted all of a sudden, throwing away the book. "The enemy will obey you only in so much as he is afraid of you, and after that will not dare to show contempt." Drunk with joy, he set to pacing his little room. To tell the truth, his present happiness owed more to pride than to love. "Frighten her," he went on repeating proudly, and he had reason to be proud. "Even in her happiest moments, Madame de Rênal always doubted that my love was as great as hers. But in this case, there is a demon to be subdued, and subdue I must." He knew very well that by 8 the next morning Mathilde would be in the library. He did not appear until 9 o'clock, and though he was burning with love, his head commanded his heart. Hardly a minute went by without his saying to himself, "Always keep her preoccupied with that great doubt. Does he love me? Her brilliant position, the flattery of all who speak to her, incline her to reassure herself a bit too quickly." He found her pale, calm, seated on a divan, but to all appearances incapable of a single movement. She held out her hand to him. "Dear, I have offended you, it's true. Are you angry with me?"
Julien was not prepared for such simplicity in her tone. He was on the verge of betraying himself.
"You want guarantees, my dear,"
she added after a silence that she hoped would be broken.
"That is only right. Carry me off. Let us set out for London. I will be ruined forever, dishonoured."
She had the courage to take her hand out of Julien's to cover her eyes with it. All of her sentence about feminine modesty and reserve had returned to that heart.
"Very well. Dishonour me,"
she said at length with a sigh.
"That is a guarantee."
Yesterday I was happy because I had the courage to be strict with myself, thought Julien. After a brief silence, he was enough master of his heart to say icily, "Once on the road to London, once you are dishonoured, as you put it, what assurance have I that you will love me, that my presence in the post-chaise will not seem a nuisance to you? I am not a monster. To ruin your reputation would be just one calamity the more for me. It is not your position in society that stands in our way. It is unfortunately your character. Can you yourself be sure that you will love me for one whole week?"
"Ah, let her love me for a week, only a week,"
Julien murmured to himself,
"and I will die of happiness. What does the future matter to me? What does life matter? And that divine happiness could begin this instant if I wished. It depends on me alone."
Mathilde saw he was thoughtful.
"Oh, I am altogether unworthy of you,"
she said, taking his hand. Julien kissed her, but in that instant the iron hand of duty clutched his heart.
"If she sees how much I adore her, I will lose her."
And before he stepped out of her arms, he had again assumed all the stern dignity that becomes a man. On that day and the days following, he was able to hide his immense happiness. There were moments when he even went so far as to refuse himself the pleasure of folding her in his arms. At other times he would be carried away by a delirious joy, no matter what his better judgment might say. It was in the garden, near a bower of honeysuckle arranged to screen the ladder, that he had been accustomed to post himself in order to watch Mathilde shudder and weep over her fickleness. A huge oak grew close by, and its trunk hid him from prying eyes. As he strolled with Mathilde by this same spot, which reminded him so vividly of his great unhappiness, the contrast between his past despair and his present felicity was too much for him. Tears flooded his eyes, and raising his beloved's hand to his lips, "This is the spot where I kept alive by thinking of you. From here I watched those shutters. I waited hours on end for the happy moment when I should see this hand open them." His moment of weakness was total. He painted for her in the truest colours, such as one does not invent, the depths of his despair at the time. Short interjections bore witness to the present happiness which had put an end to his atrocious suffering. "Good God, what am I doing?" Julien said to himself, coming around all of a sudden. "I'm ruining everything." Greatly alarmed, he thought he already saw love beginning to fade in Mademoiselle de la Mole's eyes. This was an illusion, but Julien's colour changed rapidly. His whole face turned deadly pale. His eyes grew dull for an instant. Then a haughtiness tinged with malice succeeded an expression of the truest and most unreserved love.
"What is the matter with you, my dear?"
asked Mathilde tenderly and anxiously. "I'm lying," said Julien angrily, "and I'm lying to you. I hate myself for it, and yet God knows I think highly enough of you not to lie. You love me, you are devoted to me, and I have no need of making pretty speeches to please you."
"Great God! Were all those charming things you have been telling me for the past 2 minutes nothing but pretty speeches?"
"I blame myself bitterly for it, dear friend. I made all that up for a woman who was once in love with me and who bored me. It's the flaw in my character. I am the first to condemn myself for it. Forgive me." Bitter tears flowed down Mathilde's cheeks.
"Whenever I am forced to reflect for a moment by some little thing that has offended me," Julien went on, "my execrable memory, which I am cursing right now, offers me a way out, and I abuse it." "Without knowing it, then, could I have done something to displease you?"
said Mathilde with charming simplicity. "One day, I remember, as you passed by this honeysuckle, you picked a flower. Monsieur de Lutz took it from you, and you let him keep it. I was 2 feet away."
"Monsieur de Lutz? That's impossible,"
replied Mathilde, with the haughty air that was so natural to her.
"I don't do that sort of thing."
"I am certain," Julien retorted sharply.
"Very well, it's true, my dear,"
said Mathilde, looking down sadly. She knew positively that for many months now she had not permitted Monsieur de Litz any such liberty. Julien gazed at her with ineffable tenderness.
"No,"
he told himself,
"she doesn't love me any the less."
She reproached him that evening, laughingly, with his taste for Madame de Fervaques.
A bourgeois in love with a social climber. Hearts of that kind are probably the only ones my Julien can't drive crazy. She has made a regular dandy out of you, she said, toying with his hair.
During the time he thought Mathilde despised him, Julien had become one of the best-dressed men in Paris. Yet he had an advantage over other men of that type. Once his dress was complete, he gave it no further thought. One thing galled Mathilde. Julien went right on copying the Russian's letters and sending them to the widow. Chapter 32. The Tiger. Alas, why these things and not others? Beaumarchais. An English traveller tells a story about living on familiar terms with a tiger. He had raised it and would fondle it, but on his table he always kept a loaded pistol. Julien never gave in to his inordinate happiness, except at those times when Mathilde could not read the expression of it in his eyes. Conscientiously, he fulfilled his duty of saying something harsh to her every now and then. Whenever Mathilde's gentleness, which he noted with astonishment, and her extravagant devotion were about to deprive him of his self-control, he had the heart to leave her abruptly. For the first time, Mathilde loved. Life, which had always dragged on at a snail's pace for her, now flew. Nevertheless, since pride had inevitably to show itself in some way, she insisted on exposing herself boldly to all the risks love might make her run. It was Julien who was the careful one, and it was only when danger was involved that she would not yield to his will. Yet, submissive and almost humble with him, she was all the more arrogant toward everyone in the house who came near her, family or valets. In the drawing-room at night, in the midst of 60 people, she would call Julien over to talk with him in particular, and for a long while. One evening, as little Tombeau was settling down beside them, she asked him to go to the library and fetch the volume of Smollett in which the Revolution of 1688 is discussed. And, since he hesitated, "There's no hurry," she added with an expression of insulting arrogance that did Julien's heart good. "Did you see the look on that little monster's face?" he asked her. "His uncle has 10 or 12 years' service in this drawing-room. Otherwise I'd have him turned out this minute." Her behaviour towards Messieurs de Croissenois, de Lutz, etc., though perfectly polite as to form, was scarcely less provoking. Mathilde reproached herself keenly for all the confidences she had once made to Julien, and all the more since she didn't dare confess to him that she had exaggerated the almost entirely innocent tokens of interest of which those gentlemen had been the object. Despite her finest resolutions, her womanly pride stopped her every day from telling Julien, "It is only because I was talking to you that I enjoyed describing my momentary weakness when Monsieur de Croissenois, putting his hand on the marble table, happened to brush mine, and I didn't take it away." Now, one of those gentlemen had only to speak to her for a few minutes, and she would discover that she had a question to ask Julien, and would use that as a pretext to keep him close by her. She discovered that she was pregnant, and informed Julien delightedly. "Now can you doubt me? Isn't this a guarantee? I am your wife forever." This announcement left Julien astounded. He was on the verge of forgetting his first rule of conduct. How could I be deliberately cold and offensive to this poor girl who is ruining herself for me? If she looked a bit unwell, even on days when the awful voice of wisdom made itself heard, he could no longer find the heart to address her with one of those cruel remarks so indispensable, according to his experiences, if their love was to last. "I mean to write to my father," Mathilde said to him one day. "He is more than a father to me. He's a friend. As such, I consider it unworthy of you and of me to try to deceive him, even for a minute." "Good God, what are you going to do?" said Julien, alarmed. "My duty," she answered, her eyes shining with joy. She considered herself more high-minded than her lover. "But he will drive me away in disgrace." "That is his right. We must respect it.
I will take your arm, and we will leave by the main gate in broad daylight."
Amazed, Julien begged her to put off doing anything for a week.
"I must," she replied. "Honour speaks. I have seen my duty. I must follow it this very instant."
"Well, then, I order you to put it off," said Julien finally. "Your honour is safe. I am your husband. The situation will be altered for both of us by this momentous step. What's more, I am within my rights. Today is Tuesday. Next Tuesday is the Duc de Retz's day at home. That night, when Monsieur de la Mole returns, the doorkeeper will hand him the fatal letter. He thinks of nothing but making a duchess of you, I'm certain. Imagine how wretched he will be."
"You mean to say, imagine his revenge?"
"I am capable of taking pity on my benefactor, of feeling awfully sorry to hurt him, but I am not afraid, and never shall be, of anyone." Mathilde submitted. This was the first time since she had announced her condition to Julien that he had spoken to her with authority. Never had he loved her so much. It was with happiness that the tender side of his nature seized upon the pretext of Mathilde's state to excuse himself from making cruel remarks to her. The thought of the avowal to be made to Monsieur de la Mole disturbed him profoundly. Would he be separated from Mathilde? However sorrowful she might be to see him go, a month after his departure, would she give a thought to him? He was almost equally horrified to think of the just reproaches the Marquis might level at him. That night he confessed to Mathilde this second cause of his distress, and later, led astray by love, he made an avowal of the first as well. She changed colour.
"Really," she said to him, 6 months away from me would be a calamity for you?"
"Immense. The only one in the world that I look upon with terror." Mathilde was happy indeed. Julien had played his part with such application that he had succeeded in making her think that, of the two, she was the more loving. The fateful Tuesday came around very quickly. Returning home at midnight, the Marquis found the letter, which was addressed in such a way that he would open it himself, and only when there were no witnesses about.
"Father, all the social ties that bound us have been broken. None remain but those of nature. After my husband, you are and always will be the person dearest to me. My eyes keep filling with tears. I keep thinking of the pain I am causing you. But if my shame is not to become public, and if I am to leave you time enough to deliberate and to act, I cannot defer the confession I owe you any longer. If your affection for me, which I know to be very great, will grant me a small pension, I will go and settle down wherever you wish, in Switzerland, for example, with my husband. His name is so humble that no one will recognize Madame Sorel as your daughter, the daughter-in-law of a carpenter in Verrières. There, you have the name that has been so hard for me to write. For Julien's sake I dread your wrath, to all appearances so well justified. I will never be a duchess, father, but I knew that when I gave him my love. For it is I who loved first, it is I who seduced him. From you and from our ancestors I have inherited too lofty a soul for my attention to be attracted by anything that is or strikes me as vulgar. It was to no avail that, with an aim to please you, I considered Monsieur de Croissenois. Why did you set true worth before my eyes? You yourself said to me, when I returned from Hyères, that young Sorel is the only person who knows how to amuse me. The poor boy is just as sorry as I am, if that is possible, for the distress this letter is causing you. I cannot prevent your being angry as a father, but love me always as a friend. Julien has always respected me. If he talked with me from time to time, it was only because of his profound gratitude to you, for his natural loftiness would incline him never to reply, except formally, to anyone who was so far above him. He has a keen and innate sense of the difference between social positions. It was I confess it blushingly to my best friend, and never shall such a confession be made to anyone else. It was I who one day in the garden squeezed his arm. After 24 hours, why should you be angry with him? My offence is irreparable. If you insist, assurances of his deep respect and of his sorrow over having displeased you will be conveyed to you through me. You would never see him, but I would go and join him wherever he wished. That is his right. That is my duty. He is the father of my child. If your generosity will grant us an income of 6,000 francs to live on, I will accept it gratefully. Otherwise, Julien plans to settle in Besançon, where he will take up the profession of teaching Latin and literature. However lowly the position from which he starts, I am certain he will rise. With him I have no fear of remaining unknown. If there is a revolution, I am sure he will play an important part. Can you say as much for any of those who have asked for my hand? They have fine estates. I cannot see in that circumstance alone cause for admiration. My Julien could achieve a high position even under the present regime, if he had 1,000,000 and my father's patronage. Mathilde, knowing the Marquis was a man who acted on first impulses, had written 8 pages. "What is to be done?" Julien asked himself as he walked in the garden at midnight, while Monsieur de la Mole read the letter. "Where lies, first, my duty, second, my interest? My debt to him is immense. Without him I would have been a conniving subaltern, but not conniving enough to escape being hated and persecuted by the others. He made me a man of the world. As a result, the crooked deals I shall have to pull will be 1 fewer, 2 less ignoble. That is worth more than if he had given me 1,000,000. I am obliged to him for this cross, and the semblance of diplomatic service which have set me apart from the crowd. If he took up his pen to prescribe my conduct, what would he write?" Julien was suddenly interrupted by Monsieur de la Mole's old valet. "The Marquis wants to see you at once, dressed or not," the valet added in a low voice as he walked at Julien's side. "The Marquis is furious. Watch your step." Chapter 33. The Torments of Weakness. In cutting this diamond, a bungling workman robbed it of some of its brightest sparkle. In the Middle Ages, what am I saying? Even under Richelieu, a Frenchman had the strength to will. Mirabeau. Julien found the Marquis in a rage. For the first time in his life, perhaps, that lord behaved vulgarly. He heaped Julien with all the abuse that came to his mouth. Our hero was astonished, angered, but his gratitude was not shaken in the least. Think how many fine plans, long cherished in his most private thoughts, the poor man has seen come to nothing, ruined in an instant. But I owe him an answer. My silence will only increase his wrath. The answer was supplied by the role of Tartuffe. "I am no angel. I have served you well. You have paid me generously. I was grateful, but I am 22 years old. No one in this house understood me but you and that kind person." "Monster!" shouted the Marquis. "Kind! The day you discovered she was kind, you should have fled from the house." "I tried to, at the time I asked your permission to go to Languedoc." Weary of pacing furiously about, and broken by sorrow, the Marquis flung himself into an armchair. Julien heard him murmuring to himself, "This is not a wicked man." "No, I have never been so with you," cried Julien, falling to his knees. But he was extremely ashamed of this gesture and rose quickly. The Marquis was really unhinged. At the sight of this movement he began again to heap Julien with atrocious insults, worthy of a cabman. Perhaps the novelty of these curses was a relief to him. "What? My daughter's name will be Madame Sorel? What? My daughter won't be a duchess?" Every time those two thoughts presented themselves so clearly, Monsieur de la Mole was in torment and had no control over his feelings. Julien feared a beating. In his intervals of lucidity, when the Marquis was beginning to get used to his calamity, the reproaches he addressed to Julien were reasonable enough. "You should have left the house, sir," he kept telling him. "It was your duty to leave. You are the lowest of the low." Julien went over to the table and wrote, "For a long time my life has been unbearable to me. I am putting an end to it. I beg the Marquis to accept, please, these assurances of my boundless gratitude, and my apology for the inconvenience my death in his house may cause him." "Will the Marquis be pleased to glance at this paper?" "Kill me," said Julien, "or have me killed by your valet. It is 1 o'clock in the morning. I am going for a walk in the garden toward the back wall." "Go to the devil!" the Marquis shouted to him as he was going out. "I understand," thought Julien. "He wouldn't mind if I spared his valet the trouble of my death. Let him kill me himself, fair enough. That is the satisfaction I am offering him. But, by Jove, as for me, I enjoy living. I have obligations to my son." This idea, appearing distinctly to his imagination for the first time, engrossed him entirely after the first few minutes of the walk, which had been given over to a new sense of danger.
This altogether new concern made a careful man of him. "I need advice as to how I should act with that impetuous man. He's out of his senses, no telling what he might do. Fouquet is too far off. Besides, he could never understand the feelings of a man like the Marquis. Count Altamira, can I be sure of his eternal silence? My asking for advice must not be a step that will only make matters worse. Alas, there is no one left but that gloomy Abbé Pirard. His mind has been shrunken by Jansenism. A rascally Jesuit would know the ways of the world and be more help to me. Monsieur Pirard is apt to beat me at the mere mention of the crime." The spirit of Tartuffe came to Julien's rescue. "Very well, I will go and confess myself to him." Such was the last resolution he made in the garden. After having walked 2 full hours, he had stopped thinking about the possibility of being surprised by a shot. Sleep was getting the best of him. Very early next morning, Julien was several leagues out of Paris and knocking at the stern Jansenist's door. To his great astonishment, he found that the Abbé was not overly surprised at his secret. "Perhaps I am somewhat to blame," the Abbé remarked to himself, more worried than irritated. "I thought I had guessed that affair. My affection for you, unhappy child, kept me from warning her father." "What is he going to do?" Julien asked him sharply. He loved the Abbé at that moment, and a scene would have been very painful to him. "I see 3 alternatives," Julien went on. "1, Monsieur de la Mole may have me put to death," and he told the Abbé about the suicide note he had left with the Marquis. 2, have me filled with holes by Count Norbert, who would challenge me to a duel. "You would accept?" said the Abbé, furious and rising to his feet. "You don't let me finish. Certainly I would never fire on my benefactor's son. 3, he could send me away. If he tells me, go to Edinburgh, to New York, I will obey. Then they would be able to hide Mademoiselle de la Mole's condition, but I would never stand for their doing away with my son." "Have no doubts about it. That's the first thing that corrupt man will think of." Back in Paris, Mathilde was desperate. She had seen her father around 7 o'clock. He had shown her Julien's letter. She dreaded lest he consider it noble to put an end to his life. "And without my permission," she said to herself, in an agony born of rage. "If he is dead, I shall die," she told her father. "It is you who would be the cause of his death. You would rejoice over it, perhaps, but I swear by his shade that I would first put on mourning, and then I would go out in public, as the widow Sorel. I would send out my own death notices, you may count on that. You will find me neither irresolute nor cowardly." Her love was turning into madness. For his part, Monsieur de la Mole was dumbfounded. He began to take a more rational view of things. At lunchtime, Mathilde did not appear at all. The Marquis was relieved of an immense weight, and above all flattered when he realized that she had said nothing to her mother. Around noon, Julien arrived. One could hear his horse's hoofs ringing in the courtyard. He dismounted. Mathilde sent for him and threw herself into his arms, almost in sight of her chambermaid. Julien was not very grateful for this outburst of feeling. He had emerged from his long conference with the Abbé Pirard very diplomatic and calculating. His imagination had been dampened by a reckoning of possibilities. Tears in her eyes, Mathilde informed him that she had seen his suicide note. "My father might change his mind. Do me the pleasure of leaving this instant for Villequier. Get back on your horse. Leave the house before they get up from the table." Since Julien did not alter his cold, astonished look one jot, she had a fit of weeping. "Let me manage our affairs," she cried out in a passion as she hugged him. "You know very well that I do not part from you willingly. Write to me under cover of my chambermaid. Make sure the address is in a strange hand. I will write you volumes. Farewell. Flee." Her last words hurt Julien's pride. He obeyed nonetheless. "It's inevitable," he was thinking, "that even in their best moments those people find some way to offend me." Monsieur de la Mole did not have the heart to behave like a typical father. Mathilde firmly resisted all of his wise schemes. She would never consent to enter into negotiations on any basis other than the following. She would be Madame Sorel, and would live in poverty with her husband in Switzerland or in her father's house in Paris. She thrust the idea of a clandestine delivery violently aside. "Thence would arise the possibility of slander and of disgrace for me. 2 months after our marriage, I will go on a trip with my husband, and it will be easy for us to imply that my son was born at the proper time." Greeted at first by outbursts of rage, her firmness eventually caused the Marquis some misgivings. In a moment of compassion, he said to his daughter, "Here, this is a certificate for an annuity of 10,000 francs. Send it to your Julien, and let him be quick to make it impossible for me to take it back." To obey Mathilde, with whose love of command he was well acquainted, Julien had ridden 40 useless leagues. He was in Villequier, settling accounts with the tenant farmers. The Marquis's gift was the occasion of his return. He went to ask sanctuary of the Abbé Pirard, who, during his absence, had become Mathilde's most useful ally. Every time the Abbé was questioned by the Marquis, he would prove to him that any course other than a public marriage would be a crime in the eyes of God. "And happily," the Abbé would add, "worldly wisdom is in agreement with religion on this point. Could one count for a minute, given Mademoiselle de la Mole's impetuous character, on a secrecy she had not imposed upon herself? If the straightforward course of a public marriage is not followed, society will busy itself with this strange misalliance for a much longer time. Everything should be spelled out at once without the least mystery, real or apparent." "It's true," said the Marquis, pensive. "If that plan were followed, after 3 days any talk about the marriage would sound like the ruminations of a man who has no ideas of his own. They could take advantage of some sweeping anti-Jacobin decree by the government and slip away incognito afterwards." 2 or 3 of Monsieur de la Mole's friends thought as the Abbé Pirard did. In their opinion, the great obstacle was Mathilde's resolute character. But despite so many fine arguments, in his heart the Marquis could not get used to the idea of renouncing all hope of a stool for his daughter. His memory and his imagination were stocked with all sorts of tricks and duplicity that had been possible in his youth. To yield to necessity, to stand in fear of the law, seemed to him absurd and dishonourable for a man of his rank. He was paying dearly for all those bewitching dreams about his cherished daughter's future in which he had indulged himself for the past 10 years. "Who could have foreseen it?" he said to himself. "A girl with such a lofty character, so intelligent, prouder than I of the name she bears, whose hand was requested of me in advance by the most illustrious names in France. Better throw caution to the wind. This is an age that confounds all distinctions. We are marching toward chaos." Chapter 34. A Man of Spirit. The prefect, plodding along on his horse, said to himself, "Why shouldn't I become a minister, president of the council, a duke? Here's how I'd wage war. By that means I would put all the innovators in irons." The Globe. No argument can break the hold of 10 years of pleasant dreaming. The Marquis felt that it was unreasonable to be angry, yet could not bring himself to pardon. "If this Julien could only die by accident," he sometimes said to himself. It was thus that his afflicted imagination found some relief by pursuing the most absurd chimeras. They paralyzed the influence of the Abbé Pirard's sound reasoning. A month went by without the negotiations advancing a single step. In this family matter, as in politics, the Marquis kept having brilliant insights, over which he would be enthusiastic for 3 days on end. At such times a plan of action would displease him, because it was backed by sound arguments. But no argument whatsoever could find favour in his eyes, unless it supported his pet plan to some degree. For 3 days he would labour with all the fire and enthusiasm of a poet to bring things to a certain pass. Next day he would be totally indifferent. At first Julien was disconcerted by the Marquis's delay, but after a few weeks he began to guess that Monsieur de la Mole had, in this matter, no fixed plan. Madame de la Mole and the whole house believed that Julien was travelling in the provinces for the management of the estates. He was hidden in the Abbé Pirard's rectory, and saw Mathilde almost daily. As for her, every morning she would go and spend an hour with her father, but sometimes they went whole weeks without a word about that which was uppermost in their thoughts. "I have no desire to know where that man is," the Marquis said to her one day. "Send him this letter." Mathilde read, "The estates in Languedoc bring in 20,600 francs yearly. I am giving 10,600 francs of this to my daughter, and 10,000 to Monsieur Julien Sorel. I am, of course, deeding the estates themselves.
Tell the notary to draw up 2 separate deeds of gift and to bring them to me tomorrow, after which no further relations between us. Ah, sir, is this what I should have expected? The Marquis de la Mole.
I thank you very much, said Mathilde gaily. We are going to move into the Chateau d'Aiguillon between Agen and Marmande. They say the country there is as beautiful as Italy.
This gift surprised Julien extremely. He was no longer the stern, cold man we have known. His son's future took up all of his thoughts in advance. This fortune, unexpected and quite considerable for one so poor, made him an ambitious man. He saw himself with 36,000 francs a year, as much his wife's as his own. As for Mathilde, all her feelings were concentrated on her adoration of her husband, for it was thus in her pride that she always referred to Julien. Her sole ambition was to have her marriage recognized. She spent all her time congratulating herself on the great wisdom she had shown in casting her lot with a superior man. Personal worth was all the fashion in her mind. Almost continual absence, a multiplicity of business affairs, little time to talk about love, all helped to consummate the good effect of the wise policy Julien had contrived some time ago. Mathilde finally grew impatient at seeing so little of the man she had come to love genuinely. In a moment of ill-humour, she wrote to her father, and began her letter as in Othello.
That I prefer Julien to the enjoyment society has to offer the Marquis de la Mole's daughter is clear enough from my choice. Those pleasures of attention and petty gratifications of vanity mean nothing to me. It is almost 6 weeks now that I have been separated from my husband. That is long enough to show you my respect. Some time before next Thursday, I will leave the paternal roof. Your kindness has made us rich. No one but the Honourable Abbé Pirard knows my secret. I will go to his house. He will marry us, and an hour after the ceremony we will be on our way to Languedoc, never to set foot in Paris again, except by your order. But what cuts me to the heart is that all this will be turned into a racy anecdote about me, about you. Might not the silly public's epigrams force our excellent Norbert to pick a quarrel with Julien? In that event I'd have no power over him, I know. We should see the insurgent plebeian in him come to the fore. I beseech you on bended knees, O father, come to my wedding in Monsieur Pirard's church next Thursday. The point of the malicious anecdote will be blunted. The life of your only son and that of my husband will be safe, etc., etc. The Marquis was thrown into a strange state of perplexity by this letter. So, at last, he was going to have to take a stand. All his little habits, all of his everyday friends had lost their influence over him. In these strange circumstances, his main character traits, stamped upon him by the events of his youth, reasserted all their power. The trials of the emigration had made him a man of imagination. After having enjoyed a huge fortune and all the distinctions of the court for 2 years, he had been subjected by 1790 to the frightful ordeals of the emigration. That hard school had worked a change in the heart of the 22-year-old man. The truth is that he had merely pitched his tent in the midst of his present riches. He was not dominated by them. But the very imagination which preserved his heart from the gangrene of gold had made him a prey to an insane passion to see his daughter embellished with a fine title. During the 6 weeks just elapsed, impelled at one point by a whim, the Marquis had decided to make Julien rich. Poverty seemed disgraceful, a dishonour to himself, Monsieur de la Mole, and unthinkable in his daughter's husband. He poured out his money. The next day, his imagination taking another tack, it seemed to him that Julien was about to understand the mute language of his generosity with money, would change his name, exile himself to America, write Mathilde that he was dead to her. Monsieur de la Mole supposed the letter written, studied the effect on his daughter's personality. The day on which he was roused from these short-lived dreams by Mathilde's real letter, and after having thought for a long time about killing Julien, or of having him put out of the way, he was dreaming of building a brilliant fortune for him. He had him taking the name of one of his estates, and why shouldn't he pass on his own peerage to Julien? The Duc de Chaulnes, his father-in-law, had spoken to him several times, since his only son had been killed in Spain, of his desire to make over his own title to Norbert. There's no denying that Julien has an uncommon aptitude for business, daring, and perhaps even brilliance, the Marquis was saying to himself. But deep down in that character I see something appalling. That is the impression he makes on everyone, so there is something to it. The harder it was to put his finger on this real thing, the more the old Marquis's fanciful mind was appalled. My daughter put it very shrewdly the other day, in a letter omitted here. Julien hasn't affiliated himself with a single drawing-room, with any coterie. He has not tried to line up any backing against me, not the smallest resource, in the event I forsake him. But is this due to his ignorance of the present state of society? 2 or 3 times I have told him there is no real and profitable candidacy except that of the drawing-rooms. No, he hasn't the adroit and wily talent of an attorney-general who wastes not a minute nor an opportunity. His character is not at all in the style of Louis XI, and yet I have heard him utter the harshest maxims against generosity. I can't make him out. Could it be that he repeats those maxims to himself as a dam against his own strong feelings? In any case, one thing is clear. He can't bear contempt. That is the hold I have over him. He has no religious awe of high birth. He doesn't respect us instinctively. That's a fault. But still, the soul of a seminarist ought not to find anything unbearable except the want of pleasures and of money. Very different. He can't stand contempt at any price. Hard pressed by his daughter's letter, Monsieur de la Mole saw the necessity of making up his mind. In short, here is the great question. Did Julien's audacity push him so far as to undertake to woo my daughter because he knows I love her more than anything else in the world, and that I have an income of 300,000 francs? Mathilde maintains the contrary. No, my Julien, this is a score on which I will not allow myself to have any illusions. Was there true love in all this, unforeseen, or else a vulgar desire to rise to a fine position? Mathilde is far-sighted. She sensed right off that this suspicion could ruin him in my estimation, whence her avowal that it was she who took it upon herself to fall in love with him first. But how could a girl with such a haughty character forget herself so far as to make physical advances? Squeeze his arm in the garden one evening? Disgusting! As if she didn't have 100 less indecent ways of letting him know that she meant to distinguish him. He who excuses himself accuses himself. I mistrust Mathilde. That day the Marquis's reasoning was more conclusive than usual. Nevertheless, habit won out. He resolved to bide his time and write to his daughter, but they wrote from one side of the house to the other. Monsieur de la Mole dared not talk things over with his daughter and stand up to her. He was afraid of bringing the whole matter to a close with a hasty decision. Take care not to commit some new piece of folly. Here is a lieutenant's commission in the Hussars for the Chevalier Julien Sorel de la Vernay. You see what I am doing for him. Do not oppose me. Do not question me. Be sure that he leaves within 24 hours and makes himself known in Strasbourg, where his regiment is. Here is a draft on my banker. I expect obedience. Mathilde's love and joy were boundless. She meant to profit from her victory, and so answered on the spot. Monsieur de la Vernay would be at your feet, overcome with gratitude, if he were aware of everything you have been pleased to do for him. But in the midst of this generosity, my father has forgotten me. Your daughter's honor is in danger. The wrong step might cause an eternal blotch, one that an income of 60,000 francs could never erase. I will not send the commission to Monsieur de la Vernay unless you give me your word that some time within the next month my marriage will be celebrated in public at Villequier. Shortly after that period, which I beg you not to exceed, your daughter will be unable to appear in public, except under the name of Madame de la Vernay. How I thank you, Papa dear, for saving me from the name Sorel, etc., etc. The answer was unexpected. Obey, or I will retract everything. Tremble, rash girl. I don't know yet what manner of man your Julien may be, and you know less about him than I. See that he leaves for Strasbourg, and that he toes the line. I shall let my will be known in 2 weeks. So firm a reply astonished Mathilde. I don't know Julien? That statement plunged her into a reverie, which ended very shortly in the most charming suppositions, but she took them for the truth. My Julien's spirit has not put on the shabby little uniform of the drawing-rooms, and my father doesn't believe in his superiority precisely because of that which proves it. In any event, if I don't obey this crotchet, I foresee the possibility of a public scene. A scandal will lower my position in society, and might make me less attractive to Julien. After the scandal, poverty for 10 years, and the folly of choosing a husband for his worth cannot escape ridicule except through the most brilliant opulence. If I live far away from my father, at his age he may forget me. Norbert will marry a clever, likeable woman. The old Louis XIV was captivated by the Duchess of Burgundy. She decided to obey, but was careful not to impart her father's letter to Julien. That wild nature might decide to do something rash. That night, when she told Julien that he was a lieutenant in the Hussars, his joy knew no bounds. The reader can judge it from the ambition he had shown all of his life, and from the passionate fondness he now felt for his son. The change in his name struck him with astonishment. After all, he thought, my novel is finished, and the credit is due to me alone. I was able to make that monster of pride fall in love with me, he added, looking at Mathilde. Her father can't live without her, nor she without me. Chapter 35. A Storm. O Lord, grant me mediocrity. Mirabeau. His thoughts were elsewhere. He but half responded to the lavish tenderness she showed him. He remained mute and gloomy. Never had he seemed so great, so adorable in Mathilde's eyes. She was apprehensive lest some nicety of his pride should prompt him to spoil everything. Every morning, almost, she would see the Abbé Pirard arriving at the house. Could Julien have made out something of her father's intentions through him? Might not the Marquis himself have written to him on the spur of the moment? After such great good luck, how was she to explain Julien's stern look? She dared not question him. She dared not. She, Mathilde. From that moment on, there was something undefinable, something unforeseen, something like terror in the way she felt about Julien. This frigid heart felt all the passion an individual can know who has been raised amidst that excessive civilization which Paris admires. Early the next morning, Julien was at the Abbé Pirard's rectory. Post horses pulled into the courtyard with a dilapidated chaise, rented from the nearby post. "That kind of set-up will no longer do," said the stern abbé to him grudgingly. "Here are 20,000 francs, of which Monsieur de la Mole is making you a present. He stipulates that you spend it within the year, but taking care to expose yourself to as little ridicule as possible." In such a big sum tossed to a young man, the priest could see nothing but an opportunity to sin. The Marquis adds, "Monsieur Julien de la Vernay will have received this money from his father, whom it is unnecessary to designate otherwise. Monsieur de la Vernay will perhaps deem it fitting to make a gift to Monsieur Sorel, the carpenter in Verrières, who looked after him during his childhood." "I can take care of that part of the bargain," the priest added. "I have finally persuaded Monsieur de la Mole to come to terms with that Abbé de Frilair, such a Jesuit. His influence is definitely too much for us. Implicit recognition of your high birth by that man who governs Besançon will be one of the unstated conditions of the agreement." Julien could not contain his joy any longer. He embraced the abbé. He considered himself acknowledged. "For shame!" said Monsieur Pirard, pushing him away. "What means this worldly vanity? As for Sorel and his sons, I will offer them an annual pension of 500 francs in my name, to be paid to each of them, so long as I am satisfied with their conduct." Julien had already turned cold and distant. He gave thanks, but in very vague terms that committed him to nothing. "Is it really possible that I am the natural son of some great lord exiled to our mountains by that terrible Napoleon?" His idea seemed to him less and less far-fetched by the minute. "My hatred for my father must be a proof. I am no longer a monster." A few days after this monologue, the 15th Regiment of Hussars, one of the most splendid in the army, was drawn up in battle order on Strasbourg's parade ground. The Chevalier de la Vernay was mounted on the finest horse in Alsace,
one that had cost him 6,000 francs. He had qualified as a lieutenant without ever having been a second lieutenant, except on the muster roll of some regiment he had never heard of. His impassive air, his severe and almost wicked look, his pallor, his unalterable coolness, made a reputation for him at the outset. A while later, his impeccable courtesy and reserve, his skill with pistol and sword, which he demonstrated without too much affectation, discouraged any idea of joking aloud at his expense. After wavering for 5 or 6 days, public opinion in the regiment declared itself in his favour. "That young man has everything," said the facetious old officers, "except youth." From Strasbourg, Julien wrote to Monsieur Chelin, the former parish priest of Verrières, who was now on the verge of extreme old age. "By now you will have learned, with joy I am certain, about the events that have disposed my family to make me rich. Here are 500 francs, which I beg you to distribute, without any fuss or mention of my name, to those who are so wretchedly poor as I was in the past, and whom you are doubtless helping now as you once helped me." Julien was drunk with ambition, not with vanity. Nevertheless, he paid a good deal of attention to appearances. His horses, his uniforms, his servants' livery were all kept up with a correctness that would have done credit to the punctiliousness of a great English lord. Lieutenant for barely 2 days, and through a favour, he had already calculated that in order to be commander-in-chief of an army by 30 at the latest, like all the great generals, he would have to be more than lieutenant at 23. He had thoughts for nothing but glory and his son. It was in the middle of a rapture of the most unbridled ambition that he was taken aback by a young footman from the Hôtel de la Mole who came as a messenger. "All is lost," Mathilde wrote. "Hurry back as fast as you can. Give up everything. Desert if you have to. As soon as you get here, wait for me in a hackney, near the little garden door, at number blank in Blank Street. I will come out and talk to you. Perhaps I can take you into the garden. All is lost irretrievably, I fear. Count on me. You will find me staunch and devoted in adversity. I love you." In a few minutes, Julien had obtained a leave from his colonel and left Strasbourg at a gallop, but the terrible anxiety that was devouring him made it impossible to continue travelling by this means beyond Metz. He flung himself into a post-chaise, and with almost incredible speed he arrived at the designated spot, near the little garden door of the Hôtel de la Mole. That door opened, and in the same instant Mathilde, forgetting what people might say, rushed into his arms. Fortunately, it was only 5 in the morning, and the street was still deserted. "All is lost. My father, dreading my tears, left Thursday night. For where? No one knows. Here is his letter. Read it." And she climbed into the hackney with Julien. "I could pardon him everything, except his scheme to seduce you because you are rich. That, unlucky girl, is the awful truth. I give you my word of honour that I will never consent to your marrying that man. I will guarantee him an income of 10,000 pounds if he is willing to live far away, beyond the frontiers of France, or better still, in America. Read the letter I have received in reply to my request for information. The shameless man himself urged me to write to Madame de Rênal. I will never read a line from you concerning that fellow. I have a horror of Paris and of you. I advise you to cover up that which must happen with the greatest secrecy. Sincerely disavow a base man, and you will win back a father." "Where is the letter from Madame de Rênal?" Julien asked coldly. "Here. I didn't mean to show it to you until I had prepared you for it. What I owe to the sacred cause of religion and morality obliges me, sir, to take the painful step of addressing you. A law which cannot be ignored commands me to harm my fellow man, but only to the end of avoiding a greater wrong. The anguish I feel must give way to my sense of duty. It is only too true, sir, that the conduct of the person in question, about which you have asked for the whole truth, may well have seemed inexplicable or even honourable. The party in question may have considered it proper to hide or disguise some of the facts. Prudence as well as religion called for this. But that conduct with which you desire to be acquainted was in fact most blameworthy, and more so than I can say. Poor and covetous, it was by means of the most consummate hypocrisy, and through the seduction of a weak,
unhappy woman, that man sought to further himself and become somebody. It is part of my painful duty to add that I am forced to think that Monsieur J. has no religious principles whatsoever. In all good conscience, I am constrained to believe that one of his methods for getting on in a household is to attempt to seduce the woman who has the most influence in it. Clothed in an appearance of disinterestedness, and with phrases taken from novels, his great and sole object is to gain control over the master of the house and his fortune. He leaves behind him misery and everlasting regret, etc., etc. This extremely long letter, half obliterated by tears, was certainly Madame de Rênal's hand. It was even written with more care than usual. "I can't blame Monsieur de la Mole," said Julien, after having finished it. "He is just and wise. What father would give his cherished daughter to such a man? Goodbye." Julien jumped down from the hackney and ran to his post-chaise, waiting at the end of the street. Mathilde, whom he seemed to have forgotten, took a few steps to follow him, but the staring merchants who kept coming to the doors of their shops, and to whom she was known, forced her to dash back into the garden. Julien set out for Verrières. During the fast trip, he couldn't write to Mathilde as he had planned. His hand on the paper could do nothing but scrawl. He reached Verrières on a Sunday morning. He went into the shop of the local gunsmith, who heaped him with congratulations on his recent good fortune. It was the talk of the region. Julien had a hard time making him understand that he wanted a brace of pistols. At his request, the gunsmith loaded them. The 3 bells was sounding. That is a well-known signal in French villages which, after the various morning chimes, announces that Mass is about to begin. Julien entered Verrières' new church. All the high windows in the edifice were veiled with crimson hangings. Julien stood a few paces behind Madame de Rênal's pew. She appeared to be praying fervently. The sight of that woman who had loved him so made Julien's arm tremble to such an extent that at first it was impossible for him to carry out his plan. "I can't do it," he kept telling himself. "I am physically unable." At that moment, the young priest who was officiating at the Mass rang the bell for the Elevation. Madame de Rênal lowered her head, which for an instant was almost entirely hidden by the folds of her shawl. Now, Julien could not recognize her so easily. He fired a shot and missed. He fired a second shot. She fell. Chapter 36. Sordid Details. Expect no show of weakness on my part. I have avenged myself. I deserve to die, and here I am. Pray for my soul. Schiller. Julien stood motionless. He saw nothing. When he had somewhat recovered his senses, he noted that all the faithful were running out of the church. The priest had left the altar. Slowly, Julien began to follow some of the women, who screamed as they went. One, trying to get out faster than the others, pushed him roughly. He fell. His feet got tangled in a chair overturned by the crowd. As he rose, he felt his neck being squeezed. A gendarme in full uniform was arresting him. Automatically, Julien tried to reach for his small pistols, but a second gendarme pinned his arms. He was led off to prison. He was taken into a room. His wrists were shackled. He was left alone. The door was double-locked behind him. All this was done very quickly, and he was unconscious of it. "By George, the game's up," he said aloud as he came to. "Yes, in 2 weeks, the guillotine, or else kill myself between now and then." He could reason no further. His head felt as if it had been pressed violently. He looked to see whether someone was holding it. A few moments later, he fell into a deep sleep. Madame de Rênal was not fatally wounded. The first bullet had pierced her hat. As she was turning around, the second shot went off. The bullet hit her shoulder, but, amazingly enough, had ricocheted off the shoulder blade, which it nevertheless broke, toward a Gothic pillar, from which it chipped a huge splinter. When, after a long and painful bandaging, the surgeon, a solemn man, said to Madame de Rênal, "I am as sure of your life as I am of my own," she was deeply grieved. For a long time she had sincerely wished to die. The letter she had written to Monsieur de la Mole, a duty imposed upon her by her present confessor, came as the final blow to this creature weakened by a too constant affliction.
That affliction was Julien's absence. She herself called it remorse. The director of her conscience, a virtuous and fervent young clergyman newly arrived from Dijon, was not deceived. Thought Madame de Rênal, perhaps God will pardon me for rejoicing over my death. She didn't dare to add, and to die by Julien's hand is the height of bliss. She was no more than rid of the surgeon's presence and of the crowd of friends who had come running, when she called for Elisa, her maid. "The jailer," she said to her, blushing a great deal, "is a cruel man. He will no doubt mistreat him, supposing that he will be doing me a favour. I can't bear the thought of it. Couldn't you go, as if on your own account, and hand the jailer this little package, which contains a few louis? You are to say that religion does not allow him to mistreat him. Above all, he must not go and talk about this gift of money." Julien was indebted to the circumstance to which we have just alluded for the jailer of Verrières' humanity. It was still Monsieur Noirot, that perfect officer of the law, who, as we have seen, had been thrown into such a funk by Monsieur Appert's presence. A judge appeared in the prison. "I have committed murder with premeditation," Julien said to him. "I bought 2 pistols and had them loaded at such and such a gunsmith's shop. Article 1342 of the Penal Code is explicit. I deserve the death penalty, and I expect it." Incapable of understanding such frankness, the mean-spirited judge tried to cross-examine him, in the hopes of making the accused cut his own throat. "But can't you see," Julien said to him with a smile, "that I am incriminating myself as much as you wish? Go, sir. You will not lose the game you are stalking. You will have the pleasure of convicting me." "I still have one tiresome duty to perform," thought Julien. "I must write to Mademoiselle de la Mole." "I have had my revenge," he wrote her. "Unfortunately, my name will appear in the papers, and I cannot slip out of this world incognito. I beg your pardon. I shall die in 2 months. My revenge was atrocious as the pain of being separated from you. From this moment on, I forbid myself to write or to pronounce your name. Never speak of me, not even to my son. Silence is the only way to honor me. For the herd, I will be a common murderer. Allow me to speak the truth in this hour of death. You will forget me. This great catastrophe, about which I advise you never to breathe a word to a living soul, will exhaust for several years everything I see in your character that is romantic and overly adventurous. You were born to live with the heroes of the Middle Ages. At this juncture, show their strength of character. See to it that what must come to pass is done in secret and without compromising you. You must use an assumed name and not confide in anyone. If you absolutely must have a friend's help, I bequeath you the Abbé Pirard. Speak to no one else, especially not to people of your own class, the de Lutzes, the Caylus. A year after my death, marry Monsieur de Croisenois. I beg you, as your husband, I order you to do it. Never write to me, I will not reply. Far less evil than Iago, so it seems to me. Like him, I say, from this time forth I never will speak word. Henceforth I will neither speak nor write. You have had my last words, as well as the last of my adoration. J.S. It was after sending off this letter that Julien, somewhat recovered, felt thoroughly wretched for the first time. One by one each of his ambitious hopes was to be uprooted from his heart by that great phrase, "I must die." Death in itself did not seem horrible to him. His life had been one long preparation for calamity, and he had never tried to put out of mind that which is considered the worst of all. What, then, he said to himself, if in 60 days I had to fight a duel with a man who was an expert fencer? Would I be so pusillanimous as to think about it all the time, my heart filled with terror? He spent more than an hour examining himself in this light. When he had seen clearly into his soul, and the truth appeared before his eyes as solidly as one of the pillars in his prison, he gave some thought to remorse. Why should I have any? I have been abominably insulted. I have killed, I deserve to die, but that's all. I will die after having settled my account with humanity. I leave no unsatisfied obligations behind me. I am not owing to anyone. There is nothing shameful about my death, except the means. That alone, it's true, will more than suffice to disgrace me in the eyes of Verrières bourgeoisie. But from an intellectual point of view, what could be more despicable than their attitude? I still have one way to win their respect.
That is to throw gold pieces to the crowd as I go to my execution. My memory, associated in their minds with gold, will glitter." After this spell of reasoning, the truth of which seemed obvious in a minute, Julien said to himself, "I have nothing left to do on earth," and fell into a deep sleep. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the jailer, bringing in his supper, woke him up. "What are they saying in Verrières?" "Monsieur Julien, the oath I took before the crucifix at the royal court the day I was sworn into office obliges me to keep silent." He said nothing more, but stayed on. The spectacle of such vulgar hypocrisy amused Julien. "I should," he thought, "make him wait a long time for the 5 francs he's asking for his conscience." When the jailer saw the meal finished with no attempt at bribery forthcoming, "The friendship I bear you, Monsieur Julien," he said with a false, gentle air, "forces me to speak, even though they say it's contrary to the interests of justice, since it could help you to set up your defence. Monsieur Julien, who is a decent fellow, will be glad to know that Madame de Rênal is better." "What? She isn't dead?" cried Julien, rising from the table, beside himself. "What? You didn't know?" said the jailer with a stupid look, which soon turned into one of happy greed. "It would be only right if Monsieur gave something to the surgeon, who, according to law and justice, ought not to have talked. But to please Monsieur, I went to his house and he told me everything." "So the wound was not fatal," said Julien, out of patience, and advancing toward him. "You will swear to that on your life?" The jailer, a giant 6 feet tall, was frightened and shrank back toward the door. Julien saw that he had taken the wrong road to reach the truth. He sat down again and threw a Napoleon to Monsieur Noirot. As the man's story proved to Julien that Madame de Rênal's wound was not mortal, he felt himself being overcome by tears. "Get out," he said to him brusquely. The jailer obeyed. The door was scarcely closed when Julien cried, "Great God, she's not dead!" And weeping hot tears, he fell to his knees. In that supreme moment he was a believer. What did the hypocrisy of priests matter? Could it take anything away from the truth and sublimity of the idea of God? Only then did Julien begin to repent for the crime committed. By a coincidence that saved him from despair, in the very same instant, the state of physical irritation and near madness into which he had been plunged ever since his departure from Paris for Verrières came to an end. His tears were prompted by a generous impulse. He had no illusions about the sentence that awaited him. "She will live, then," he kept telling himself. "She will live to pardon me and to love me." Very late the next morning, the jailer woke him and said, "You must be a tough one, Monsieur Julien. I've been here twice, but didn't have the heart to waken you. Here are 2 bottles of first-rate wine, sent by Monsieur Maslon, our parish priest." "What? Is that rascal still here?" asked Julien. "Yes, monsieur," replied the jailer, lowering his voice. "But don't talk so loud, it might do you harm." Julien laughed heartily. "As matters stand, my friend, you're the only one who could do me harm. If you stopped being kind and humane, you will be well paid," said Julien, breaking off and resuming his lordly air. This manner was instantly justified by the gift of a coin. Monsieur Noirot recounted anew and in the greatest detail everything he had learned about Madame de Rênal, but he didn't so much as mention Mademoiselle Elise's visit. The man was as low and obsequious as he could be. An idea crossed Julien's mind. This shapeless giant probably earns no more than 300 or 400 francs a year, since his prison is far from crowded. I can guarantee him 10,000 if he is willing to escape with me to Switzerland. The hard part of it is to convince him of my good faith. The thought of the long confabulation he would have to have with such a vile creature filled Julien with disgust. He thought about something else. That night it was already too late. A post-chaise came to get him at midnight. He enjoyed the company of the gendarmes, his travelling companions. In the morning, when he arrived at the prison of Besançon, the authorities were kind enough to quarter him in the upper story of a Gothic donjon. He judged the architecture to be early 14th century. He admired its grace and piquant lightness. Through a narrow gap between 2 walls at the end of a deep courtyard, he had a view of a superb landscape. The next day there was an interrogation, after which he was left alone for several days.
His heart was at peace. To him his case was simple as it could be. I meant to kill. I deserve to be killed. He did not brood over this conclusion, the trial, the nuisance of appearing in public, the defense. He considered all of these so many petty inconveniences, boring rituals. It would be time enough to think about them on the day itself. The idea of the moment of death scarcely gave him pause either. I will think about it after the trial. Life was not boring for him. He saw everything from a new angle. His ambition was gone. He rarely thought about Mademoiselle de la Mole. Remorse preoccupied him a great deal, and often showed him a vision of Madame de Rênal, especially during the silence of the night, in that high donjon broken only by the shriek of the osprey. He thanked heaven that he had not wounded her fatally. An astonishing thing, he said to himself. I thought that with her letter to Monsieur de la Mole she had ruined my future happiness forever. Yet, less than 2 weeks from the date of that letter, I don't give a hang for anything that concerned me then. An income of 2,000 or 3,000 francs to live quietly in a mountain country like Vergy. I was happy then. I wasn't aware of my own happiness. At other times he would rise from his chair with a start. If I had wounded Madame de Rênal fatally, I would have killed myself. I need to be certain I would have so as not to loathe myself. Kill myself, that is the great question, he thought. Those judges are such sticklers for form, so dead set against the poor defendant. They would hang the best citizens in town to get across. I could escape from their clutches, their insults in bad French, which the local papers will call eloquence. But I may have 5 or 6 weeks, more or less, to live. Kill myself? By George, no, he said to himself a few days later. Napoleon went on living. Besides, life is pleasant. This place is quiet. There are no bores here, he added, laughing. Not one. And he set to making a note of the books he wished to have sent down from Paris. Chapter 37. Our Donjon. The Tomb of a Friend. Stern. He heard a racket in the corridor. Usually no one came up to his cell at that hour. The osprey flew off with a shriek, the door opened, and the venerable Father Chelin, trembling all over and leaning on a cane, threw himself into his arms. Ah, good God, is it possible, my child? Monster, I should say. The good old man couldn't utter another word. Julien was afraid he might fall. He was obliged to lead him over to a chair. The hand of time had lain heavily on this man who was once so energetic. To Julien he seemed no more than a shadow of himself. When he had caught his breath, I received your letter from Strasbourg only the day before yesterday, with your 500 francs for the poor of Verrières. It was brought to me up on the mountain at Liverou, where I have retired to my nephew Jean's house. Yesterday I heard about the catastrophe. Oh, heavens! Is it possible? The old man had stopped weeping. He looked as if he were void of thought, and added mechanically, You will need your 500 francs. I've brought them back to you. I need to see you, Father, cried Julien, deeply moved. Besides, I have money. But he couldn't get another sensible remark out of him. From time to time, Monsieur Chelin shed a few tears, which rolled silently down his cheeks. Then he would gaze at Julien, and seemed to be stunned at seeing him take his hands and raise them to his lips. That countenance so lively before, which had once expressed the most noble sentiments so energetically, did not again put by its apathetic look. After a while, some sort of peasant came to get the old man. You mustn't make him talk too much and tire him out, he said to Julien, who gathered that this was the nephew. This apparition left Julien plunged in a mood of bitter unhappiness that checked his tears. The world seemed sad and comfortless to him. He felt that his heart was frozen in his chest. That instant was the bitterest he had known since his crime. He had just seen death in all its ugliness. Every one of his illusions about generosity and greatness of soul was dissipated like a cloud before a storm. This frightful mood lasted several hours. After mental poisoning, physical antidotes are in order, and champagne. But Julien would have considered himself cowardly to have recourse to it. Toward the end of a horrible day, all of it spent pacing his narrow turret, he cried out, What a fool I am!
The sight of that poor old man shouldn't have thrown me into this awful fit of depression, unless I was to die of old age like everyone else. But a quick death in the prime of life will save me from that same pitiful decrepitude." Yet, whatever arguments he might advance, Julien was moved, like a faint-hearted creature, and consequently miserable over his visit. All the roughness and grandeur of his character, his Roman virtue, had left him. Death loomed at him from a greater height, and seemed less easy. "That will be my thermometer," he said to himself. "Tonight I am 10 degrees below the courage I need to make me equal to the guillotine. This morning I had that courage, but what does that matter, provided it comes back at the right time?" This idea of a thermometer amused him, and in the end diverted his thoughts. The next morning, when he woke up, he felt ashamed of the previous day. My happiness, my peace of mind are at stake. He was almost resolved to write the Attorney General and request that no one be allowed to see him. What about Fouquet, he thought. If he should take it upon himself to come to Besançon, how hurt he would be. It was 2 months, perhaps, since he had thought of Fouquet. "I was a great fool in Strasbourg. I never thought further than the collar of my suit." Memories of Fouquet preoccupied him a good deal and left him more deeply affected than ever. He paced nervously. "Now I am definitely 20 degrees below the death level. If this weakness gets worse, I will do better to kill myself. What joy for the Abbé Maslons and the Valenods if I die like a cur." Fouquet arrived. That good, simple man was wild with grief. His only idea, if it could be called that, was to sell everything he owned, bribe the jailer, and rescue Julien. He talked to him for a long time about Monsieur de Lavalette's escape. "You have hurt my feelings," Julien said to him. "Monsieur de Lavalette was innocent. I am guilty. Unintentionally, you have reminded me of the difference." "But do you mean it? What? You would sell everything?" said Julien, suddenly becoming watchful and mistrustful again. Delighted to see his friend responding at last to the idea uppermost in his mind, Fouquet gave him a detailed account, within 100 francs, more or less, of what he could get for each of his properties. What a sublime gesture for a provincial landowner, thought Julien. How much saving, the result of how much petty haggling, that used to make me blush when I watched him do it. He is willing to sacrifice for me. None of those handsome young men I saw at the Hôtel de la Mole who read René would ever do anything so ridiculous, excepting those who are very young, whose wealth is inherited, and who, above all, do not know the value of money. Which of those fine Parisians would be capable of such a sacrifice? All of Fouquet's mistakes in French, all his low-class ways, vanished. Julien threw himself into his arms. Never have the provinces, when compared with Paris, received a finer tribute. Overjoyed at the momentary enthusiasm he saw in his friend's eyes, Fouquet took it as an assent to escape. This glimpse of the sublime restored to Julien all the strength that Monsieur Chelin's apparition had taken from him. He was still quite young, but in my opinion this was a fine plant. Instead of progressing from soft-heartedness to wiliness, like the majority of men, with age he would have come into an easily touched benevolence. He would have got over his crazy mistrustfulness. But what good are these vain predictions? The interrogations were becoming more frequent, despite the efforts Julien made, all of which were meant to shorten the process. He kept repeating every day, "I took a life, or in any case I tried to, and with premeditation." But the judge was a stickler for form. Julien's statements did not shorten the interrogations in the least. The judge was put on his mettle. Julien didn't know that they had meant to transfer him to an awful dungeon, and that it was thanks to Fouquet's efforts that he was left in his pretty room 180 steps above the ground. The Abbé de Frilair was one among several important men who had commissioned Fouquet to supply them with firewood. The good merchant had managed to see the all-powerful vicar-general himself. To his ineffable delight, Monsieur de Frilair informed him that, touched by Julien's good qualities and the services he had once rendered the seminary, he planned to commend him to the judges. Fouquet glimpsed a hope of saving his friend, and as he left, bowing to the ground, begged the vicar-general to dole out a sum of 10 louis in masses to be said for the accused's acquittal. Fouquet was strangely mistaken. Monsieur de Frilair was not another Valenod. He refused, and even sought to make the good peasant understand that he would do better to keep his money. Seeing that it would be impossible to make himself clear without being imprudent, he advised him to give that sum in alms for the poor prisoners, who in fact wanted for everything.
That Julien is a strange fellow. What he did is inexplicable, thought Monsieur de Frilair, and nothing should be so for me. It might be possible to make a martyr of him. In any case, I mean to get to the bottom of this affair, and I may perhaps find an opportunity to frighten that Madame de Rênal, who has no respect for us, and in her heart detests me. I may even happen upon the means, through this affair, for a splendid reconciliation with Monsieur de la Mole, who has a weakness for the little seminarist. The settlement of the lawsuit had been signed a few weeks earlier, and the Abbé Pirard had left Besançon, but not without having spoken of Julien's mysterious birth, on the very day the wretch had attempted to kill Madame de Rênal in Verrières church. Julien saw but one more disagreeable event standing between him and death. It was his father's visit. He consulted Fouquet about the idea of writing to the Attorney General in order to be spared all visits. This horror of the sight of a father, and at such a time, shocked the honest bourgeois wood-dealer's heart profoundly. He believed he understood why so many people hated his friend with a passion. Out of respect for his misfortune, he kept his feelings hidden. "At any rate," he answered coldly, "the regulations for solitary confinement would not apply to your father." Chapter 38. A powerful man. There is such mystery about her ways, such elegance in her figure. Who can she be? Schiller. The doors of the donjon were opened very early the next day. Julien awoke with a start. "Ah, good God," he thought, "here's my father, what a disagreeable scene." At the same instant, a woman dressed as a peasant rushed into his arms and hugged him convulsively. He could hardly recognize her. It was Mademoiselle de la Mole. "Naughty man, it's only from your letter that I learned where you were. Until I reached Verrières, I knew nothing about what you call your crime, which is no more than a noble vengeance, and reveals the loftiness of the heart beating in his breast." Despite his bias against Mademoiselle de la Mole, which, it must be added, he did not clearly acknowledge to himself, Julien found her pretty indeed. How was it possible not to see a noble and disinterested sentiment in all her conduct and speech, far superior to anything a mean and common soul would have dared? He believed he had fallen in love again with a queen, and gave in to his enchantment. After a short while, he said to her with rare nobility of locution and of thought, "The future has stood out quite clearly to my view. After my death, I had you remarried to Monsieur de Croisenois, who would have married a widow. That charming widow's noble but somewhat romantic heart, astonished and converted to the cult of vulgar prudence by a singular, tragic, and for her momentous event, had deigned to recognize the very real worth of the young Marquis. You would resign yourself to the kind of happiness everyone knows, respect, wealth, high position. But, dear Mathilde, your coming to Besançon, if anyone suspects it, will deal a mortal blow to Monsieur de la Mole, and that is something for which I could never pardon myself. I have already caused him so much grief. The academician will say that he has warmed a serpent in his bosom." "I must admit that I hardly expected so much cold logic, so much worry about the future," said Mademoiselle de la Mole, half angrily. "My chambermaid, who is almost as cautious as you are, got a passport for herself, and I came down here post-haste under the name of Madame Michelet." "Madame Michelet was able to get in to see me as easily as all that?" "Ah, you are still a superior man, he whom I have singled out. First, I offered 100 francs to a judge's secretary, who maintained that I couldn't possibly get into the turret. After pocketing the money, the good man made me wait, raised objections. I thought he meant to cheat me." She paused. "Well," said Julien. "Don't be angry, Julien, dear," she said, kissing him. "I was obliged to give my name to the secretary, who took me for a young working girl from Paris, in love with handsome Julien. In fact, those are his words. I swore to him that I am your wife, and I will have permission to visit you every day." "That does it," thought Julien. "I couldn't stop her. But after all, Monsieur de la Mole is such a great lord that public opinion will have no trouble finding an excuse for the young colonel who is going to marry this lovely widow. My death will smooth over everything." And he abandoned himself joyously to his love for Mathilde. It was madness, greatness of soul, everything that is most uncommon. She seriously proposed committing suicide with him. After these first raptures, and when she had surfeited herself with the happiness of seeing Julien, a lively curiosity seized her all of a sudden. She was studying her lover, whom she found very superior to anything she had imagined. Boniface de la Mole seemed to have returned from the dead, but more heroic. Mathilde saw the best lawyers in the region, whom she offended by offering them gold too bluntly. But in the end they accepted it. She promptly came to the conclusion that in cases that were doubtful or of far-reaching consequence, everything depended in Besançon upon the Abbé de Frilair. Under the humble name of Madame Michelet, she had first met with insurmountable difficulties in her efforts to see the all-powerful congreganist, but rumours about a beautiful young milliner, who was madly in love and had come to Besançon from Paris to comfort the young Abbé Julien Sorel, spread throughout the town. Mathilde went about the streets of Besançon on foot, alone. She was hoping not to be recognized. In any case, she did not think it would be entirely unavailing to her case if she made a great impression on the common people. In her folly, she dreamed of inciting them to revolt and rescue Julien as he walked to his death. Mademoiselle de la Mole believed she was dressed simply and as a sorrowful woman ought to be. She was, and attracted everyone's notice. In Besançon she had become the object of everyone's attention, when, after a week of soliciting, she obtained an audience with Monsieur de Frilair. However great her courage, the idea of an influential congreganist and that of profound and circumspect villainy were so closely linked in her mind, she trembled as she rang the bell at the bishopric. She was hardly able to walk by the time she reached the staircase leading to the first vicar-general's apartment. The solitude of the episcopal palace gave her a chill. If I sit down in an armchair, that chair might seize my arms. I would vanish. To whom could my maid go to inquire about me? The captain of the police would take good care to do nothing. I am all alone in this city. After her first look at the apartment, Mademoiselle de la Mole felt reassured. In the first place, it was a footman in very elegant livery who had opened to her. The drawing-room in which she was left to wait displayed that subtle and delicate luxury, so different from gross magnificence, which is not to be found even in Paris, except in the best houses. As soon as she caught sight of Monsieur de Frilair, who was coming towards her and looking paternal, all her notions about horrible crimes vanished. In his handsome face she did not find even a trace of that energetic and rather savage virtue to which Parisian society has such an aversion. The half-smile that animated the features of this priest, who had all Besançon under his thumb, betokened a man of good society, a learned prelate, a skilful administrator. Mathilde thought she was in Paris. It took Monsieur de Frilair no more than a few minutes to bring Mathilde around to admitting that she was the daughter of his powerful adversary, the Marquis de la Mole. "I am not, in fact, Madame Michelet," she said, assuming again all of her haughty bearing, "and I don't very much mind admitting it, since I have come to consult you, sir, about the possibility of arranging Monsieur de la Vernay's escape. In the first place, he is guilty of nothing more than rashness. The woman he fired upon is in good health. In the second place, for the purpose of bribing the subalterns, I can put up 50,000 francs at once, and pledge my word for twice as much. And finally, there is no limit to what I and my family will do out of gratitude for the man who saved Monsieur de la Vernay." Monsieur de Frilair seemed astonished at the name. Mathilde showed him several letters from the Minister of War addressed to Monsieur Julien Sorel de la Vernay. "You can see, sir, that my father has taken charge of his career. It's a very simple matter. I married him secretly, and my father wanted him to be a high-ranking officer before he announced the marriage, which is a rather odd one for a La Mole." Mathilde noted that his expression of kindness and of gentle gaiety vanished quickly as Monsieur de Frilair came upon these important discoveries. Shrewdness, mixed with profound guile, showed in his face. The Abbé had his doubts. He reread the official document slowly. "How am I to make use of these strange confidences?" he wondered. "Here am I, suddenly on an intimate footing with a friend of the famous Field Marshal de Fervac's widow, almighty niece of the Lord Bishop of Blanc, by whom one is made bishop in France. An opportunity I always thought of as far in the future has presented itself without warning. This business could lead me to the object of all my desires." At first Mathilde was frightened by the rapid change in the countenance of this very powerful man, with whom she found herself alone in an isolated apartment. But after all, she said to herself shortly, wouldn't it have been the worst luck not to have made any impression at all on this cold egoist, this priest sated with power and pleasure? Dazzled by the short and unforeseen path to the episcopate which was opening up before his eyes, and astonished at Mathilde's genius, Monsieur de Frilair was thrown off his guard momentarily. Mademoiselle de la Mole saw him, ambitious and eager to the point of nervous trembling, almost at her feet. "It's all clear now," she thought. "He thinks that nothing is impossible for Madame de Fervac's lady friend." Despite a still quite painful feeling of jealousy, she had the courage to explain that Julien was the widow's intimate friend and used to see Monseigneur the Bishop of Blanc at her house almost every day. "If they made up the jury panel of 36 from among the notable inhabitants of the department by drawing lots 4 or 5 times," said the Vicar-General, with the keen look of ambition and stressing his words, "I should consider myself unlucky indeed if I couldn't count 8 or 10 friends in each list, and the most intelligent of the bunch. I would almost always have the majority on my side, and even more than that if I wanted a conviction. You see, mademoiselle, it's the easiest thing in the world for me to grant absolution." The Abbé broke off suddenly, as if astonished at the sound of his own words. He was admitting things the laity should never hear. But Mathilde was dumbfounded in turn when he informed her that what astonished and most interested Besançon society about Julien's strange case was that he had once inspired a great passion in Madame de Rênal, and had for a long time shared it. Monsieur de Frilair could easily perceive the extreme agitation his account was producing. "I have my revenge," he thought. "Here at last is the way to lead this determined little woman by the nose. I was shaking for fear I couldn't bring it off." Her look of distinction, and of not being easy to manage, doubled the charm of the rare beauty he saw almost supplicant before him. He recovered all his self-possession, and did not hesitate a second to twist the dagger in her heart. "I wouldn't be at all surprised," he said to her in a light tone, "if we should learn that Monsieur Sorel fired the 2 shots at that woman, once so beloved, out of jealousy. She is far from unattractive, and lately she had been seeing a good deal of a certain Abbé Marquinot from Dijon, a kind of Jansenist without any morals, like all of them." Leisurely, voluptuously, Monsieur de Frilair tortured the pretty girl's heart, whose secret he had stumbled on. "Why," he asked, fixing his hot eyes on Mathilde, "would Monsieur Sorel have chosen the church, if not because at that very moment his rival was celebrating Mass in it? Everyone allows that the lucky man whom you are protecting is ever so intelligent and even more far-sighted. What could have been easier than to hide himself in Monsieur de Rênal's garden, which he knows so well? There, almost certain of not being seen, caught, or suspected, he could have done away with the woman of whom he was jealous." This line of reasoning, apparently so well-founded, was all it took to drive Mathilde frantic. That spirit, lofty yet imbued with the cold cautiousness which in polite circles passes for a true expression of the human heart, was not capable of readily understanding the kind of joy that may come of throwing caution to the wind, one that can be so keen for a passionate nature. In the upper classes of Parisian society, in which Mathilde lived, passion is rarely able to slough off prudence. It's from the 6th floor that people throw themselves out the window. At last the Abbé de Frilair was sure of his hold. He gave Mathilde to understand, he was no doubt lying, that he could do as he pleased with the district attorney in charge of prosecuting the case against Julien. Once the 36 jurors for the session had been designated by lots, he would approach at least 30 of them directly and personally. If Mathilde had not seemed so pretty to Monsieur de Frilair, he would not have spoken so plainly until the 5th or 6th interview. Chapter 39. Intrigue. March the 31st, 1676. He that endeavoured to kill his sister in our house had before killed a man, and it had cost his father 500 écus to get him off, by their secret distribution gaining the favour of the councillors.
Locke, Journey Through France. On leaving the bishopric, Mathilde rushed to dispatch a messenger to Madame de Fervaques. The fear of compromising herself did not hold her back for a second. She implored her rival to obtain a letter from Monsieur de Frilair, written entirely in the Lord Bishop of Blank's hand. She went so far as to beg her to hurry down to Besançon herself. Coming from a proud, jealous soul, this gesture was heroic. Taking Fouquet's advice, she had the good sense not to say anything to Julien about her activities. Her presence upset him enough without that. A more decent man at the approach of death than he had been in the course of his life. He felt guilty not only about Monsieur de la Mole, but with regard to Mathilde as well. "What?" he would say to himself. "At times I am absent-minded and even bored in her presence. She is ruining herself for me, and this is how I reward her. Could it be that I really am a wicked man?" This question would have troubled him very little when he was ambitious. In those days, failure was the only shame, in his opinion. His bad conscience with regard to Mathilde was all the more pronounced since, at the moment, he inspired her with the most extraordinary, the wildest passion. She could talk of nothing but the strange sacrifices she would make in order to save him. Elated by feelings of which she was proud, and that had prevailed over her arrogance, she was unwilling to let an instant of her life go by without using it for some extraordinary effort. The oddest schemes, the riskiest for herself, filled up her long talks with Julien. Well paid, the jailers let her have the run of the prison. Mathilde's notions did not stop at the sacrifice of her reputation. It mattered little to her if she let all society know about her condition. To fling herself on her knees in front of the king's carriage going at a gallop, to attract the sovereign's attention at the risk of being run over 1,000 times, and beg for Julien's pardon, was among the lesser chimeras entertained by this inflamed and courageous imagination. With friends who stood close to the throne, she was sure of being admitted to the reserved areas of the Park of Saint-Cloud. Julien felt that he was hardly worth such devotion. To tell the truth, he was weary of heroism. He would have responded to a simple, naive, and almost shy affection, whereas Mathilde's haughty spirit could never forego the idea of a public. Amidst all her anguish, all her fears for the life of this lover, whom she did not wish to survive, she had, so Julien felt, a secret need to astonish the public by the immoderateness of her love and the sublimity of her undertakings. Julien was annoyed with himself for not feeling touched by all this heroism. What would have been his reaction had he known of all the mad schemes with which Mathilde had overwhelmed the good Fouquet's devoted but eminently rational and narrow mind? Fouquet couldn't quite say what was wrong with Mathilde's devotion, for he too would have sacrificed his whole fortune and exposed his life to the greatest danger to save Julien. He was stupefied at the quantity of gold Mathilde tossed around. In the first few days, the sums spent in this manner filled him with respect, for he had all of the provincial's veneration for money. Before long, he discovered that Mademoiselle de la Mole's plans changed frequently, and to his great relief, found the word to censure disposition he found so tiresome. She was changeable. From this epithet to stubborn, the greatest anathema in the province is but a step. "It's odd," Julien said to himself one day as Mathilde was leaving the prison, "that a passion so strong, and of which I am the object, should leave me so indifferent. I adored her 2 months ago. I read somewhere that as death approaches a man loses all interest, but it's terrible to feel ungrateful and not to be able to change. Does that make me an egoist?" He took himself to task on that score, in the most humiliating terms. In his heart, ambition was dead. Another passion had risen from its ashes. He called it remorse for having attacked Madame de Rênal. He was, in fact, head over heels in love with her. He felt a strange happiness when, left absolutely alone and with no fear of being interrupted, he could give himself up entirely to the memory of happy days he had spent in Verrières or at Vergy. The slightest incidents of those days, too quickly flown, held an irresistible charm and freshness for him. He never thought about his successes in Paris. They bored him. Out of jealousy, Mathilde half-guessed his state of mind, which was becoming more pronounced every day. She was fully aware that she had to compete against his love of solitude. Sometimes she would utter Madame de Rênal's name in terror. She would see Julien shiver. Henceforth her passion knew no bounds or restraint. "If he dies, I die after him," she kept telling herself, in all possible good faith. What would the Paris drawing-room say if they saw a lover condemned to die, worshipped to that extent by a girl of my rank? To find like sentiments, you have to go back to the age of heroes. It was love affairs of this kind that set hearts to beating in the reign of Charles IX and of Henry III. In the midst of her most intense raptures, when she was holding Julien's head against her heart, "What," she would say to herself in horror, "can this charming head be doomed to fall? Very well," she would add, inflamed with a heroism that was not devoid of happiness. "These lips which are pressed against this beautiful hair will be cold less than 24 hours later." Memories of those moments of heroism and of terrible delight held her in an invincible grasp. The notion of suicide, so engrossing in itself, but up to now so remote from that lofty mind, made its way into her thoughts, soon to reign there with absolute power. "No, my ancestors' blood did not cool off as it came down to me," Mathilde told herself proudly. "I have a favour to ask," her lover said to her one day. "Put your child out to nurse in Verrières. Madame de Rênal will keep an eye on the nurse." "What you are asking me is hard indeed," and Mathilde turned pale. "Yes, it is, and I beg your pardon 1,000 times," cried Julien, coming out of his reverie and folding her in his arms. After having dried her tears, he returned to his idea, but more adroitly this time. He first gave the conversation a gloomy, philosophical turn. He spoke of that future which would so soon be closed to him. "You must agree, my dear, that a passion is accidental in life, but an accident that happens only to superior souls. The death of my son would in fact be a blessing to your family's pride. That is the conclusion your servants will draw. Neglect will be the lot of this child of sorrow and shame. I hope that at a time which I do not wish to specify, but which nevertheless I have the courage to foresee, you will obey my last instructions. You will marry the Marquis de Croissenois." "What? Dishonoured as I am?" "Dishonour cannot fix itself to a name like yours. You will be thought of as a widow, a madman's widow, and that is all. I will go so far as to say that, not having money for its motive, my crime will not be considered in the least dishonourable. Perhaps by then some philosophical legislator will have persuaded his prejudiced contemporaries to abolish capital punishment. Then some friendly voice will mention me as an example. Look, Mademoiselle de la Mole's first husband was mad, but not evil. He was not a criminal. It was absurd to cut off his head. Then my memory will be infamous no more, that is, not after a certain time. Your position in society, your fortune, and if I may say so, your genius, will make it possible for Monsieur de Croissenois, once he's your husband, to play a part to which he could not have aspired all by himself. He has nothing but birth and bravery, and those qualities by themselves, which made up the accomplished man in 1729, are out of date a century later, and lead to nothing but pretensions. It takes more than that if a man is to set himself at the head of French youth. Whatever the political party into which you push your husband, you will bring to it the benefit of a strong and enterprising character. You may take the place once held by the Chevreuses and the Longuevilles during the Fronde. But by that time, my dear, the heavenly fire that burns in you now will have waned a bit. If you will allow me to say so," he added after a good many other preparatory remarks, 15 years from now, you will look back on the love you felt for me as a folly, pardonable, but nonetheless a folly." He stopped suddenly and began to muse. He found himself face to face again with an idea that was very offensive to Mathilde. "In 15 years, Madame de Rênal will worship my son, and you will have forgotten him." Chapter 40. Peace. It is because I was mad then that I am wise now. O philosopher, you who see only the immediate, how short are your views? Your eye is incapable of following the subterranean work of the passions. Goethe. Their talk was cut short by an interrogation, followed by a conference with the lawyer in charge of the defense. Those were the only absolutely disagreeable moments in a life full of negligence and tender dreaming. "It was murder, and murder with premeditation," said Julien to the judge as well as the lawyer. "I'm sorry, gentlemen," he added with a smile, "but this reduces your task to almost nothing." After all, Julien reflected, when he had succeeded in ridding himself of those two creatures, I must be brave, and conspicuously braver than those two. They think of this ill-fated duel as the crowning evil, as the king of frights, but I shall not concern myself seriously about it until the day of the trial. That is because I have known a greater misfortune, continued Julien, philosophizing to himself. I suffered far more during my first trip to Strasbourg, when I thought Mathilde had thrown me over. And to think how passionately I desired this total intimacy, which leaves me so cold today. In fact, I am happier alone than when that beautiful girl is sharing my solitude. His lawyer, a man of rules and formalities, thought he was crazy, and, like the public, was convinced that jealousy had shoved the gun into his hand. One day he ventured to let Julien know that this allegation, true or false, would make an excellent plea for the defence. But in the wink of an eye the accused became his incisive and passionate self once more. "On your life, sir," shouted Julien furiously, "remember never to utter that abominable lie again." For a moment the cautious lawyer was afraid of being murdered. He was getting his plea for the defence ready, since the decisive moment was rapidly drawing near. Besançon and the whole department talked of nothing but the famous case. Julien was ignorant of this detail. He had requested that no one speak to him ever about that sort of thing. The same day, at their first remark, Julien had silenced Fouquet and Mathilde, who had tried to inform him of certain public rumours, very liable, they felt, to give grounds for hope. "Leave me to my ideal existence. Your pestering, your little accounts of real life, all more or less offensive to me, would pull me down from the heavens. A man dies as best he can. As for me, I want to face death in my own way. What do I care what the public thinks? My connection with it will be cut off sharply enough. For pity's sake, say no more about those people. It's bad enough to be exposed to such rabble as the prosecutor and my lawyer." "So," he said to himself, "it appears that I am destined to die dreaming, and nobody like myself, sure of being forgotten after 2 weeks, would be a fool indeed to go along with this farce. It's odd all the same that I never learned the art of enjoying life until I saw the end of it so close." He spent these last days out, walking on the narrow, flat roof of the donjon, smoking the excellent cigars for which Mathilde had sent a courier to Holland, and unaware that his appearance was awaited daily by all the telescopes in the city. His mind was at Vergy. He never spoke of Madame de Rênal to Fouquet, but 2 or 3 times his friend told him that she was recovering rapidly, and those words resounded in his heart. Though Julien's mind was almost always in the land of ideas, Mathilde, concerned with realities, as befits an aristocratic heart, had been able to further the intimacy of the direct correspondence between Madame de Fervaques and Monsieur de Frilair to such a point that already the great word diocese had been pronounced. The venerable prelate in charge of church appointments had added in a postille to one of his niece's letters, "That poor Sorel is impulsive and nothing worse. I hope he will be restored to us." At the sight of these lines, Monsieur de Frilair was beside himself with joy. He had no doubts about saving Julien. "Without that Jacobin law which requires an endless list of jurors on the panel, and which has no real aim other than to strip the well-born of all their influence," he was saying to Mathilde on the eve of the drawing for the session's 36 jurors, "I could answer for the verdict. I got the Curé N. acquitted." It was with pleasure the next day that Monsieur de Frilair recognized 5 congreganists from Besançon among the names drawn from the urn, and among the out-of-towners those of Messieurs Valenod, de Moirot, de Cholin. "I can answer right now for those 8 jurors," he told Mathilde. "The first 5 are tools. Valenod is my agent. Moirot owes me everything. De Cholin is an imbecile who is afraid of his own shadow." The newspaper spread the jurors' names throughout the department, and Madame de Rênal, to her husband's ineffable terror, resolved to go to Besançon. The best Monsieur de Rênal could do was to extract a promise from her that she would keep to her bed, and so avoid the unpleasantness of being called as a witness.
"You don't understand my position," the ex-mayor of Verrières kept telling her. "I am now a liberal by defection, as they say. There's no doubt but that rascal Valenod and Monsieur de Frilair can easily get the Attorney General and the judges to do anything they please that will go against me."
Madame de Rênal submitted to her husband's order willingly. "If I appeared at the assize court," she told herself, "it would look as if I were asking for revenge." Despite all the promises of discretion she made to her confessor and to her husband, she had no more than arrived at Besançon when she wrote to each of the 36 jurors in her own hand, "I will not appear at all on the day of the trial, sir, because my presence might be prejudicial to Monsieur Sorel's case. I desire only one thing in the world, and passionately, that he be saved. Have no doubts about it. The horrible thought that an innocent man had been led to his death because of me would poison the rest of my life, and no doubt shorten it. How could you condemn him to death when I am still alive? No, without a doubt, society has no right to take a life, especially that of an individual like Julien Sorel. Everyone in Verrières has known him to have moments of aberration. That poor young man has powerful enemies, yet even among his enemies, and how many he has, who questions his wonderful talents and his profound learning? This is no ordinary fellow you are about to judge, sir. For close to 18 months we all knew him to be pious, well-behaved, diligent. But 2 or 3 times a year he was seized by a fit of melancholy that verged on derangement. The whole town of Verrières, all our neighbours at Vergy, where we spent the summer months, my whole family, the sub-prefect himself, will do justice to his exemplary piety. He knows all of the Holy Bible by heart. Would an ungodly man have applied himself for years to learn the Holy Book? My sons will have the honour of presenting you with this letter. They are children. Be so good as to examine them, sir. They will give you any details about the poor young man that might still be needed to convince you that it would be barbarous to condemn him. Far from avenging me, you would be signing my death warrant. What argument can his enemies oppose to this fact? My wound, which was the result of one of those moments of derangement that even my children used to notice in their tutor, is so far from dangerous that after less than 2 months it has allowed me to post from Verrières to Besançon. If I learn, sir, that you feel a moment's hesitation about saving a man whose guilt is so slight from the barbarity of the law, I will leave my bed, to which I am confined solely by my husband's orders, and go and throw myself at your feet. Find that premeditation was not established, sir, and you will not have the blood of an innocent man on your conscience," etc., etc. Chapter 41. The verdict. The district will long remember that famous trial. Interest in the defendant caused a general stir because his crime was astonishing, yet not atrocious. And even if it had been, he was such a handsome young man. His great good fortune, so soon ended, aroused even more pity. Would they convict him? Asked the women of their male acquaintances, and one saw them turn pale as they waited for the answer. Sainte-Beuve. Finally dawned the day so much dreaded by Madame de Rênal and Mathilde. The strange look of the city increased their terror twofold, and left not even Fouquet's staunch heart untouched. The whole province had come running to Besançon to see the outcome of this romantic trial. As of several days ago, no rooms were to be had in the inns. The presiding judge of the assize court was beset with requests for tickets. Every lady in the city wanted to attend the trial. Julien's portrait was being hawked about the streets, etc., etc. Mathilde had kept in reserve for this supreme moment a letter written entirely in the hand of his lordship, the Bishop of Blank. That prelate, who directed the Church of France and made bishops, had deigned to ask for Julien's acquittal. On the eve of the trial, Mathilde took this letter to the almighty Vicar General. At the end of the interview, when she burst into tears as she was leaving, "I can answer for the jury's verdict," Monsieur de Frilair almost moved himself, and coming out from behind his diplomatic reserve at last, said to her, "Among the 12 persons in charge of determining whether your protégé's crime has been established, and especially whether it was premeditated, I can count on 6 friends who are devoted to my career, and I made it plain that it is up to them to put me in the bishop's palace. Baron Valenod, the mayor of Verrières, who owes me his office, can do what he likes with 2 of his subordinates, Messieurs de Moirot and de Cholin. To tell the truth, the drawing has given us 2 very unorthodox jurors for this business, yet, though ultra-liberal, they abide by my orders on important occasions,
and they have been urged to vote like Monsieur de Valenod. I have learned that a sixth juror, a manufacturer, an immensely rich and talkative Liberal, aspires secretly to a contract for supplying the War Ministry, and would not, I dare say, want to offend me. He has been told that Monsieur de Valenod has my last word on the matter." "And who is this Monsieur Valenod?" Mathilde asked uneasily. "If you knew him, you could have no doubts about our success. He is an audacious, impudent, coarse speaker, a born leader of fools. 1814 took him out of the gutter, and I am going to make a prefect of him. He's likely to beat the other jurors if they won't vote his way." Mathilde felt somewhat reassured. Another discussion lay ahead of her that evening, so as not to prolong a disagreeable scene, the outcome of which, in his opinion, was already decided. Julien had made up his mind not to take the floor. "My lawyer will do the talking. That's more than enough," he told Mathilde. "I will be made a spectacle before my enemies only too long as it is. Those provincials were offended by my sudden wealth, for which I am obliged to you, and believe me, there is not one among them who does not wish for my conviction, though he may blubber like a fool when they take me out to die." "They want to see you humiliated. That is only too true," answered Mathilde. "But I don't think they are in the least cruel. My presence in Besançon, and the sight of my suffering, have aroused the interest of all the women. Your good looks will do the rest. If you speak a few words before the judges, the whole audience will be on your side," etc., etc. The next morning at 9, when Julien came down from his prison to go into the trial room of the courthouse, the gendarmes had a great deal of trouble making a way through the huge crowd that had crammed into the courtyard. Julien had slept well. He was quite calm, and felt nothing more than a philosophical pity for the envious crowd which, without cruelty, would soon be applauding his death sentence. He was surprised indeed when, held up for a quarter of an hour in the midst of the crowd, he was forced to acknowledge that his presence evoked a feeling of tender pity in the public. He did not hear a single disparaging remark. "These provincials are not so spiteful as I thought," he said to himself. Upon entering the courtroom, he was struck by the elegance of the architecture. It was true Gothic, with a host of small, pretty columns, carved in the stone with the greatest care. He thought he was in England. But his attention was soon engrossed by a dozen or 15 pretty women who, sitting opposite the dock, filled up the 3 balconies over the judges and the jury. On turning around toward the public, he saw that the circular gallery which projects out over the amphitheatre was filled with women. Most of them were young and seemed to him very pretty. Their eyes were shining and full of concern. In the rest of the room the crowd was huge. People were struggling at the doors, and the guards could not obtain silence. When all the eyes that had been searching for Julien remarked his presence, then saw him take the slightly elevated seat reserved for the accused, he was greeted with a murmur of astonishment and tender interest. That day you would have said that he wasn't 20 years old. He was dressed simply, but with perfect grace. His hair and forehead were charming. Mathilde had insisted on presiding over his toilet herself. Julien's pallor was extreme. Hardly seated on the bench, from all sides he heard, "God, how young he is! But he's only a boy. He's much better looking than his picture." "Defendant," the gendarme seated on his right said to him, "see those 6 ladies sitting in the balcony?" The gendarme pointed to a small gallery jutting out over that part of the amphitheatre where the jurors sat. "That one is the prefect's wife," continued the gendarme. "Beside her, the Marquise de M. That one likes you. I heard her talking with the examining magistrate. Next comes Madame Derville." "Madame Derville!" exclaimed Julien, and his forehead flushed a vivid red. "When she leaves here, she will write to Madame de Rênal," he thought. He knew nothing of Madame de Rênal's arrival in Besançon. The witnesses were examined. This took several hours, at the first words of the case for the prosecution, pronounced by the district attorney. 2 of those ladies seated in the little balcony, directly facing Julien, burst into tears. "Madame Derville is not so easily moved," thought Julien. Yet he noted that she was very red. The Advocate General was running to pathos in bad French over the barbarity of the crime committed. Julien noted that Madame Derville's neighbours looked as if they disapproved of him thoroughly. Several jurors, obviously acquaintances of these ladies, spoke to them and seemed to reassure them. "That can only be taken as a good omen," thought Julien. Up to then he had felt nothing but unalloyed contempt for all the men at the trial. The district attorney's shabby eloquence increased his feeling of disgust, But Julien's coldness gradually gave way before such marked interest, the object of which was plainly himself. He was pleased with his lawyer's resolute bearing. "No fancy speeches," he whispered to him as he was about to take the floor. "All the bombast pilfered from Bossuet that has been trotted out and used against you has helped your cause," said the lawyer. In effect, he spoke barely 5 minutes before most of the women had their handkerchiefs out. Encouraged, the lawyer addressed the jury in extremely bold terms. Julien shivered. He felt that he was on the point of tears. Great God, what would my enemies say? He was about to give in to feelings that were getting the best of him when, fortunately, he happened to catch an insolent stare from the Baron de Valenod. "The cur's eyes are blazing," he said to himself. "What a triumph for that base soul! If my crime had led to nothing but this, I should curse it. God knows what he'll say to Madame de Rênal about me at parties next winter." This idea cancelled all others. Not long after, his train of thought was broken by the public's murmur of approval. His lawyer had just finished his plea for the defence. Julien remembered that it was proper to shake his hand. Time had passed swiftly. Refreshments were brought in for the lawyer and the accused. It was only then that Julien was struck by one detail. Not a single woman had left the hearing to go to dinner. "By George, I'm dying of hunger," said the lawyer. "And you?" "So am I," answered Julien. "Look, there's the prefect's wife having her dinner too," the lawyer said, pointing to the small balcony. "Buck up, it's going fine." The session resumed. While the presiding judge was summing up, midnight struck. He was forced to break off. Amidst the silence of universal anxiety, the clock bell's reverberation filled the room. "Here begins the last of my days," thought Julien. Before long, he was ablaze with the idea of duty. Up to then, he had dominated his feelings and kept his resolution not to speak. But when the presiding judge of the assize court asked him if he had anything to say, he rose. Before him he saw Madame Derville's eyes, which in that light seemed very shiny. Could she by chance be weeping? He wondered. "Gentlemen of the jury, a horror of contempt, which I thought I might defy at the moment of death, prompts me to speak. Gentlemen, I do not have the honour of belonging to your class. In me you see a peasant in revolt against the baseness of his lot. I am not asking for mercy," Julien went on, steadying his voice. "I have no illusions. Death awaits me. It will be just. I had the heart to make an attempt on the life of a woman who is worthy of every kind of respect and homage. Madame de Rênal had been like a mother to me. My crime is abominable, and it was premeditated. So, gentlemen of the jury, I deserve to die. Yet even if I were less guilty, I see men here who, not to be stopped by any consideration of mercy that my youth might deserve, would like to punish through me and discourage forever a whole class of young men who, born to an inferior position in society and, so to speak, oppressed by poverty, have had the luck to obtain a good education and the audacity to mingle with what the rich in their pride call society. That, gentlemen, is my crime, and it will be punished all the more severely because I am not, in fact, being judged by my peers. In the jury box I see no wealthy peasant, only outraged burghers." For 20 minutes Julien went on in this vein. He said everything he had on his chest. The district attorney, who aspired to the aristocracy's favour, kept jumping up in his chair. But in spite of the somewhat abstract turn Julien had given the discussion, all the women were bursting into tears. Madame Derville herself had a handkerchief over her eyes. Before closing, Julien returned to the idea of premeditation, to his repentance, to his respect, to the filial and boundless adoration that, in happier times, he had felt for Madame de Rênal. Madame Derville gave a scream and fainted. 1 o'clock was striking when the jurors retired to their room. Not a single woman had given up her place. Several men had tears in their eyes. The conversations were at first very lively, but little by little, the jurors' decision being slow to come, the general weariness began to cast a calm over the assembly. It was a solemn moment. The lights sparkled brilliantly. Very tired, Julien heard people near him debating as to whether this delay was a good or a bad sign. He noted with pleasure that everyone was for him. The jury did not come in, and yet no woman had left the room. 2 o'clock had just struck, when a great stirring became audible. The little door to the jury room opened. The Baron de Valenod advanced at a grave and theatrical pace. He was followed by all the jurors. He coughed, then declared that by his soul and conscience the unanimous finding of the jury was that Julien Sorel was guilty of murder, and of murder with premeditation. This verdict carried the death penalty. It was pronounced a minute later. Julien looked at his watch and remembered Monsieur de Lavalette. It was 2:15. "Today is Friday," he thought. "Yes, but this is a happy day for Valenod, who condemned me. I am too closely watched for Mathilde to be able to save me as Madame de Lavalette did. So in 3 days, at this same hour, I will know what to believe about the great perhaps." At that moment, he heard a scream and was called back to the things of this world. The women around him were sobbing. He saw that every face was turned toward a little gallery contrived in the capital of a Gothic pilaster. Later, he learned that Mathilde had been hiding there. Since the scream was not repeated, everyone went back to looking at Julien, for whom the gendarmes were trying to make a way through the crowd. "Let's try not to give that crook Valenod anything to laugh about," thought Julien. With what a grieved and humbugging look he pronounced the verdict, which carries a death sentence, while that poor man presiding over the assize, even though he's been a judge for years, had tears in his eyes when he sentenced me. What joy for Valenod to have his revenge for our old rivalry over Madame de Rênal. So I will never see her again. It's all over. A last farewell is impossible for us, I'm sure. How happy I would have been to tell her how much I detest my crime." He spoke only these words. "I find I have been justly condemned." Chapter 42. After bringing Julien back to the prison, the guards put him in a cell reserved for the condemned. He, who usually noted even the smallest details, was totally unaware that he had not been made to climb back up to his donjon. He was imagining what he would say to Madame de Rênal if, at the last minute, he had the good luck to see her. He expected her to interrupt him, and with his first remark he meant to make clear to her the full extent of his contrition. After such a deed, how could I convince her that I love her alone? After all, I did try to kill her, whether out of ambition or out of love for Mathilde. Getting into bed, he discovered that the sheets were made of coarse linen. The scales fell from his eyes. "Ah, I'm in the dungeon," he told himself. "As a condemned man. It's only right." Count Altamira was telling me that on the eve of his death, Danton said in his gruff voice, "It's odd, but the verb to guillotine cannot be conjugated in all its tenses. You can say, 'I will be guillotined,' 'you shall be guillotined,' but you cannot say, 'I have been guillotined.'" "Why not?" Julien went on. "If there is another life. My faith, if I meet the God of the Christians, I'm done for. He's a despot, and as such filled with thoughts of vengeance. His Bible speaks of nothing but terrible punishments. I have never loved him. I have never been willing to believe that anyone could love him sincerely. He is merciless." And Julien recalled several passages in the Bible. "He will punish me in some horrible way. But if I should see Fenelon's God, perhaps he would say to me, 'A great deal will be forgiven you, for you have loved a great deal.' Have I loved such a great deal? Ah, I love Madame de Rênal, but my conduct was atrocious. In her case, as in others, I forsook simple and modest worth for all that glitters. And yet, what prospects I had! Colonel in the Hussars, had we gone to war? Secretary of a legation in peacetime. After that, ambassador, for I would soon know the ropes, and even if I were a downright fool, would the Marquis de la Mole's son-in-law have to worry about competition? All my blunders would be pardoned, or rather set down as accomplishments. A man of accomplishments enjoying the best life has to offer, in Vienna or in London. Not quite, sir. You are to be guillotined in 3 days. Julien laughed heartily over this flash of his own wit. Really, a man has 2 persons in him, he reflected. Who the devil thought up that sly remark? As a matter of fact, yes, my friend, to be guillotined in 3 days, he answered his interrupter. Monsieur de Cholin will rent a window, going halves with the Abbé Maslon. Well then, which of those 2 worthies will cheat the other out of the price of that window? This passage from Rotrou's Wenceslas came to him all of a sudden. Ladislas, my soul is ready. The king, Ladislas's father. So is the scaffold. Betake your head there. Fine answer, he thought, and fell asleep. Someone woke him in the morning by holding him tightly. "What, already?" said Julien, opening a haggard eye. He thought he was in the executioner's hands. It was Mathilde. Luckily she didn't understand me. This observation restored his self-possession. He found Mathilde changed, as if by 6 months of illness. Really, she was not recognizable. "That unspeakable Frilair has betrayed me," she said, wringing her hands. Rage kept her from weeping. "Wasn't I fine yesterday when I took the floor?" replied Julien. "I was improvising, and for the first time in my life. True, it may well be the last." At that moment, Julien was playing on Mathilde's character with all the coolness of a skilful pianist at the keyboard. "I lack the advantage of an illustrious birth, it's true," he added, "but Mathilde's great heart has raised her lover to her own level. Do you think Boniface de la Mole handled himself any better in front of his judges?" That day Mathilde was tender without affectation, like a poor girl who lives on the 6th floor, but she couldn't get him to speak in less high-flown language. He was paying her back, unwittingly, for the torment she had often inflicted on him. "No one knows the source of the Nile," Julien was saying to himself. "It has never been granted the eye of man to see the king of rivers in the state of a simple stream, and so no human eye shall see Julien weak, because in the first place he is not. But my heart is easily moved. The most commonplace remark, if it rings true, can affect my voice, and even cause my tears to flow. How many times have the hard-hearted despised me for that flaw? They thought I was begging for mercy. That is something I must never allow. They say that at the foot of the gallows Danton was moved to tears by the memory of his wife, but Danton had put strength into a nation of idlers and kept the enemy from reaching Paris. I alone know what I might have done. In the eyes of the world I am at best a might have been. If Madame de Rênal were here in my dungeon instead of Mathilde, would I be able to control myself? The excessiveness of my contrition and of my despair would be taken by Valenod and all the patricians of the region for an ignoble fear of death. They are so proud, those faint hearts whose wealth sets them above temptation. You see what it means, Messieurs de Moirot and de Cholin, who have just sentenced me to death, would say. To be born a carpenter's son. A man may become educated, clever, but the heart, one cannot learn to have a stout heart. That holds for even this poor Mathilde, who is weeping now, or rather who cannot weep any more, he said, looking at her reddened eyes. And he clasped her in his arms. The sight of genuine suffering made him forget his syllogism. She may have wept all night, he told himself, but with what shame she will look back on all this one day. She will think of herself as having been led astray, in her tender youth, by a plebeian's lowly way of thinking. Croissenois is weak enough to marry her, and by Jove he will do well. She will make him play a role. By that right a spirit firm and far-seeing in its plans has over the dull spirit of vulgar humans. Here's a funny thing. Now that I must die, all the verses I ever learned in my life keep coming back to me. That must be a sign of decadence. Mathilde kept repeating to him in a dull voice, "He's there in the next room." Finally Julien paid attention to what she was saying. Her voice is feeble, he thought, but all of that domineering character is still in her tone. She's lowered her voice to keep from getting angry. "Who is in there?" he asked her gently. "The lawyer, to have you sign your appeal." "I will not appeal." "What? You won't appeal?" she said, getting to her feet, her eyes sparkling with anger. "And why not, if you please?" "Because at this moment I feel I have the courage to die without making too big a fool of myself. And who can say whether in 2 months, after a long stay in this damp dungeon, I will be so well disposed? I foresee visits from priests, from my father. Nothing on earth could be more disagreeable. I'd rather die." This unexpected contrariness roused all the haughtiness in Mathilde's character. She had not been able to see the Abbé de Frilair before the hour when the cells in Besançon's prison were unlocked. Her fury came down on Julien. She adored him, and for a full quarter of an hour he recognized in her imprecations against his character, in her misgiving about having loved him, all of that haughty spirit which had once heaped him with such cutting abuse in the library at the Hôtel de la Mole. "Heaven owed it to the glory of your house to see to it that you were born a man," he said to her. "But as for me,
he thought. I would be a great fool to go on living 2 more months in this disgusting hole, a butt for every infamous and humiliating insult the aristocratic faction can think up, and for my sole comfort the curses of this mad woman. Well, the morning after next I shall fight a duel with a man known for his coolness and his remarkable skill. Remarkable indeed, said his Mephistophelian voice. He never misses. Good enough. So be it. Fine and dandy. Mathilde was still carrying on. By George, no, he said to himself. I will not appeal. This resolution taken, he lapsed into a reverie. The postman will bring the newspaper at 6 as usual when he makes his rounds. At 8 o'clock, after Monsieur de Rênal has read it, Elisa will come in on tiptoes and lay it on her bed. Later she will wake up. All of a sudden, as she reads, she will be upset. Her pretty hand will tremble. She will read down to these words, "At 10:05, he was no more." She will weep bitterly, I know her. The fact that I meant to kill her will count for nothing. She will forget everything, and the person whose life I tried to take will be the only one who will weep sincerely over my death. Ah, this is the antithesis, he thought, and for the quarter of an hour more that the scene Mathilde was making endured, he thought only of Madame de Rênal. In spite of himself, and though often replying to what Mathilde said to him, he couldn't take his mind off his memory of the bedroom in Verrières. He saw the Besançon Gazette on the orange taffeta coverlet. He saw that very white hand clutching it convulsively. He saw Madame de Rênal weeping. He followed the course of each tear down that lovely face. Unable to do anything herself, Mademoiselle de la Mole called in the lawyer. As luck would have it, he had been a captain in the Italian campaign of 1796, during which he had fought at Manuel's side. For form's sake, he opposed the condemned man's resolution vigorously. Julien, wishing to treat him respectfully, enumerated all his reasons. "By Jove, that's one way of looking at it," Monsieur Felix Vanneau, the lawyer, ended by telling him. "But you have 3 full days to appeal, and it is my duty to come back every day. If a volcano should erupt under this prison within the next 2 months, you would be saved. You could die of a sickness," he said, looking Julien in the eye. Julien shook his head. "I thank you. You are a good man. I will think it over." And when Mathilde finally left with the lawyer, he felt much more affection for the latter than for her. Chapter 43. An hour later, when he was sleeping soundly, he was roused by tears he felt running over his hand. "Ah, it's Mathilde again," he thought half-wakefully. "True to her strategy, she has come to attack my resolution with tender sentiments." Bored by the prospect of a new scene in the pathetic style, he kept his eyes closed. Belphegor's lines, when he is running away from his wife, crossed his mind. He heard a strange sigh. He opened his eyes. It was Madame de Rênal. "Ah, I see you once more before I die. Is this an illusion?" he cried, throwing himself at her feet. "Forgive me, madam. I am nothing but a murderer in your eyes," he said immediately upon recovering himself. "Sir, I have come to beg you to appeal. I know you don't want to—" Her sobs were choking her. She couldn't speak. "Be so good as to pardon me." "If you wish me to pardon you," she said, rising and throwing herself into his arms, "appeal your death sentence right away." Julien was covering her with kisses. "Will you come to see me every day during these 2 months?" "I swear I will. Every day unless my husband forbids it." "I'll sign," cried Julien. "What? You forgive me? Is it possible?" He clasped her in his arms. He was wild. She gave a little scream. "It's nothing," she told him. "You hurt me." "Your shoulder!" Julien cried, bursting into tears. He stood off a little and covered her hand with kisses of flame. "Who could have guessed it would be like this the last time I saw you? In your room in Verrières?" "Who could have guessed at the time that I would write that unspeakable letter to Monsieur de la Mole? You know that I've always loved you, that I've never loved anyone but you." "Is it really possible?" cried Madame de Rênal, ecstatic in turn. She bent over Julien, who was at her knees, and for a long time they wept in silence. Never before in his life had Julien known such a moment. A good while later, when they were able to speak, Madame de Rênal said, And young Madame Michelet, or rather Mademoiselle de la Mole, for I am really beginning to believe that strange story.
It's true only in appearance, answered Julien. She is my wife, but she does not rule in my heart. Though interrupting one another 100 times, they managed with great difficulty to tell one another what each did not know. The letters sent to Monsieur de la Mole had been written by the young priest, who directed Madame de Rênal's conscience, and afterwards copied by her.
"What a horrible thing religion has made me do," she said. "And even then I softened the most awful passages in that letter."
Julien's raptures and his happiness proved to her how fully he pardoned her. Never had he been so madly in love.
"I think I am pious,"
Madame de Rênal said to him in the course of the conversation.
"I sincerely believe in God. I believe, too, and it has even been proved to me, that the crime I am committing is horrible, and yet as soon as I saw you, even after you had fired at me twice with a pistol—"
And at this point, in spite of her, Julien covered her with kisses.
"Let me be," she continued. "I want to discuss this with you, lest I forget. As soon as I see you, all thought of duty vanishes. I am nothing but love for you, or rather the word love is too feeble. I feel for you what I ought to feel for God alone, a mixture of respect, love, obedience. To tell the truth, I don't know what it is you inspire in me. Should you tell me to stab the jailer, the crime would be committed before I had thought about it. Explain that to me distinctly before I leave you. I want to see clearly into my own soul, for in 2 months we must part. By the way, must we part?" she said to him with a smile.
"I take back my promise," cried Julien, getting up. "I will not appeal my death sentence if by poison, knife, pistol, carbon gas, or by any other means whatsoever, you attempt to end or shorten your life." Madame de Rênal's expression changed all at once. The most vivid tenderness gave way to a deep reverie.
"If we should die right now," she said to him at length.
"Who knows what we might find in the other life?" replied Julien. "Perhaps torment, perhaps nothing at all.
Can't we spend 2 months together in some delightful way? 2 months, that's a good many days. Shall I ever have been so happy?" "No, you shall never have been so happy."
"Never," repeated Julien rapturously. "And I am talking to you as I talk to myself. God keep me from exaggerating."
"To speak so is to command me," she said with a timid and melancholy smile.
"Very well, then. You swear by the love you bear me never to make an attempt on your life by any means, whether direct or indirect. Remember," he added, "that you must live for my son, whom Mathilde will turn over to lackeys once she is the Marquise de Croisenois."
"I swear," she replied coldly. "But I insist on leaving with your appeal, written in your own hand and signed. I myself will go to the Attorney General."
"Take care. You will compromise yourself."
"After having gone so far as to visit you in prison, I will always be, in Besançon and in all Franche-Comté, a heroine of anecdotes," she said, looking deeply grieved. "The limits of strict modesty have been crossed. I am a woman without honor. True, it was for you."
Her voice was so sad that Julien embraced her, with a happiness entirely new to him. It was no longer the intoxication of love, it was utmost gratitude he felt. He had just become aware, for the first time, of the full extent of the sacrifice she had made for him. Some charitable soul, no doubt, informed Monsieur de Rênal about the long visits his wife was making to Julien's prison, for at the end of 3 days he sent her his carriage, with the express order to return at once to Verrières. This cruel separation started the day off badly for Julien. 2 or 3 hours later he was advised that a certain priest, a schemer who had, nevertheless, not been able to make his way among the Jesuits of Besançon, had stationed himself that morning in the street, outside the prison gate. It was raining heavily, and this man was trying to play the martyr. Julien was in a bad mood, and this bit of nonsense depressed him. He had already refused to see the priest that morning, but the man had taken it into his head to confess Julien and make a reputation for himself among the young women of Besançon, with all the confidences he would claim to have received. He kept declaring in a loud voice that he was going to spend the day and the night at the prison gate. "God has sent me to move the heart of this new apostate."
The common people, always interested in a scene, were beginning to flock. "Yes, my brethren," he was telling them, "I will spend the day here and the night, as well as every day and every night following. The Holy Ghost has spoken to me. I have a mission from on high. It is my duty to save young Sorel's soul. Join with me in prayer," etc., etc. Julien had a horror of scandal and of anything that might draw attention to himself. He thought of seizing the moment to make his escape from the world incognito. Yet he still had some hope of seeing Madame de Rênal again, and he was hopelessly in love. The prison gate was situated on one of the busiest streets. The thought of that muddy priest drawing a crowd and making a scandal tortured his soul. "No doubt about it, he repeats my name every minute." That moment was more painful than death. He called 2 or 3 times at hourly intervals for the turnkey, who was devoted to him, and sent him out to see if the priest was still at the prison gate. "Sir, he's on both knees in the mud," the turnkey told him every time. "He's praying out loud and saying litanies for your soul." "Impertinent man," thought Julien. At that moment, in effect, he heard a muffled humming. It was the people responding to the litanies. To crown his annoyance, he saw the turnkey himself move his lips, repeating the Latin phrases. "People are beginning to say," added the turnkey, "that you must be hard-hearted indeed to refuse the help of that holy man." "Oh, my native land, how barbaric you still are!" cried Julien, drunk with rage. And he went on, thinking out loud and taking no account of the turnkey's presence. "That man wants an article in the newspaper, and now he's sure to get it. Ah, damned provincials! In Paris I wouldn't be subjected to all these harassments. There the charlatanism is more subtle." "Show in that holy priest," he said eventually to the turnkey, sweat pouring down his forehead. The turnkey made the sign of the cross and went out joyfully. That holy priest turned out to be horribly ugly. He was even dirtier. The cold rain increased the gloom and dampness of the dungeon. The priest tried to embrace Julien and began to work up his emotion as he spoke to him. The lowest kind of hypocrisy was all too obvious. Never in his life had Julien been so angry. A quarter of an hour after the priest's entrance, Julien considered himself an absolute coward. For the first time, death seemed horrible to him. He kept thinking about the state of putrefaction his body would be in 2 days after the execution, etc., etc. He was about to give himself away by some sign of weakness, or throw himself on the priest and strangle him with his chain, when it occurred to him to ask the holy man to go and say a good 40-franc mass for him that same day. Since it was close to noon, the priest took off. Chapter 44. As soon as he was gone, Julien wept a good deal, and wept about dying. He told himself eventually that if Madame de Rênal were in Besançon, he would confess this weakness to her. At the moment he most regretted that adored woman's absence, he heard Mathilde's footsteps. "The worst thing about being in prison," he thought, "is that you can't shut your door to anyone." No matter what Mathilde said, it only irritated him. She told him that on the day of the trial, Monsieur de Valedneau, having his appointment as prefect in his pocket, had dared to defy Monsieur de Frilair and indulge himself in the pleasure of condemning Julien to death. "Whatever did your friend have in mind," Monsieur de Frilair had just said to her, "to arouse and then attack the petty pride of that bourgeois aristocracy? Why talk about caste? He showed them what they had to do in their own political interest. Those boobies hadn't given it a thought and were ready to weep. That business about caste blinded them to the horror of condemning a man to death. You must admit that Monsieur Sorel is very green in such matters. If we don't manage to save him by an appeal for mercy, his death will be a kind of suicide." Mathilde took no pains to conceal from Julien what she herself did not yet suspect, namely, that the Abbé de Frilair, seeing Julien as a lost man, believed it would further his own ends if he aspired to become his successor. Almost beside himself with impotent rage and vexation, Julien said to Mathilde, "Go hear a mass for me, and leave me a minute's peace." Already very jealous of Madame de Rênal's visits, and having just learned about her departure, Mathilde understood the cause of Julien's ill-temper and burst into tears. Her suffering was real, Julien could see that,
but was all the more irritated. He felt a crying need for solitude, and how was he to get it? After having tried every argument to soften him, Mathilde finally left, but in almost the same instant Fouquet appeared. "I need to be alone," he told his faithful friend, and since he saw him hesitating, "I'm drawing up my appeal for mercy. Another thing, do me a favor. Never talk to me about death. If I need to have some particular thing done that day, let me be the first to mention it." When Julien had at last obtained the solitude he wanted, he felt lower in spirits and more cowardly than ever. The little strength remaining to that enfeebled soul had been exhausted by the effort to hide his state from Mademoiselle de la Mole and Fouquet. Toward nightfall, a thought comforted him. If this morning, when death looked so ugly to me, I had been notified for the execution, the public's eye would have been a goad to glory. Perhaps my bearing would have been somewhat stiff, like that of a timid fop entering a drawing-room. A few discerning individuals, if there are any among these provincials, might have guessed my faint-heartedness, but no one would have seen it. He felt delivered to some extent from his wretchedness. "I am a coward right now," he kept chanting to himself, "but no one will ever know it." An event almost more unpleasant awaited him the next morning. For a long time his father had been promising a visit. That day, before Julien woke, the white-haired old carpenter showed up in his cell. Julien felt weak. He was expecting the most disagreeable kind of reproaches. To make this painful sensation complete, that morning he was feeling keenly remorseful about not loving his father. "Chance has set us close together on earth," he was saying to himself while the turnkey was tidying up the cell, "and we have done one another just about as much harm as possible. He's come here at the time of my death to give me the last blow." The old man's harsh reproaches began as soon as they were alone. Julien couldn't hold back his tears. "What a shameful weakness," he told himself in a rage. "Everywhere he goes he'll exaggerate my want of courage. What a triumph for the Valenods and all those shabby hypocrites who rule over Verrières. They are mighty big in France. They enjoy all the social advantages. Up to now I could at least tell myself, they get the money, it's true, and all the honours are heaped on them. But I have nobility of heart. But here is a witness everyone will believe, and one who will assure the whole town of Verrières, exaggerating all the while, that I was weak in the face of death. I will be made out to have been cowardly in the face of an ordeal that anyone can understand." Julien was close to despair. He didn't know how to get rid of his father, and to sham in such a way as to deceive the shrewd old man was, for the moment, altogether beyond his powers. His mind was running swiftly over all the possibilities. "I've saved up money," he cried out suddenly. This inspired remark transformed both the old man's countenance and Julien's position. "What shall I do with it?" Julien went on more calmly. The effect he had produced took away all his feeling of inferiority. The old carpenter was burning with a desire not to let this money, part of which it appeared Julien meant to leave to his brothers, get away from him. He spoke for a long time and vehemently. Julien chose to be facetious. "Very well, since the Lord has inspired me to make my will, I will leave 1,000 francs to each of my brothers, and the rest to you." "Good, good," said the old man. "What's left is due me, but since God in his mercy has touched your heart, and if you mean to die like a good Christian, you ought to pay your debts. There's still the cost of your food and your education, which I advanced, and to which you haven't given a thought." "That's a father's love for you," Julien kept repeating, heartsick, when he was finally alone. Soon the jailer appeared. "Sir, after the grandparents' visit I always bring my guests a bottle of champagne. It comes a little high, 6 francs a bottle, but it cheers the heart." "Bring 3 glasses," Julien told him with childish eagerness, "and show in 2 of those prisoners I hear walking in the corridor." The jailer led in 2 repeaters who were waiting to go back to the penitentiary. They were 2 gay scoundrels and really quite remarkable for their cunning, courage, and self-possession. "If you give me 20 francs, one of them said to Julien, "I will tell you my life story in detail. It's first-rate." "Are you going to tell me a pack of lies?" said Julien. "Not at all," he answered. "My friend here, who's jealous of my 20 francs, will peach on me if I don't tell the truth." His story was abominable.
It showed a brave heart with one abiding passion left, the love of money. After they were gone, Julien was not the same man. All his anger against himself had vanished. His cruel suffering, envenomed by faint-heartedness, to which he had been a prey since Madame de Rênal's departure, had turned into melancholy. If I had been less the dupe of appearances, I would have seen that the drawing-rooms of Paris are filled with respectable men like my father, or clever rascals like these convicts. They're right. The men who frequent those drawing-rooms never waken in the morning to that agonizing thought, how will I get my dinner? They boast about their honesty, and if called upon for jury duty, proudly convict the man who stole a silver fork and spoon because he was faint with hunger. But where there's a court, and once it's a question of losing or winning a portfolio, my upright gentlemen from the drawing-room will stoop to crimes that are identical with those which the necessity of dining inspired these two convicts to commit. There is no such thing as natural rights. That idea is a piece of time-honoured nonsense, well worthy of the prosecutor who went after me the other day, and whose ancestor got rich on one of Louis XIV's confiscations. A right does not exist unless there is a law to forbid one's doing such and such a thing under penalty. Before there were laws, nothing was natural except the lion's strength, or the need of the creature who was hungry, who was cold, in a word, need. No, the men society honours are nothing but crooks lucky enough not to get caught red-handed. The prosecutor unleashed by society against me owes his wealth to a swindle. I attempted murder, and I have been justly condemned. But with the exception of that one act, Valeno, who convicted me, is 100 times more harmful to society. Well, then, Julien went on sadly, but without anger, in spite of his greed, my father is better than all those men. He never loved me, and I have just filled his cup to overflowing by shaming him with a dishonourable death. That dread of wanting for money, that exaggerated view of man's wickedness which is called avarice, makes him see a prodigious source of comfort and security in the sum of 300 or 400 louis that I may leave him. Some Sunday after dinner he will show off his gold to all the envious in Verrières. At that price, his look will say, who among you would not be delighted to have a son guillotined? This philosophy might be true, but was such as to make a man wish for death. So passed 5 long days. He was courteous and gentle with Mathilde, who he could see was exasperated by the most intense jealousy. One night Julien was thinking seriously of doing away with himself. His mind was unstrung by the deep depression into which Madame de Rênal's departure had plunged him. Nothing gave him pleasure any more, neither in real life or in his imagination. Want of exercise was beginning to tell on his health, and to give him the weak, excitable character of a young German student. He was losing that male arrogance which, with an energetic oath, repulses certain indecent thoughts by which the minds of the unhappy are assailed. I have loved truth. Where is it? Hypocrisy is everywhere, or at least charlatanism, even in the most virtuous, even in the greatest men. And his lips took on an expression of disgust. No, man cannot trust in man. While she was taking up a collection for her poor orphans, Madame de Blanc told me that such and such a prince had just given 10 louis. A lie. But what am I saying? Napoleon at Sainte-Hélène. His proclamation in favor of the King of Rome, pure charlatanism. Great God, if such a man, and what's more at a time when misfortune ought to have reminded him sternly of his duty, can lower himself to charlatanism, what can you expect from the rest of the species? Where lies truth? In religion. Yes, he added with a bitter smile of the most utter contempt. In the mouths of the Maslons, the de Frilaires, the Castaneds. Perhaps in true Christianity, where the priests would not be paid, any more than the apostles were. But St. Paul was paid with the pleasure of commanding, of speaking, of being talked about. Ah, if only there were a true religion! Fool that I am! I see a Gothic cathedral, venerable windows, and my feeble heart conjures up the priest in those windows. My soul would understand him. My soul needs him. But all I ever find is a conceited ass with dirty hair, another Chevalier de Beauvoisis accepting the good manners. But a true priest, a Massillon, a Fenelon, Massillon consecrated Dubois.
The Memoirs de Saint-Simon have spoiled Fenelon for me. But in short, a true priest. Then all loving souls would have a rallying point in the world. We would not be isolated. That good priest would talk to us about God. But what God? Not the one in the Bible, a cruel little despot thirsty for vengeance, but the God of Voltaire, just, good, infinite. He was shaken by his memories of that Bible which he knew by heart. But how could anyone, where two or three are gathered together, believe in the great name God, seeing the frightful abuse our priests make of it? To live in isolation, what torment! "I'm losing my mind and being unjust," Julien said to himself, striking his forehead. "I am isolated here in this dungeon, but I didn't live in isolation on the earth. I held to the powerful idea of duty. The duty I prescribed for myself, whether wrongly or rightly, has been like the trunk of a stout tree which I could cling to during the storm. I wavered, I was shaken. After all, I am only a man. But I was not swept away. It's the damp air in this dungeon that makes me think about isolation. But why be hypocritical while I'm damning hypocrisy? It isn't death, nor the dungeon, nor the damp air. It's Madame de Rênal's absence that is getting me down. If, to see her in Verrières, I was forced to live for weeks on end, hidden in the cellar of her house, would I complain? The influence of my contemporaries has won out," he said aloud with a bitter laugh. "Even when I am talking to myself alone, and 2 steps from death, I am still hypocritical. Oh, 19th century! A hunter fires his rifle in a forest. His prey falls. He rushes to seize it. His boot runs into an ant-hill 2 feet high, destroys the ants' habitation, scatters the ants and their eggs far and wide. The most philosophical among those ants will never be able to comprehend that huge, black, appalling body, the hunter's boot, which has penetrated their abode with incredible speed, and which was preceded by a dreadful noise accompanied by a sheaf of reddish fire. So life, death, eternity are simple matters for anyone who has faculties huge enough to comprehend them. A day-fly is born at 9 in the morning, during the long summer days, to die at 5 in the evening. How could it understand the word night? Give it 5 hours more, it will see and understand what night is. Likewise, I shall die at 23. Give me 5 more years of life to live with Madame de Rênal." And he set to laughing like Mephistopheles. "What madness to go on discussing these great questions! 1, I am as hypocritical as if there were someone here to listen to me. 2, I am forgetting to live and to love when I have so few days left to live. Alas, Madame de Rênal is absent. Perhaps her husband will not let her come back to Besançon and go on disgracing herself. That is what isolates me, and not the absence of a just, good, omnipotent God, who is not wicked and thirsty for vengeance. Ah, if only he existed! Alas, I would fall at his feet. I deserved to die, I would tell him. But, great God, good God, long-suffering God, give me back the one I love." The night was far advanced. After Julien had had an hour or 2 of peaceful sleep, Fouquet arrived. Julien felt strong and resolute, like a man who sees clearly into his soul. Chapter 45. The last chapter. "I won't play poor Father Chasse-Bernard the dirty trick of sending for him," he said to Fouquet. "He wouldn't be able to eat for 3 days. But try to find me a Jansenist, some friend of Monsieur Pirard, who is above intrigue." Fouquet had been waiting impatiently for this opening. Julien acquitted himself decently of all that is owing to public opinion in the provinces. Thanks to the Abbé de Frilair, and despite his poor choice of a confessor, Julien in his cell was the protégé of the Congregation. If he had been more politic, he might have managed his escape. But the bad air in the cell was having its effect. His reasoning power was falling off. Yet this made him all the happier about Madame de Rênal's return. "My first duty is to you," she said, kissing him. "I ran away from Verrières." Julien had no false pride where she was concerned. He told her all about his moments of weakness. She was kind and charming. No sooner had she left the prison that evening than she sent for the priest who had fastened himself to Julien as to a prey to come to her aunt's house, since all he wanted was to get himself accredited among the young women in Besançon's high society. Madame de Rênal had no trouble persuading him to go and make a novena at the Abbey of Bray-le-Haut. Words cannot describe the madness and extravagance of Julien's love. By dint of gold, and by using and abusing the influence of her aunt, a rich woman well known for her piety, Madame de Rênal got permission to see him twice a day. Hearing of this excited Mathilde's jealousy to the point of frenzy. Monsieur de Frilair had admitted to her that for all his influence he could not flout convention so far as to obtain permission for her to visit her friend more than once daily. Mathilde had Madame de Rênal followed in order to know every move she made. Monsieur de Frilair exhausted all the resources of a very astute mind, trying to prove that Julien was unworthy of her. Amidst all these torments, she loved him but the more, and made a horrible scene almost every day. Julien wished with all his might to behave honourably, right to the end, toward this poor girl whom he had compromised so strangely. But his unbridled love for Madame de Rênal would win out every time. When, by means of unconvincing arguments, he was not able to persuade Mathilde that her rival's visits were innocent, he told himself, "The end of the play must be very near. That's an excuse for not being able to hide my feelings any better." Mademoiselle de la Mole learned of the Marquis de Croissanois' death. Monsieur de Tallet, that very rich man, had taken the liberty of making some unpleasant remarks about Mathilde's disappearance. Monsieur de Croissanois went to his house to persuade him to retract them. Monsieur de Tallet showed him anonymous letters, addressed to himself, and filled with details arranged in such a way that it was impossible for the Marquis not to have an inkling of the truth. Monsieur de Tallet went so far as to make a number of indelicate jokes. Drunk with rage and despair, Monsieur de Croissanois exacted reparations so heavy that the millionaire preferred a duel. Stupidity triumphed, and one of the men in Paris most worthy of being loved met his death at less than 24 years of age. This death made a strange and sickly impression on Julien's weakened spirit. "Poor Croissanois," he said to Mathilde, "was really quite a reasonable man, and behaved very decently toward us. He must have hated me that time you behaved so recklessly in your mother's drawing-room, and had every right to pick a quarrel with me, for the hatred that follows upon a woman's scorn is usually furious." Monsieur de Croissanois' death altered all of Julien's plans for Mathilde's future. He spent several days proving to her that she ought to accept Monsieur de Lutz's hand. "He's a timid, not overly Jesuitic man," he kept telling her, "who will no doubt present himself as a candidate, more sullenly ambitious and steadier than poor Croissanois, and with no dukedom in his family. He won't scruple to marry Julien Sorel's widow." "A widow who despises the grand passion," replied Mathilde coldly, "for she has lived to see her lover prefer another woman to her after only 6 months, and a woman who is the cause of all their misery." "You are unfair. Madame de Rênal's visits will provide the lawyer in Paris who's handling my appeal for mercy with an unusual angle. He will picture the murderer as honored by the kind attentions of his victim. That might have a good effect, and one day you may see me as the hero in some melodrama," etc., etc. A raging jealousy impossible to avenge, unremittent and hopeless misery, for even supposing Julien was saved, how was she to win back his heart? And the shame and pain of loving this unfaithful man more than ever had plunged Mademoiselle de la Mole into a dejected silence. Nor could Monsieur de Frilair's eager attention, any more than Fouquet's rough frankness, avail to bring her out of it. As for Julien, accepting those moments usurped by Mathilde's presence, he lived on love and gave scarce a thought to the future. By a strange effect of that passion, when it is very great and nothing feigned, Madame de Rênal all but shared his jauntiness and gentle gaiety. "In the old days," Julien said to her, "when I might have been so happy during our walks in the wood at Vergy, a wild ambition would drag my soul off to imaginary countries, instead of pressing this lovely arm against my heart when it lay so close to my lips.
I would let the future steal me away from you. I was too busy with the countless battles I would have to wage in order to build a colossal fortune. Yes, I might have died without knowing what happiness is had you not come to see me in this prison. 2 incidents came to trouble this quiet life. Julien's confessor, albeit a thoroughgoing Jansenist, was not proof against one of the Jesuits' schemes, and unwittingly became their tool. He came to tell Julien one day that lest he fall into the dreadful sin of suicide, he should do everything possible to win a pardon. Now, since the clergy had a great deal of influence at the Ministry of Justice in Paris, an easy way offered itself. He should have a spectacular conversion. "Spectacular," repeated Julien. "Ah, I've caught you at it too, Father, playing the game like a missionary." "Your age," the Jansenist went on gravely, "the appealing face with which Providence has favoured you, even the motive of your crime, which remains inexplicable, the heroic efforts Mademoiselle de la Mole has lavished on your cause, in a word, everything, including the amazing friendship your victim has shown you, has contributed to make you the hero of Besançon's young women. They have neglected everything for you, even politics. Your conversion would resound in their hearts and leave a deep impression. You have it in your power to render a major service to religion. And should I hesitate for the frivolous reason that the Jesuits would follow the same path on a like occasion? If I did then, even through this particular case, which has escaped their rapacity, they would still be doing harm. Let it not be so. The tears your conversion will cause to flow will wipe out the corrosive effect of 10 editions of Voltaire's godless works." "And what shall I have left?" Julien answered coldly. "If I despise myself, I used to be ambitious. I don't blame myself for that. I acted then according to the standards of the time. Now I just live from day to day. But generally speaking, I know I'd be thoroughly miserable if I lent myself to some piece of cowardice." The other incident, which was painful to Julien in quite a different way, was created by Madame de Renard. I don't know which scheming lady friend had succeeded in convincing that very timid, naive soul that it was her duty to go to Saint-Cloud and throw herself at King Charles X's feet. In her imagination, she had already made the sacrifice of parting from Julien, and after such an effort, the unpleasantness of making a spectacle of herself, which at any other time would have seemed worse than death, was as nothing in her eyes. "I will go to the king. I will admit openly that you are my lover. The life of a man, and of a man like Julien, ought to prevail over every other consideration. I will say it was out of jealousy that you made an attempt on my life. There are many examples of poor young people who have been saved in similar cases by the humanity of the jury, or that of the king. I will stop seeing you. I will have my door closed to you, and I will surely kill myself the next day, out of despair, unless you swear not to take any step that will make a public spectacle of both of us. This idea of going to Paris isn't yours. Tell me the name of the scheming woman who suggested it. Let us be happy during the few days of this short life. Let us hide our existence. My crime is only too obvious. Mademoiselle de la Mole has all kinds of influence in Paris. Believe me, she is doing everything humanly possible. Here, in this province, I have all the rich and influential citizens against me. Your gesture would sour even more those wealthy and, above all, conservative men for whom life is so easy. Let us not make laughing-stocks of ourselves for the Maslons, the Valenods, and 1,000 better men." The bad air of the dungeon was becoming unbearable to Julien. Luckily, on the day it was announced to him that he must die, a brilliant sun gladdened all nature, and Julien was in a brave mood. For him to walk in the open air was a delightful sensation, like a stroll ashore for the voyager who has been at sea for a long time. "Come now, everything is going fine," he told himself. "I don't feel the slightest want of courage." Never had that head been more poetical than at the moment it was about to fall. The sweetest times he had known in the woods at Vergy came crowding back into his mind, and with an extreme vividness. Everything went smoothly, decently, and without the least affectation on Julien's part. 2 days before, he had said to Fouquet, What state I'll be in I can't say. This dungeon, so damp, so ugly, gives me such bouts of fever that sometimes I don't know where I am. But as for fear, no, they won't see me turn pale.
He had made arrangements in advance so that on the morning of the last day Fouquet would carry off Mathilde and Madame de Rênal.
Take them away in the same carriage, he had told him. See to it that the post-horses keep moving at a gallop. Either they will fall into one another's arms or show a deadly hatred for one another. In either case, those poor women will be somewhat distracted from their terrible grief.
Julien had exacted from Madame de Rênal an oath that she would live to care for Mathilde's son.
Who knows? Perhaps we still have sensations after death, he said to Fouquet one day. I should rather like to rest, since rest is the word in that small cave on the tall mountain that looks down on Verrières. Many's the time, I've told you about it, when I had withdrawn at night into that cave, and was looking out over the richest provinces of France in the distance, that ambition would fire my heart. In those days it was my only passion. In short, that cave is dear to me, and there's no denying that the way it is situated is enough to make a philosopher envious. Very well, those good congreganists of Besançon will do anything for money. If you go about it the right way, they will sell you my mortal remains.
Fouquet succeeded in this mournful transaction. He was spending the night alone in his room with his friend's body, when to his great surprise he saw Mathilde enter. A few hours earlier he had left her 10 leagues out of Besançon. Her look and her eyes were wild.
"I want to see him," she said.
Fouquet hadn't the heart to speak or to rise. He pointed to a big blue cloak on the floor. What remained of Julien was wrapped up in it. She dropped to her knees. The memory of Boniface de la Mole and Marguerite de Navarre gave her, no doubt, a superhuman courage. Her trembling hands undid the cloak. Fouquet turned his head. He heard Mathilde walk hurriedly about the room. She lit several candles. By the time Fouquet had the strength to look at her, she had set Julien's head on a little marble table and was kissing it on the brow. Mathilde followed her lover to the tomb he had chosen for himself. A great number of priests escorted the coffin, and unbeknownst to everyone, alone in her carriage draped with black, she bore on her lap the head of the man she had loved so dearly. Having thus arrived at a spot near the peak of one of the tall mountains in the Jura range in the middle of the night, 20 priests said a mass for the dead in the small cave, magnificently illuminated by countless tapers. All the inhabitants of the small mountain villages through which the procession passed had followed it, attracted by the strangeness of this ceremony. Mathilde appeared in their midst in a long mourning dress, and at the end of the service had several thousand 5-franc pieces thrown to them. Having stayed behind with Fouquet, she insisted on burying her lover's head with her own hands. Fouquet nearly went mad with grief over this. Through Mathilde's good offices, the rough cave was ornamented at great expense with marbles carved in Italy. Madame de Rênal kept her promise. She made no attempt whatsoever on her life, but 3 days after Julien, she died while embracing her children. The bad thing about the reign of public opinion, which it must be added procures liberty, is that it meddles with that which is none of its business, for instance, private life. Hence America's and England's gloominess. To avoid infringing upon any private life, the author has invented a small town, Verrières, and when he needed a bishop, a jury, an assize court, he situated them all in Besançon, where he has never been.
This concludes the reading of The Red and the Black by Stendhal. Alternate. This concludes the reading of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, originally published in 1830. Translation copyright 1970 by Lloyd C. Parks. This book was read by David Case. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with New American Library, a member of Penguin Group, USA, Incorporated, and was produced in 2010 by Blackstone Audio, Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio, Inc. If you would like to obtain a complete catalog of our titles or our monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. Or visit our website at www.blackstoneaudio.com. Thank you.